echoed through the Warhammer 40,000 universe for decades. A simple yet profound statement that captures the essence of humanity's struggle among the stars. But if war is eternal, then so too is death. Every second of every day, across 1 million worlds scattered throughout the galaxy, countless beings draw their final breaths, their lives extinguished in battles both grand and meaningless. Yet death in the 41st millennium is not the simple cessation of existence that we might recognize. It is something far more complex, far more terrifying, and in some cases, far more eternal than mere mortality could ever encompass. To die in Warhammer 40,000 is to face a fate determined not just by the manner of your demise, but by the very nature of what you are. Your species, your allegiances, your beliefs, all these factors conspire to shape what awaits you beyond the veil of death. For some, death brings the blessed release of oblivion. For others, it marks only the beginning of an existence more horrifying than any torment imaginable in life. Some races have transcended death entirely, existing in states that mock the very concept of mortality. Others face a fate so terrible that death becomes a mercy they can never fully claim. The galaxy of Warhammer 40K is home to countless species, each with their own relationship to death and the afterlife. The Imperium of Man, that vast and crumbling empire spanning the stars, holds beliefs shaped by 10,000 years of dogma and desperation. The Space Marines, those transhuman warriors who serve as humanity's greatest defenders, face deaths that can range from honorable sacrifice to endless imprisonment within walking tombs. The common soldiers of the Astra Militarum die in their billions, their lives measured not in years, but in the ammunition they expend before being cut down. The forces of chaos promise eternal life through service to the dark gods, but the reality is a nightmare of possession, transformation, and endless torment in the warp. Beyond humanity, the alien races of the galaxy each approach death through their own lens of existence. The Orcs, those brutal fungal warriors, see death as merely another part of the endless cycle of violence they live for, their souls returning to their gods for an eternity of fighting. The Tyranids, that extragalactic horror consuming all life before it, do not die as individuals at all, their biomass simply recycled into new forms to continue the feast. The ancient Aeldari, once masters of the galaxy, now face a fate worse than extinction, their souls hunted by the chaos god their own excess birthed into being. The Necrons, those deathless machines, have already died once, their organic forms sacrificed for immortality that has become its own kind of curse. Understanding death in Warhammer 40,000 requires us to understand the cosmology of this dark future. The galaxy is not just a physical space, but a reflection of the immaterium, the warp, that roiling sea of psychic energy that exists parallel to real space. Every emotion, every thought, every living consciousness creates ripples in the warp. And when consciousness ends, when death claims a being, their psychic essence, their soul, enters that realm. What happens next depends on countless variables: the strength of that soul, the protection it might have, the attention of the entities that dwell in that nightmare realm. For most, the warp means dissolution, their consciousness scattered like drops of water in an infinite ocean. For others, particularly those with psychic potential, or those who have drawn the attention of the warp's denizens, death means becoming prey for entities that feast on souls. This is the context in which we must explore the death of every faction in Warhammer 40K. We will journey through the final moments and ultimate fates of warriors, soldiers, monsters, and machines. We will examine what it means to die when you are already dead, what it means to be reborn in forms both blessed and cursed, and what it means to face an eternity of torment or an oblivion so complete that existence itself becomes a fleeting memory. From the lowest guardsman to the mightiest Primarch, From the smallest grot to the largest hive fleet, death touches all things in this universe, but it does not touch them equally. So prepare yourself for a journey into darkness, into the final moments of countless beings whose lives are measured only by the manner of their ending. We will explore the moment when the light fades from human eyes, when mechanical systems fail and restart, when consciousness merges with something greater or is consumed by something hungry. This is what it means to die in Warhammer 40,000. This is the fate that awaits every being in a galaxy that knows only war. The Imperium of Man, Space Marines. When a Space Marine dies, the galaxy loses one of humanity's greatest weapons, a warrior who has transcended normal human limitations to become something more. These Adeptus Astartes, the Angels of Death, are among the most formidable warriors the Imperium can field. They are transhuman, their bodies enhanced with 19 specialized organs that transform them from baseline humans into living weapons. Their bones are fused with ceramite, their blood carries additional oxygen, their bodies can survive wounds that would kill a normal human 10 times over. They know no fear. They feel no pain that would cripple lesser beings. They are the Emperor's finest, and when they fall in battle, their deaths echo with significance far beyond the loss of a single soldier. The moment of death for a Space Marine is unlike that of any other warrior. Their enhanced physiology fights against the inevitable with every fiber of their being. The Susan membrane, one of the organs implanted in their bodies, can put them into a state of suspended animation when they receive mortal wounds, a last desperate attempt by their body to preserve life long enough for rescue. The Laraman's organ releases cells that rapidly seal wounds, forming scar tissue almost instantly to prevent blood loss that would kill a normal human in seconds. The oolytic kidney filters toxins and poisons, buying precious moments even as death approaches. These biological miracles work in concert, pushing back against death with superhuman resilience. But eventually, even these fail. When an Astartes falls, when the damage becomes too severe for even their enhanced biology to repair, there comes a moment of clarity. Veterans speak of this moment, if they survive long enough to speak of anything. The galaxy seems to slow, the chaos of battle fading to a distant roar. The pain that their neuroglottis had been suppressing suddenly floods their consciousness, not as agony, but as a strange sensation, distant and almost curious. They feel their twin hearts struggling, beating out of sync, the rhythm that has sustained them through decades. And centuries of warfare finally breaking down. The catalepsian node, which has allowed them to remain conscious without sleep, begins to fail, and a weariness deeper than any they have known settles over them. In these final moments, many Space Marines experience a profound sense of duty fulfilled or duty failed. Their psycho-conditioning, the hypnotic indoctrination that began when they were selected as aspirants, rises to the forefront of their consciousness. They think of their chapter, of their battle brothers, of the Emperor they have served. Some see visions of their Primarch, that godlike being from whom their gene seed descended. Others recall the oaths they swore when they were first inducted into the chapter promises to defend humanity, prosecute the Emperor's enemies that they have kept their entire service. The weight of these oaths, the significance of a life lived in war, presses down upon them even as their consciousness begins to fade. What happens to the Space Marine's soul after death is a matter of doctrine and belief within the Imperium. The Imperial cult teaches that all souls return to the Emperor's light, that the God Emperor of mankind gathers his faithful to him in death. Space Marines, as the Emperor's most devoted servants, are said to join him at his side, their spirits serving in the Immaterium as they served in life. Some chapters believe their dead join the Emperor in an eternal war against the forces of chaos in the warp. This belief has given rise to legends of the Legion of the Damned. Spectral space marines wreathed in flames who appear in the Imperium's darkest hours to turn the tide of battle. Warriors who may be the spirits of fallen Astartes, given form once more. The reality is more uncertain. Space Marines possess powerful souls, their psychic presence in the warp strengthened by their genetic enhancements and unwavering faith. When they die, these souls do enter the Immaterium, but what awaits them there is unclear. Unlike baseline humans whose souls often dissolve quickly into the warp's currents, an Astartes soul might maintain coherence longer, potentially protected by their faith in the Emperor. Some scholars suggest that the Emperor himself, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers daily, might have the power to shelter the souls of warriors. Others believe that Space Marine souls eventually dissipate like all others, their consciousness scattered across the infinite expanse of the warp. But death is not always the end of service for a Space Marine. When an Astartes falls in battle, their body becomes immensely valuable to the chapter. Apothecaries, the chapter's medical specialists, rush to fallen battle brothers to perform the rite of reductio. Using a specialized tool called a nothesium, they extract the gene seed from the dead Marine's body. This genetic material, stored in the progenoid glands implanted in each Space Marine's body, is the chapter's most precious resource. Gene seed is what allows the chapter to create new Marines, to continue their bloodline across the millennia. The death of a Space Marine is tragic, but the recovery of their gene seed means their legacy continues in the bodies of future battle brothers. There is another fate that can await a fallen Space Marine, one that is considered a great honor, but is also a kind of living hell. When a Marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that their body cannot be saved, but their life force still lingers, they may be interred within a dreadnought. These towering war machines are essentially walking sarcophagi, their central compartment containing the shattered remains of a Space Marine kept alive by advanced life support systems. The Marine's consciousness is hardwired directly into the dreadnought systems, their mind becoming one with the machine. They can see through its optical sensors, fight with its weapons, walk with its mighty legs. But they are also trapped, their flesh fused with machinery, their existence reduced to brief periods of waking for battle, followed by long periods of cold sleep. The experience of becoming a dreadnought is described by some as a form of death in itself. The newly interred Marine awakens to find themselves entombed in metal, their body gone, replaced by weapons and armor. They can no longer feel the weight of their armor or the grip of a bolter in their hands. They cannot smell the incense of the chapter's chapels or taste the food in the refectory. Every human sensation is gone, replaced by data feeds and targeting information. The first awakening is said to be the worst, a moment of existential horror as the Marine realizes the full extent of what has been done to them. Some scream, their mechanical vox speakers broadcasting their anguish across the battlefield. Others fall silent, retreating into the machine, their human consciousness slowly eroding away over centuries of periodic awakenings. For dreadnoughts are not truly alive in any meaningful sense. They are awakened only for the most critical battles, spending centuries in stasis between conflicts. Each time they wake, they find the galaxy changed, their former battle brothers dead or promoted, new faces filling the chapter halls. Memories begin to fade, the organic portions of their brain degrading with each death and resurrection. Some ancient dreadnoughts have been fighting for 10,000 years, since the time of the Horus heresy itself. But they are shadows of who they once were, their personalities reduced to echoes of warrior instinct and duty. They are revered by their chapters, called Ancient Ones and Honored Brothers. But in truth, they are the living dead, consciousness trapped in walking tombs that can neither truly live nor truly die. Different Space Marine chapters handle the deaths of their battle brothers in different ways. The Salamanders of Nocturne cremate their dead in the volcanic fires of Mount Deathfire, returning their essence to the Forge Father who shaped them. The Blood Angels return their fallen to the Crimson Sands of Bel, the chapter's homeworld, where they are interred in the Tomb of Heroes. The Space Wolves perform the rite of the Lone Wolf, where a warrior who has lost all his pack brothers is sent out to seek an honorable death in battle against overwhelming odds. His gene seed left unrecovered as a sign that he died as he lived. The Ultramarines follow the Codex Astartes strictly, maintaining records of every fallen battle brother and ensuring their deeds are remembered in the chapter's archives. Some chapters have more unusual practices. The Death Spectres, descendants of the Raven Guard, are said to have prophetic visions of death that allow them to prepare for the manner of their ending. The Mortifactors practice ritual cannibalism, consuming the flesh of fallen brothers to absorb their strength and memories. The Marines Malevolent, one of the most brutal chapters, show little reverence for their dead, seeing the recovery of gene seed as the only matter of importance. The warrior himself, merely a vessel to be discarded once it has fulfilled its purpose. These variations speak to the diversity of the Adeptus Astartes, but they all share a common understanding that death is not an ending, but a transition, a passage from service in flesh to service in memory, and in the gene seed that will create future generations. The psycho-conditioning that Space Marines undergo shapes how they face death. From the moment they are selected as aspirants, often as young boys, plucked from the most brutal worlds in the Imperium, they are taught that death in service to the Emperor is the highest honor they can achieve. They train to suppress fear, to embrace their fate, to welcome the moment when they will give their lives for humanity. This conditioning is so thorough that Space Marines rarely flee from battle, even in the face of certain death. They know their purpose, understand their role, and when the end comes, they meet it with the same stoic determination they brought to every other challenge in their warrior lives. Yet beneath this conditioning, beneath the layers of genetic enhancement and hypnotic programming, there remains some spark of the human they once were. In the final moments, as death closes in, some Marines remember their childhood on their homeworld, remember the family they left behind when they were taken to become Astartes. These memories are often fragmented, distorted by the transformation that made them superhuman, but they are there nonetheless. A face half remembered, a voice calling a name they haven't used in decades, a landscape that no longer exists except in the recesses of their mind. For just a moment, they are not angels of death, but simply humans facing the end. And then even that flicker of humanity is gone, and there is only duty, only honor, only service. This is what it means to die as a space marine. It is to fall, knowing that your sacrifice matters, that your death serves a purpose greater than yourself. It is to face oblivion with the certainty that your chapter will endure, that new warriors will rise bearing your gene seed, carrying on the war you can no longer fight. It is to hope that beyond death lies some form of service, that your spirit might join the Emperor's eternal host, fighting forever in wars beyond mortal comprehension. Whether this hope is fulfilled, whether consciousness continues in any meaningful way, is a question that only the dead can answer. And the dead, for all their honor and sacrifice, do not speak. The Imperium of Man, Astra Militarum. If the Space Marines are humanity's scalpel, precise instruments of war deployed where they are most needed, then the Astra Militarum is humanity's hammer. The Imperial Guard, as they are commonly known, is an army measured not in thousands or millions, but in trillions. They are the men and women drawn from every world in the Imperium, tithed as surely as grain or ore, shipped across the galaxy to die on worlds they will never know for causes they can barely comprehend. To die as a soldier of the Astra Militarum is to die as one drop of water in an infinite ocean. Your passing noted only as a number in a casualty report that will be filed and forgotten, your body left to rot on some distant battlefield while the war grinds on without pause. The average guardsman is not enhanced, not transhuman, not chosen by the Emperor for greatness. They are simply human, as mortal as any civilian laboring in the Imperium's hive cities. They wear flak armor that can barely turn aside a glancing blow, carry laser guns that enemies mock as flashlights despite their deadly effectiveness, and are led by officers who measure success in objectives taken rather than lives preserved. The Departamento Munitorum, the vast bureaucratic machine that administers the Imperial Guard, can accurately count every laser gun, every ration pack, every round of artillery ammunition in a given army group. But the exact number of soldiers under arms at any given moment, that is a figure that changes too rapidly to be meaningful, as millions die and millions more are pressed into service to replace them. When a guardsman dies, the experience is brutally simple compared to the transcendent passing of a space marine. There is no enhanced biology to fight off death, no psycho-conditioning to suppress fear, no certainty of purpose beyond the orders barked by their sergeant. They feel the impact of the bullet, the last bolt, the blade that ends their life, and the pain is immediate and overwhelming. Their body responds as any human body would, flooding with adrenaline, heart racing, breath coming in gasps as they try desperately to understand what has happened to them. They fall to the ground, and if they are lucky, the wound is catastrophic enough that consciousness fades quickly. If they are unlucky, they lie in the mud and blood of the battlefield, feeling their life drain away over minutes or hours, calling out for medics who will never come, for the Emperor's mercy that feels very distant indeed. The causes of death for Imperial Guardsmen are as varied as the enemies they face. They are burned alive by flamethrowers, their screams cut short as fire consumes flesh and boils the moisture in their lungs. They are torn apart by chainswords, their bodies rent into pieces by the brutal close combat weapons favored by many of humanity's enemies. They are dissolved by exotic alien weaponry, their molecular bonds unraveling, leaving nothing but a puddle of steaming biomass where a soldier once stood. They are crushed beneath the treads of tanks, both friendly and enemy, their bodies ground into the mud of battlefields that will claim millions more before the fighting ends. They are infected by diseases so virulent that their flesh sloughs from their bones in hours, or so subtle that they carry the contagion back to their barracks, spreading death to their comrades before anyone realizes what has happened. Some deaths are quick, a mercy in the grinding horror of Imperial warfare. A sniper's round through the head, a direct hit from an artillery shell, the instant vaporization caused by a plasma weapon's discharge. The soldier has no time to process what is happening, their consciousness simply ceasing in an instant. One moment they are advancing across the battlefield, The next they are gone, their body left behind as evidence that they existed at all. These quick deaths are considered blessings by those who witness them, for they mean the soldier did not suffer, did not have time to feel fear or pain, simply ceased to be between one heartbeat and the next. But far more common are the slow deaths, the agonizing endings that come from wounds that are severe but not immediately fatal. A guardsman shot through the stomach lies bleeding on the battlefield, the pain indescribable as their intestines spill from the wound. They try to call for help, but their voice is lost in the cacophony of war. They can hear their comrades advancing past them, the battle moving on, leaving them behind like flotsam left by a tide. They try to staunch the bleeding with their hands, fumbling with field dressings that seem impossibly complex as shock begins to set in. Their vision narrows, darkness creeping in from the edges, and they realize with growing horror that they are going to die here, alone, unmourned, their body just one more obstacle for the next wave to step over. The Astra Militarum does have a Medici Corps, field medics who are trained to stabilize wounded soldiers and evacuate them from the battlefield. But the reality is that in the scale of imperial warfare, these medics are impossibly outnumbered. For every soldier they save, dozens more die waiting for aid that will never arrive. Triage is brutal and pragmatic. A soldier with a survivable wound who can be quickly patched up and returned to the fight gets attention. A soldier with wounds that would require extensive surgery and long recovery is left behind, their death already factored into the casualty calculations. The Emperor needs soldiers who can fight today, not invalids who will consume medical resources for months. Fear is the constant companion of every Imperial Guardsman. Unlike Space Marines, who have their fear suppressed through psycho-conditioning, Guardsmen feel terror in its purest form. They know they are mortal. They know the odds of their survival. They know that the Imperium has billions more soldiers ready to take their place. They see their friends cut down beside them, see the horrors that the galaxy can produce, face enemies that range from the merely lethal to the utterly incomprehensible. And yet they fight, because the alternative is execution by the commissars, those grim officers assigned to every regiment to maintain discipline and punish cowardice. The commissar's bolt pistol kills more guardsmen than many would care to admit, a shot to the back of the head for soldiers who falter, who flee, who question orders in the heat of battle. The commissariat views this brutal discipline as necessary. An army of billions cannot function if individual soldiers can choose when and where to fight. Morale must be maintained, and if that maintenance requires executing soldiers pour encourager les autres, then so be it. Commissars are taught that one death, one public execution, can save 1,000 lives by preventing a rout. They walk the lines during battle, watching for signs of wavering, ready to make an example of anyone who threatens the integrity of the Imperial line. And so, guardsmen die not just from enemy fire, but from friendly bullets, their last sight the grim face of a commissar, deciding that their fear is more dangerous than losing one more soldier. What happens to the souls of Imperial Guardsmen after death is a matter of much theological debate within the Imperial cult. The official doctrine teaches that faithful servants of the Emperor are gathered to his light in death, that they find peace and rest at the Emperor's side. For the trillions of guardsmen who die in service, this promise is their only comfort, the belief that their suffering and sacrifice will be rewarded in the afterlife. Chaplains attached to guard regiments preach this message constantly, reminding soldiers that to die in the Emperor's service is to achieve a state of grace, that their deaths have meaning beyond the tactical objectives they helped achieve. The reality, as understood by those with knowledge of the warp, is likely far less comforting. Most human souls are weak, psychically inert things that dissolve quickly when they enter the immaterium. A guardsman who dies is unlikely to maintain any coherence in the warp, their consciousness simply dissipating, ceasing to exist in any meaningful sense. This could be seen as a mercy, oblivion being preferable to the alternatives that the warp might offer. For some guardsmen, particularly those with latent psychic potential they never knew they possessed, death might mean something worse. Their souls could attract the attention of warp entities, demons or worse, who feed on human consciousness. These souls might be consumed, experiencing torment beyond mortal comprehension before finally being extinguished. The sheer scale of guard casualties is almost impossible to comprehend. On a typical battlefield in the 41st millennium, losses are measured in percentages. An assault that results in 40% casualties is considered acceptable if the objective is achieved. A defensive action that holds the line but costs 70% of the defending force is celebrated as a success. Entire regiments are wiped out in single engagements, their names added to the rolls of honor, and then largely forgotten as new regiments are raised from the same worlds to replace them. The Departamento Munitorum's motto could well be that the Imperium has more soldiers than any enemy has bullets, and this philosophy shapes how guard lives are expended. Some guardsmen are granted a reprieve from the meat grinder of frontline combat. Veterans who survive multiple campaigns might be promoted to positions of relative safety, commanding from the rear or training new recruits. The truly exceptional might be inducted into elite units like the Kaskin or Stormtroopers, where their skills grant them access to better equipment and theoretically better odds of survival. A fortunate few, those who serve in successful campaigns that reclaim worlds for the Imperium, might be granted settlement rights on those worlds, allowed to retire as colonists rather than dying in service. But for the vast majority, there is no retirement, no honorable discharge. They fight until they die, and their deaths are as unremarkable as their lives were before they were conscripted. The disposal of guard dead varies based on circumstance. On some battlefields, corpses are collected and given mass burials, anonymous graves marked only with a collective headstone that reads, "Here lie the defenders of the Emperor." On others, the dead are simply left where they fell, their bodies becoming part of the landscape, rotting away until only bones remain scattered across the battlefield. In particularly hazardous environments, corpses might be burned to prevent disease, their ashes scattered to the winds. When a world falls despite the guard's efforts, the dead are left behind for the enemy to deal with, their sacrifice buying time for survivors to evacuate. The Imperial Guard's regimental system means that soldiers often form strong bonds with their fellow guardsmen, men and women who share their homeworld, who speak their language, who understand the culture they come from. When a guardsman dies, their immediate comrades mourn them, taking whatever time the battle allows to honor the fallen. They might recite prayers, make the sign of the Aquila, promise to avenge their friend's death. But the war moves on, and grief must be set aside, because to dwell on loss is to risk becoming another casualty. The friend who died this morning will be half forgotten by evening, just another face in the long list of the dead, and tomorrow there will be more names added to that list. Some regiments maintain traditions for honoring their fallen. The Valhallans burn offerings to their ice world spirits. The Katakans carve death marks into the butts of their weapons. The Kriegers simply note the casualty and move on, their fatalistic culture viewing death in service as the only redemption for their world's ancient sins. These traditions provide some structure, some meaning to deaths that might otherwise seem utterly senseless. They allow the living to feel that their fallen comrades are remembered, even if that memory is fleeting and the galaxy at large will never know they existed. Dying as an Imperial Guardsman means dying as one of countless billions who have given their lives for the Imperium. It means facing death with whatever courage you can muster, knowing that your death changes nothing about the trajectory of the war, that you are utterly, completely replaceable. It means spending your last moments in pain and fear, surrounded by the sounds of battle, hoping that your death at least buys a few more seconds for your squad to advance, for the objective to be taken, for humanity to endure. It means leaving behind no legacy except the brief memory of your comrades and the cold statistics in a casualty report that no one will ever read. This is the fate of the common soldier in the 41st millennium. This is what it means to die in the service of the Imperium when you are merely human. Chaos Space Marines and the Damned. If death for a loyalist, Space Marine means the potential for peace and the certainty of duty fulfilled. Death for those who have turned to chaos is an entirely different matter. The Chaos Space Marines, those traitors who forsook their oaths to the Emperor and pledged themselves to the ruinous powers, face fates both more terrible and more transcendent than their loyal counterparts could imagine. To die in service to chaos is to potentially live forever, transformed into something that mocks the very concept of mortality. But it is also to risk eternal torment, to have your soul claimed by the dark gods you served, used as playthings and sustenance for entities that view mortal consciousness as nothing more than food. The process of turning to chaos changes a Space Marine in ways that go far beyond simple corruption of ideology. The warp itself seeps into their bodies, their enhanced physiology mutating in response to the chaotic energies they have embraced. Their armor fuses with their flesh, the ceramite becoming almost a part of them, breathing with their lungs, pulsing with their hearts. Their weapons become extensions of their will, demon-possessed artifacts that hunger for blood and souls. When such a being dies, they are not simply killed. They are unmade, their essence scattered across the boundary between real space and the immaterium, and what happens next depends entirely on how much favor they have curried with their patron god. For those Chaos Marines who have fully given themselves over to the gods, death is often not permanent in any conventional sense. The gods of chaos can reach across the veil and pluck their favored servants back from oblivion, granting them new bodies, new chances to serve, new opportunities to spill blood, or spread pestilence, or commit acts of excess, or plot Byzantine schemes. The warrior who falls today might be fighting again tomorrow, their memories of death adding to the tapestry of their existence, but not ending it. This is the dark mirror of the Imperium's promise of resurrection, a blasphemous parody of the Emperor's protection. But this eternal life comes at a price that few outside the ranks of chaos truly understand. The Chaos Marine is no longer their own being in any meaningful sense. They are puppets of their patron god, their every action serving the god's purposes, whether they realize it or not. The god can grant them power, can heal their wounds, can resurrect them when they fall. But the god can also withdraw that favor at a whim, leave them to die permanently for some perceived failure, or worse, transform them into something that can no longer be called alive by any definition. The spawn, those mindless mutations that were once warriors, stand as grim reminders of what happens when chaos's gifts become too numerous, or when a warrior displeases their master too greatly. The experience of dying as a Chaos Marine is profoundly different depending on which god they serve. A follower of Horn, the blood god, might feel their fury intensify in their final moments, their rage burning hotter than ever as they strike their last blow. They curse their killer, promise vengeance, and then their skull joins, the mountain of skulls at the foot of Horn's throne. If they have been faithful, if they have spilled enough blood in the blood god's name, Horn might remake them, sending them back to the material realm to continue their endless war. If not, their essence is absorbed into the blood god's domain, their individuality lost as they become part of the churning tide of violence that defines Khorne's realm in the warp. Those who serve Nurgle, the Plague Lord, face death with an entirely different perspective. Nurgle's servants have already embraced decay, their bodies rotting even as they live, disease and corruption sustained by the Plague God's dark gifts. When they die, they often feel relief, the constant pain of their festering wounds finally fading. But this relief is short-lived, for death to a servant of Nurgle is merely a transition to a different form of existence. They might find themselves reborn as a demon, a plague bearer, or something worse. cursed to spread disease in the warp's shifting depths. Or they might discover that their souls are consumed by Nurgle himself, absorbed into the Garden of Decay, becoming part of the infinite ecosystem of rot that the Grandfather cultivates. Slaanesh followers approach death as they approach everything else, as an experience to be savored. For those who have given themselves to the Prince of Pleasure, pain and ecstasy have become indistinguishable. When they receive their death blow, they feel it with an intensity that no baseline human could comprehend. Every nerve ending fires in a crescendo of sensation, and they die in a state that could be called rapture if it weren't so deeply wrong. After death, their souls belong to Slaanesh, and the Dark Prince has endless creative ways to use them. They might be tortured for eternity, their consciousness maintained only to experience suffering beyond mortal comprehension. Or they might be transformed into demonettes, forever craving sensation, but never quite able to satisfy that hunger. The servants of Tzeentch, the changer of ways, find that even death is part of a plan they cannot comprehend. Tzeentch is the god of plots and schemes, and his followers believe that every event, including their own deaths, serves some greater purpose in the god's Byzantine machinations. When a Tzeentchian sorcerer falls, their last thoughts are often wondering what role their death plays in the great game. Their souls are claimed by the Architect of Fate, who might use them as components in some spell, or transform them into horrors, or simply keep them in reserve for some future scheme that won't come to fruition for 10,000 years. Time is meaningless to Tzeentch, and so his servants' deaths might serve purposes that won't be revealed until ages after they fell. Some Chaos Marines willingly embrace demonic possession even before death, allowing warp entities to merge with their bodies and minds. These possessed Marines are living weapons, their flesh reshaping itself according to the demon's will, sprouting claws and tentacles and mouths that shouldn't exist. When they die, the fate of the Marine and the demon diverge. The demon is banished back to the warp, to reform eventually in the churning chaos of that realm. The Marine's consciousness, however, has often been so subsumed by the demon that very little of their original self remains. What is left of their soul becomes a plaything for the demon, tortured and reshaped in the warp for eternity, paying the price for the power they sought in life. The Chaos Space Marines, who survive for millennia, fighting in the long war against the Imperium, accumulate mutations and blessings from their patron gods. Their bodies become walking testaments to Chaos's power, but also to its fickleness. An arm might be replaced by a crab-like claw. Eyes might multiply across their armor. Mouths might speak of their own accord from wounds that never heal. When such a being finally dies, their body often doesn't simply stop functioning. It might explode in a shower of demonic energy. It might continue fighting briefly, animated by warp entities that were bound to it. It might collapse into a puddle of ichorous liquid, or crystallize into a statue of impossible geometry, or simply vanish in a flash of unreality. Death for a Chaos Champion, one of the ruinous power's favored warriors, can be delayed almost indefinitely. Whenever they receive a mortal wound, the god they serve might intervene, knitting their flesh back together, pouring warp energy into their body to sustain them. They can survive injuries that would kill a loyalist Marine 10 times over. They can fight on with their entrails dragging behind them, with half their head blown away, with injuries that should make movement impossible. Only when their god decides their service has ended, or when they fail spectacularly enough to earn the god's displeasure, do they finally succumb. And even then, death might not be final. But not all Chaos Marines are favored enough to earn resurrection. For every champion who rises to become a demon prince, ascending to a form of immortal power that transcends both death and mortality, thousands of lesser traitors die true deaths. Their souls are consumed by the gods they served, devoured without ceremony or acknowledgement. They spent their lives in service to entities that viewed them as utterly disposable, and their deaths confirm that assessment. There is no honor in dying for chaos. no certainty of reward. There is only the hope that the gods will notice your service and grant you continued existence. And for most, that hope is never fulfilled. The Chaos Space Marines who manage to retain some shred of their original selves, who haven't fully given themselves to the gods, face perhaps the worst fate of all. They die knowing what they have become, understanding the magnitude of their betrayal, aware of the doom that awaits them in the warp. They might have started their path thinking they would use chaos as a weapon against the Imperium's enemies. But by the time death takes them, they understand that chaos has used them instead. Their last moments might be filled with regret, with the desperate hope that somehow their souls might escape the attention of the dark gods. But chaos does not release what it has claimed, and these souls are dragged into the warp screaming, to face whatever fate their former patrons have devised for traitors and failures. What makes the death of Chaos Marines particularly tragic is that many of them were once as noble as their loyalist brethren. During the Horus heresy, entire legions turned to chaos, warriors who had fought for the Emperor's dream of a unified humanity. They believed they were making the right choice, that they were serving a greater truth than the Emperor had revealed. 10,000 years later, their descendants and the survivors themselves have become unrecognizable monsters, corrupted beyond redemption, damned to fates that mock everything they once stood for. When they die, they face not the peace that might await loyalists, but the eternal torment that is the ultimate reward for serving chaos. This is the fate of those who turn from the Emperor's light and embrace the darkness. They trade mortality for a chance at immortality, but that immortality is a curse disguised as a blessing. They become slaves to entities that care nothing for them as individuals, serving masters who view their eternal torment as entertainment. And when they finally fall, when their service ends or their luck runs out, they discover that death for a servant of chaos is not an ending at all. It is simply the beginning of an eternity of suffering, consciousness preserved only to experience pain and degradation beyond mortal understanding. There is no peace in death for those who serve the ruinous powers. There is only transformation into something worse than they ever imagined. The Green Tide, how orcs face death. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, few races approach death with the pure, almost joyful abandon of the orcs. These hulking, green-skinned brutes are perhaps the most successful species in the galaxy, not through advanced technology or careful planning, but through sheer resilience and an absolute refusal to take anything seriously, including their own mortality. When an orc dies, it is rarely the tragic moment that it is for humans, or the complex spiritual transition it is for other races. Instead, it is simply another part of the great violent cycle that defines orc existence, a brief interruption in the endless fighting that is their reason for living. To understand orc death, one must first understand what orcs fundamentally are. They are not truly a species in the conventional sense. They are a fungal organism, a biological weapon engineered millions of years ago by the ancient Old Ones to fight in the war in heaven. Their bodies contain complex fungal spores that are released throughout their lives, and especially upon their death. Every orc is a walking seed bank, carrying within them the potential to create entire ecosystems of orcoid life. When an orc dies, they don't simply cease to exist. They explode outward in a microscopic cloud of potential, a final contribution to the green tide that sweeps across the galaxy. The moment of death for an orc is surprisingly straightforward. They are tough, far tougher than their appearance would suggest, their bodies capable of sustaining damage that would kill most other creatures several times over. An orc can fight on with limbs missing, organs destroyed, bones shattered. Their pain tolerance is extraordinary, not because they don't feel pain, but because they simply don't care very much about it. Pain is just another sensation in a life filled with sensations. and it certainly isn't going to stop a good scrap. But eventually, even an orc's resilience has limits. When enough damage accumulates, when the body can no longer function even by the loose standards of orc biology, they fall. In that final moment, an orc's last thoughts, if they can be called thoughts, are surprisingly simple. If they were winning the fight, if they managed to take a few enemies with them, they might feel something approaching satisfaction. They gave their enemies a proper beating, showed them what happens when you mess with the greenskins. If they were losing, if they went down without getting a good scrap in, they might feel something resembling disappointment, a sense that they were cheated out of a proper fight. But there is no fear, no existential terror at the approach of oblivion. Fear of death is not something that orcs really experience. Death is just another part of the cycle, and besides, they'll probably be back eventually anyway. The orc belief system, such as it is, centers on their twin gods, Gork and Mork. These entities exist in the warp, vast thought forms created by the collective psychic gestalt of the entire orc race. Gork is brutally cunning, Mork is cunningly brutal, and which is a matter of perpetual debate among orcs, occasionally leading to fights that are just as violent as their conflicts with other races. When an orc dies, their soul, such as it is, travels to what they call the Great Green, a realm in the warp where Gork and Mork preside over an eternal battleground. There, the souls of dead orcs fight forever, engage in the kind of spectacular, enjoyable violence that defines their existence. The orc afterlife is not a place of peace or rest. It is war without end, exactly what orcs want more than anything else. They fight, they die, they come back and fight again. There is no punishment, no torment designed to break their spirits. The worst thing that could happen to an orc soul in the Great Green is probably being forced to sit still and not fight. But even that theoretical torment rarely comes up. Gork and Mork are not subtle or creative gods like the Kain, chaos powers. They are direct reflections of orc nature, and what they want from their worshippers is simple, constant violence. The interesting aspect of orc death is what happens to their physical remains. As mentioned, orcs are fungal in nature. When they die, their body begins to decompose, but this decomposition releases spores into the environment. These spores are remarkably resilient, capable of surviving in almost any environment, from frozen ice worlds to burning deserts to toxic waste dumps. They settle into the soil, into crevices, into any space where they might take root, and then they begin to grow. The orc ecosystem is complex and self-sustaining. The spores first produce orcoid fungus, a sprawling growth that establishes the base of the ecosystem. From this fungus emerge the first simple life forms, the snotlings, tiny creatures with minimal intelligence that exist primarily to tend the fungus and prepare the environment. As the ecosystem matures, Gretchen emerge, somewhat more intelligent but still subordinate creatures that serve as labor and cannon fodder for the orcs. And finally, the orcs themselves begin to grow, emerging from the ground as fully formed warriors, their genetic memory containing instinctive knowledge of violence and warfare. This means that killing an orc doesn't actually reduce the overall orc population. In fact, it might increase it. Every battlefield where orcs die becomes a potential breeding ground for more orcs. Worlds that the Imperium has cleansed of greenskin infestation often find themselves facing new orc incursions within years or decades, the spores from the previous conflict having taken root and produced a whole new generation of warriors. The only way to truly eliminate orcs from a world is through extensive environmental treatment, burning the soil, bombarding the planet from orbit, introducing targeted bioweapons that kill the fungal base. And even then, a few surviving spores can restart the whole process. Different types of orcs face death in ways that reflect their particular subcultures. A speed freak, one of the orcs obsessed with going fast, might die when his vehicle explodes at maximum velocity, and his last thought would probably be something like, "This is zoggin' brilliant." A mech, one of the tech-obsessed orcs who build the ramshackle but surprisingly effective orc technology, might die when one of his inventions explodes, and his final thought might be wondering what he did wrong, or perhaps pride that his device made such an impressive explosion. A Nob, a particularly large and powerful orc, might die in single combat with a worthy enemy, and his last moment would be appreciation for the fight he was given. The orc concept of death is actually rather sophisticated in its own way. They don't see death as something to be avoided or feared. It is simply a thing that happens, usually to other orcs, but occasionally to themselves. The important thing is not whether you die, but how you die. An orc who dies in a massive battle, surrounded by enemies and having fought to the bitter end, is admired. An orc who dies stupidly, perhaps falling off a cliff or getting eaten by their own squig, is laughed at but quickly forgotten. There is no shame in death itself, only in dying boringly. This attitude extends to how orcs treat their dead. They don't have elaborate funeral rites or memorial services. If an orc dies, his fellows might loot his body for anything useful, teeth being the closest thing orcs have to currency, weapons and armor to be redistributed to whoever can claim them. The body itself is left where it falls, or if time permits, thrown on a fire or tossed aside. There's no reverence, no sense of loss. That orc is gone, but there will be more orcs soon enough, and the fight continues. The orc warboss, the largest and most powerful orc in a tribe, has a slightly different relationship with death. A warboss stays in power through sheer strength and force of personality. When a warboss starts to weaken, whether through age, injury, or just bad luck, another orc will eventually challenge him and kill him. This is not seen as murder or treachery, just as the natural order of things. The old warboss had his time, and now it's time for a new warboss to take over. Some warbosses die in battle against alien enemies, and this is considered a proper end. Others die at the hands of their own subordinates, when they can no longer command respect through violence. Either way, the tribe barely misses a beat, following the new boss with the same enthusiasm they showed the old one. The psychic gestalt field that all orcs contribute to, the WAG, actually makes them more resilient in groups. When orcs gather in large numbers, their collective belief in their own toughness makes them tougher. This means that an orc surrounded by other orcs is harder to kill than an orc alone. This unconscious psychic field extends even to death. Orcs believe they can survive almost anything, and so sometimes they do. They believe they can fight with injuries that should be fatal, and so they fight on. This makes killing orcs in detail extremely difficult, as even severe wounds might not stop them if they haven't realized they should be dead yet. What makes orc death particularly interesting from a metaphysical perspective is how uncomplicated it is. While humans agonize over what awaits them after death, while Eldar face the terror of Slanesh's hunger, while Chaos Marines bargain with dark gods for continued existence, orcs simply die and move on to the Great Green to continue fighting. There is no corruption of their souls, because orcs are too simple-minded for the Chaos gods to really get a grip on. Slanesh cannot tempt them with excess because orcs already indulge in exactly the amount of violence they want. Khorne might appreciate their love of combat, but orcs don't fight for glory or honor. They fight because it's fun. Nurgle's decay means nothing to a species that is already fungal. Tzeentch's schemes are utterly wasted on creatures who cannot plan more than a few days in advance. The orc soul itself is interesting. Unlike human souls, which are individual sparks of consciousness in the warp, orc souls seem to merge back into the collective Wah field that all orcs share. Individual identity might persist to some degree, enough that Gork and Mork can field them in the Great Green's eternal battles, but it is not the same kind of distinct consciousness that humans possess. Orcs are communal in life and in death, their existence defined by the mass more than the individual. This actually protects them from many of the dangers of the warp, as warp predators looking for souls to consume generally prefer the more distinct and flavorful consciousness of individuals. There are rare exceptions to the normal orc death experience. Weird boys, the orc psychers, who channel the wah energy into devastating attacks, sometimes die when they are overwhelmed by the psychic pressure building up in their heads. These deaths are spectacular, the weird boy's head literally exploding as they release one final burst of energy. Other orcs find this hilarious and impressive in equal measure. Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, perhaps the most infamous orc war boss of the current age, claims to have died and been brought back by Gork and Mork themselves, given a divine mission to unite all orcs in one massive wag that will conquer the galaxy. Whether this is true or simply the delusions of an orc who survived a head wound, it shows that even in death, orcs can become legends. The ultimate irony of orc death is that it serves to make them stronger as a species. Every dead orc becomes the seed for more orcs. Every battlefield becomes a breeding ground. The more you fight them, the more of them there are. The Imperium has been fighting orcs for 10,000 years, and there are more orcs now than ever before. From the orcs' perspective, this is perfect. More orcs means more fighting, which means more fun. Death is not defeat. It is simply the next stage of the endless cycle of violence that they exist for. This is what it means to die as an orc. No fear, no regret, no complex spiritual questions about the nature of consciousness and the afterlife. Just a brief interruption in the fighting, a moment when the body falls and the soul moves on to new battles in the Great Green. The body feeds new generations of orcs who will continue the fight. The soul joins the eternal brawl in Gork and Mork's domain. And somewhere, on some battlefield, another orc is emerging from the ground, ready to pick up a weapon and jump into the nearest scrap, carrying on the work of the one who fell. This is the way of the Greenskins, and it is exactly the way they want it. The Hive Mind, Tyrannid Death, and the Great Devourer. If there is a single faction in Warhammer 40,000 for whom the concept of death becomes almost meaningless, it is the Tyrannids. These extragalactic horrors, the Great Devourer sweeping in from the void beyond the galaxy, represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of consciousness, individuality, and mortality. When a Tyrannid organism dies, does anything truly die at all? Is there a consciousness to extinguish, a soul to transition to some afterlife? Or is the death of a single Tyrannid simply the severing of one synapse in a vast neural network that spans light years, noticed by the hive mind only as data to be processed and incorporated into future evolutionary designs? To comprehend Tyrannid death, we must first understand what Tyrannids are. They are not individuals in any meaningful sense. Every Tyrannid creature, from the smallest ripper to the largest biotitan, is a specialized cell in a vast organism that encompasses entire hive fleets. The hive mind is the collective consciousness that directs these trillions upon trillions of creatures, a psychic entity so vast and alien that it defies human comprehension. It is not a god, not a single superorganism, but something that exists in the spaces between these concepts. A gestalt intelligence formed from the combined neural activity of every Tyrannid in existence. When a Tyrannid creature dies on the battlefield, the experience is profoundly different depending on whether the creature possesses what could be called individual consciousness. The lowest Tyrannid bioforms, the Gaunts and Gants that make up the bulk of the swarm, are little more than organic automatons. Their brains are minimal, providing just enough processing power to execute basic combat routines. When the hive mind synapse creatures are nearby, these lesser forms receive direct psychic commands, their actions controlled by the vast intelligence directing the swarm. They move, they attack, they die, all without anything resembling independent thought. For these lesser creatures, death is nothing more than a cessation of function. One moment they are fulfilling their programmed purpose, advancing toward the enemy, firing bioweapons, engaging in melee combat. The next moment, They are struck down, their body damaged beyond the ability to continue. There is no pain response in the way we understand it, no fear, no understanding that death is approaching. They simply stop functioning, their biological systems shutting down as their body begins the process of being reclaimed by the swarm. If they fall within range of the hive fleet's digestive mechanisms, their biomass will be absorbed, broken down into component nutrients, and reconstituted into new tyrannid organisms. Even in death, they serve the swarm. The larger, more sophisticated tyrannid organisms experience something more complex when they die. Creatures like tyrannid warriors, which serve as synapse creatures connecting the hive mind to lesser bioforms, possess more developed brains capable of limited independent action. When such a creature dies, there is a moment of disconnect, a severing of the psychic link to the hive mind. The creature might experience something that could be called awareness, a fleeting instant where the connection breaks and the individual organism exists separately from the collective. But this moment is brief, a flicker of consciousness that fades as the creature's brain ceases function. The experiences, the tactical data, everything the creature learned in its existence flows back to the hive mind through the psychic network, absorbed and catalogued for future use. The death of a hive tyrant, the most powerful synapse creatures that serve as battlefield commanders for the swarm, is significant not because it ends a consciousness, but because it disrupts the command structure of the swarm. A hive tyrant is essentially an avatar of the hive mind, a physical manifestation of its will on the battlefield. When a hive tyrant dies, the hive mind experiences something akin to losing a sensory organ. Information stops flowing from that node in the network. Lesser creatures that relied on the tyrant's synapse control might revert to instinctive behavior, losing the coordination that makes tyrannid swarms so deadly. But the hive mind itself is unaffected beyond this temporary disruption. It simply grows a new tyrant, imprinting it with the same knowledge and experiences as its predecessor, and the war continues. This raises the question of whether tyrannids can be said to die at all. If the hive mind persists, if the genetic information is preserved, if new creatures can be spawned that are functionally identical to those that fell, has anything truly been lost? From a human perspective, we might say yes, the individual organism died. But from the hive mind's perspective, it has simply redistributed resources, sacrificed one body to achieve tactical objectives, with the full expectation that the biomass will be recovered and reused. Death and life are simply different states in a continuous cycle of consumption and regeneration. The tyrannid approach to death extends to how they consume other species. When tyrannids devour a world, they don't just kill the inhabitants. They consume everything, breaking down organic matter at the molecular level, extracting every usable nutrient from the biosphere. The death of a planet to the tyrannids is total, leaving behind a lifeless rock stripped of even its atmosphere. But from the hive mind's perspective, this is not destruction, but transformation. The biomass is not destroyed, but incorporated, added to the swarm, increasing the hive fleet's mass and capability. In this sense, everything the tyrannids kill becomes part of them, death serving as the ultimate form of assimilation. One of the most terrifying aspects of tyrannid death is the reanimation protocols encoded in their biology. Certain tyrannid organisms can heal from damage that would be fatal to other creatures, their bodies stitching themselves back together even as they fight. They can regenerate lost limbs, seal massive wounds, continue functioning with injuries that should have killed them. This ability is not consciousness or will, but simply efficient biological engineering, their bodies designed by the hive mind to maximize survivability and combat effectiveness. A tyrannid that should be dead can keep fighting, driven by biological imperatives that override the body's normal shutdown responses. The shadow in the warp, the psychic presence generated by the hive mind, has profound implications for understanding tyrannid death. This psychic blanket smothers the warp in areas where the tyrannids are present, making psychic communication impossible and driving psychers to madness. It suggests that the hive mind exists partially in the warp, its consciousness spanning both the material realm and the immaterium. When tyrannid creatures die, there is no soul to transition to the warp because they never had souls in the way other species do. They are soulless organisms, their consciousness entirely dependent on their physical forms and their connection to the hive mind. When that connection breaks and the body dies, there is simply nothing left to persist. This soullessness is actually an advantage for the tyrannids. They are immune to the predations of chaos, which feeds on souls and the emotions generated by conscious beings. Demons cannot possess tyrannids because there is no individual consciousness to possess. The chaos gods cannot corrupt the hive mind because its alien nature places it beyond their ability to influence. When the forces of chaos and the tyrannids clash, it is a conflict between absolute opposites, soulless biology against immaterial hunger, and neither side can truly harm the other in any lasting way. The few individuals who have managed to glimpse the hive mind report experiences that suggest death within the swarm might be something stranger than simple cessation. Visions describe an infinite consciousness, a presence so vast that individual deaths don't register as losses, but as data points, information about what worked and what didn't in a particular situation. The hive mind learns from every death, evolves in response to how its creatures were killed, spawns new organisms better suited to countering the tactics that defeated the previous generation. In this sense, every tyrannid death teaches the swarm how to be more lethal, how to adapt, how to overcome. When synapse creatures die, and lesser tyrannids lose their connection to the hive mind, these lesser creatures revert to instinctive behavior. They become feral, attacking the nearest threat or fleeing to safety, acting on biological programming rather than directed intelligence. This state is revealing because it shows what tyrannids are without the hive mind's guidance. Simple organisms driven by hunger and aggression, no more intelligent than any other predator. Their consciousness, such as it is, exists only when they are connected to the greater whole. Severed from that connection, they are essentially already dead, even if their bodies continue to function. There are specialized tyrannid organisms whose entire purpose is related to death. The Haruspex, for instance, is a creature designed to consume biomass from the battlefield as combat proceeds, its massive jaws processing dead and wounded creatures into nutrient slurry that can be used to spawn new tyrannids. These creatures make the battlefield itself into a factory of death and rebirth, the fallen immediately recycled into new combatants. Watching a Haruspex work is watching the tyrannid philosophy of death made manifest. Nothing is wasted, everything serves the swarm, and death is simply another resource to be exploited. The hive fleet's digestion pools, vast organic vats where consumed biomass is broken down, represent the final destination for most biomass harvested by the tyrannids. Here, the bodies of the dead, friend and foe alike, are dissolved into component chemicals. These pools don't distinguish between a fallen tyrannid and an enemy soldier. Both are simply resources, raw materials to be processed. Any individuality, any consciousness, any sense of self that might have existed is completely obliterated in this process. It is death in its most absolute form, not just the ending of life, but the complete dissolution of everything that constituted that life. Yet even this is not truly the end in the tyrannid cycle. The broken down biomass feeds the Norn queens, the massive tyrannid creatures that birth new organisms. These birthing chambers consume the processed nutrients and use them to create new tyrannid bioforms, each one designed for specific purposes based on the genetic templates in the hive fleet's vast biological database. In a strange way, the dead do live on in the swarm, their physical substance recycled into new bodies. their experiences recorded in the hive mind's vast memory, informing future evolutionary adaptations. It is a form of immortality so alien that it barely deserves the name. Consciousness extinguished, but matter persisting, death and rebirth happening simultaneously in the endless hunger of the great devourer. What makes tyrannid death particularly horrifying from the perspective of their prey is its inevitability and meaninglessness. When the tyrannids come to a world, they will not stop until everything is consumed. You can kill individual organisms, you can win individual battles, but the swarm simply keeps coming, learning from every defeat, adapting to every defense. Your victories are temporary, your heroism forgotten, your sacrifice ultimately futile. And when you finally fall, when the tyrannids overwhelm your position and claim your body, you become part of them, your death serving only to make them stronger. There is no honor in death to the tyrannids, no meaning, no memory. There is only consumption, transformation, and the endless hunger that drives the swarm forward. This is death in the tyrannid swarm. It is death without consciousness, without fear, without any of the elements that make death significant to thinking beings. It is biological process elevated to cosmic scale, life and death reduced to simple matters of resource management. The individual dies, but the swarm continues. The body falls, but the biomass is recovered. The consciousness, if it existed at all, dissolves, but the hive mind incorporates the data. Nothing is wasted, nothing is mourned, and nothing ever truly ends because the swarm transforms death into life in an endless cycle that spans the galaxy. The Cursed. The fate of the Aeldari. No race in the Warhammer. 40,000 Universe has a more tragic relationship with death than the Aeldari, the ancient species once known as the Eldar. These beings who once ruled the galaxy in an empire of unimaginable magnificence now face a doom so terrible that death has become something to be feared beyond all else. When an Aeldari dies, their soul faces a fate worse than mere oblivion. It is hunted, claimed, and consumed by Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, the youngest of the Chaos Gods, born from the depths of Aeldari excess and forever hungry for the souls of the people whose depravity birthed it into existence. To understand Aeldari death, we must understand the Fall, the cataclysmic event that shaped the entire species' relationship with mortality. In the ancient past, the Aeldari civilization had reached heights that younger races could barely comprehend. They were masters of psychic power, their technology indistinguishable from magic, their lives stretching across centuries. They had conquered the galaxy and found it insufficient for their ambitions. In their boredom and hubris, they turned to ever more extreme pursuits, seeking sensation and experience that would satisfy their refined and jaded palates. This descent into hedonism and excess created psychic ripples in the warp, the twisted emotions and dark desires of an entire civilization coalescing into something new and terrible. When Slaanesh was born, the psychic shockwave of its emergence tore through the Aeldari Empire like a blade through silk. Trillions died instantly, their souls ripped from their bodies and consumed by the newborn god. The heart of the Aeldari Empire became the Eye of Terror, a tear in reality where the warp bleeds into real space. The survivors scattered, their empire shattered, their species condemned to live forever in the shadow of the monster they had created. And Slaanesh, gorged on Aeldari souls, developed a taste for them. Now, whenever an Aeldari dies, their soul is drawn to the Dark Prince like iron to a magnet, pulled into the warp to be tortured and consumed for eternity. The Craft World. Aeldari, those who fled the Fall aboard massive world ships, developed a solution to this terrifying fate. Every Aeldari of the Craft Worlds wears a spirit stone, a psychically reactive crystal attuned to their consciousness. When the Aeldari dies, this stone captures their soul, preventing it from entering the warp and, falling into Slanesh's clutches. The dying Eldari's final moments are spent in full knowledge of what is at stake. They feel their life ebbing away, their psychic presence growing dim, and they pray to whatever might still listen that their spirit stone will function correctly, that it will trap their soul before Slaanesh can claim it. The experience of dying as a Craftworld Eldari is intense beyond human comprehension. Eldari experience all emotions with an intensity that would overwhelm a human mind. Joy is ecstasy, sorrow is agony, love is all-consuming, and fear is absolute terror. As death approaches, this emotional intensity focuses down to a single point. The Eldari feels their consciousness beginning to separate from their physical form, a sensation of being pulled in two directions at once. The Spirit Stone pulls gently, a quiet psychic call designed to gather the soul. But there is another pull, far stronger, far more terrible, the hunger of Slaanesh reaching across the boundary between realms, eager to claim another Eldari soul. If the Spirit Stone functions properly, the Eldari's soul is drawn into the crystal, their consciousness preserved within its psychic matrix. There is a moment of transition, a sensation of moving from one form of existence to another, and then the soul finds itself within the stone, aware but disconnected from the physical world. This is not death in the traditional sense, but neither is it life. The soul exists in a kind of limbo, waiting to be brought to the Craftworld's infinity circuit, the vast psychic network where all the preserved souls of the dead reside. Here, they will join with their ancestors, become part of the collective consciousness that sustains the Craftworld itself. It is a kind of immortality, but one that requires giving up individual existence, merging with the whole, becoming one voice in a choir of billions. But if the Spirit Stone fails, if it is destroyed or damaged, or simply not present at the moment of death, then the Eldari soul experiences a fate of unimaginable horror. She who thirsts, as the Eldari call Slaanesh, claims the soul with eager hunger. The transition is instantaneous and agonizing. The soul, ripped through the barrier between reality and the warp, pulled into the Dark Prince's domain. What happens next is beyond the ability of mortal minds to fully comprehend. Slaanesh does not simply consume the soul. The god tortures it, plays with it, finds every possible sensation that can be extracted from a consciousness and extracts it. The suffering is eternal, consciousness preserved specifically to experience endless torment, a fate that makes mere death seem like the greatest mercy imaginable. The Drukhari, or Dark Eldar, who fled into the webway rather than aboard Craftworlds, face a different but equally terrible relationship with death. They do not use spirit stones, cannot use them, for reasons tied to their lifestyle and the nature of their existence. Instead, they avoid death through a form of psychic vampirism. The Drukhari feed on the suffering of others, consuming pain and agony to sustain themselves. Slaanesh constantly drains their souls, slowly sipping at their essence, and only by inflicting suffering on others can they replenish what is being taken. And Drukhari who cannot feed, who cannot torture and torment, begins to wither, their soul being consumed bit by bit until nothing remains. When an Drukhari dies, whether in battle or from simple soul starvation, their fate is the same as any Eldari who dies without protection. Slaanesh claims them instantly, and the torture that awaits them is possibly even worse than that of their Craftworld cousins. The Drukhari have spent their lives inflicting suffering on others, and Slaanesh ensures they experience every agony they have ever caused, magnified and endless. It is said that the screams of Drukhari souls being consumed by Slaanesh can be heard echoing through the deepest levels of Komorach, the dark city in the webway where the Drukhari make their home. Whether this is literal truth or metaphorical warning, it speaks to the terror that death holds for these twisted beings. The Eldari relationship with death shapes every aspect of their culture. They walk the path, a system of highly disciplined lifestyles designed to prevent the kind of emotional excess that led to the fall. An Eldari might spend decades or centuries as a warrior, completely devoted to the art of war, before setting that path aside and becoming a craftsperson or scholar or something else entirely. This discipline is not just philosophy, but survival, a way to control the intense emotions that could draw Slaanesh's attention even in life. They know that to give in to excess is to strengthen the god that hunts them, to risk becoming consumed by emotion and falling to the Dark Prince even before death claims them. The Exarchs, Eldari warriors who have walked the path of the warrior so long that they cannot leave it, represent a kind of living death. They have surrendered their individuality, their consciousness merging with the psychic essence of all previous Exarchs who wore their armor. When they die, they do not transition to the infinity circuit. Instead, their soul merges completely with the war mask they wore, becoming part of the artifact, waiting for the next warrior to don the armor and lose themselves in turn. It is a form of immortality, but one that erases the self, consciousness preserved, but individual identity lost forever. The arrival of Iniad, the nascent Eldari god of the dead, has changed the equation for some Eldari. The Inari, followers of this new god, believe they have found a way to escape Slaanesh's hunger. When a Inari dies, their soul is claimed by Iniad instead, absorbed into the growing power of this god of death, who might one day be strong enough to challenge Slaanesh directly. For these Eldari, death becomes an offering to their god, Asium, sacrifice that strengthens Iniad and brings the species one step closer to potential salvation. Ivrain, the prophet of Iniad, has demonstrated the ability to resurrect fallen Eldari, pulling their souls back from the god of death and returning them to life. This suggests possibilities that have not existed for the Eldari in 10,000 years. But for the vast majority of Eldari, death remains the ultimate terror. They live their lives in the shadow of Slaanesh's hunger, knowing that a single moment of carelessness, a single failed spirit stone, a single instant where their soul is exposed, could result in a fate worse than anything else the galaxy has to offer. They fight harder than other species, not out of courage, but out of desperate fear, knowing that defeat does not simply mean death, but eternal suffering. They recover the spirit stones of fallen comrades with fanatical devotion, launching raids deep into enemy territory to retrieve the stones of warriors who fell in battle, because to leave a soul in enemy hands is to potentially condemn it to Slaanesh if the stone is destroyed. The Eldari Farseers, powerful psychers who can see potential futures, know their own deaths years or decades in advance. They see the moment of their ending, the circumstances that will claim them, and they carry this knowledge with them always. Some try to avoid these fates, but prophecy in the warp is a treacherous thing, and attempts to escape a foreseen death often lead directly to it. Others accept their fate and prepare, ensuring their spirit stone is properly attuned, making arrangements for their soul's transition to the infinity circuit, trying to make their death meaningful in service to their craft world. But even with all this preparation, the fear remains. What if the prophecy was wrong? What if Slaanesh claims them despite everything? These questions haunt them through their long lives and follow them into their final moments. The process of joining the infinity circuit after death is described by those who have experienced it through psychic communion as both beautiful and terrifying. The individual soul dissolves into the collective, consciousness expanding to encompass countless other minds, while simultaneously losing the boundaries that define the self. Some Eldari souls resist this dissolution, trying to maintain their individual identity within the circuit, but eventually all merge with the whole. The infinity circuit is not a paradise, but a kind of preservation. Souls kept safe from Slaanesh, but at the cost of everything that made them individuals. They exist in a state of peaceful unity, their thoughts and memories accessible to the living Eldari, who commune with the circuit, their consciousness woven into the very structure of the craft world itself. This is the ultimate tragedy of the Eldari. A species that once ruled the galaxy now lives in terror of the simplest of all endings. They have turned death into a complex spiritual technology, built an entire civilization around avoiding eternal damnation, developed philosophies and practices that seek to control emotion and experience. And yet, despite everything, despite their desperate ingenuity and ancient wisdom, they know that one day Slaanesh will claim them all. Every Eldari who dies is one less soul to oppose the Dark Prince, one more feast for an entity that grows stronger with every meal. The species is slowly dying, and there may be no salvation, no escape, only the prolonging of the inevitable until the last Eldari soul is finally consumed and she who thirsts claims her final victory. The already dead, Necrons, and the curse of immortality. There is a profound irony in discussing the death of Necrons, for these beings have already died once, 60 million years ago, when they underwent the biotransference that stripped away their organic forms and imprisoned their consciousness in bodies of living metal. To speak of a Necron dying is to speak of something that cannot truly die. Beings who have transcended mortality in the most terrible way imaginable. They are the walking dead, immortal but soulless, eternal but hollow, cursed to exist forever in bodies that can be destroyed but never killed, in a state that mocks everything that death once meant. The Necrons were not always machines. Once, they were the Necron Tyre, an organic race born on a world bathed in harmful radiation that gave them short, pain-filled lives. They built a vast empire, despite their mortality, driven by the knowledge that their time was brief. But when they encountered the immortal Old Ones and were denied the secret of eternal life, their envy turned to hatred. They waged war against the Old Ones, a war they were losing until they encountered the Satan, the star gods, who offered them the immortality they had always craved. The Silent King, Zarek, in his desperation to save his people, agreed to the bargain without understanding its true cost. The biotransference furnaces processed every living Necrontyr, stripping away flesh and blood and bone, transferring their consciousness into bodies of necrodermis, the living metal that would become their new form. The process was supposed to preserve them, to grant them the immortality they sought. But something was lost in the translation, something fundamental. Their souls, the spark of consciousness that made them truly alive, were consumed by the Satan. What remained were engrams, neural patterns, memory and personality encoded in metal, but lacking the essential quality that defined life. They became the Necrons, immortal but dead, existing but not living. When a Necron warrior falls in battle, what occurs cannot truly be called death. The body is damaged, sometimes catastrophically, the necrodermis torn apart by weapons that can actually harm these nearly indestructible forms. In that moment, the Necron's systems register the damage, calculate whether repairs are possible, if the damage is too severe, or if the battle situation makes immediate repair impossible, the reanimation protocols activate. These are sophisticated self-repair systems built into every Necron body, designed to reconstruct even the most severe damage. The fallen Necron lies on the battlefield, its body beginning to knit itself back together, nanoscarabs swarming over the damaged areas, pulling atoms back into their proper configuration, rebuilding what was destroyed. The consciousness within the Necron body experiences this differently, depending on the sophistication of that particular form. A lowly Necron warrior, mass-produced shock troops, whose minds are little more than basic combat programming, experiences nothing at all. Their consciousness is so diminished that they are barely aware even when functional. When they fall, and begin to repair, there is no moment of trauma, no sense of resurrection. They simply switch from operational to non-operational and back to operational. A state change no more meaningful than a machine being turned off and on. These warriors were once Necron-Tyre citizens, ordinary people transformed into mindless automatons, their personalities completely overwritten by military programming. If anything remains of who they once were, it is buried so deep in their circuitry that it might as well not exist. The higher-ranking Necrons, the overlords and lords who retained more of their original consciousness through the biotransference, have a very different experience when their bodies are destroyed. For them, there is a moment of awareness, a recognition that they have fallen. Their bodies may be metal, but their engrams contain sufficient complexity to experience something approaching consciousness. They feel the disconnection as their body ceases to function, a sensation that might be compared to the moment between falling asleep and waking. Then the reanimation protocols engage, and they are pulled back, consciousness restored as their body rebuilds itself. Each time this happens, there is degradation. Memories blur, personality facets are lost. The engram degrades slightly from the trauma of resurrection. Over thousands or millions of resurrections, even the most powerful Necron overlord will slowly erode, their consciousness wearing away like sand in a stream. For some Necrons, however, standard reanimation protocols are insufficient. When a Necron body is destroyed beyond immediate repair, or when the battle is lost and retrieval is impossible, they phase out. The necrodermis body dissolves, the Necron's consciousness and the atomic pattern of their form transmitted instantaneously to the nearest tomb world or tomb ship. There, in vast reconstruction bays, their body is rebuilt from scratch, their engrams downloaded into a new shell identical to the one they lost. This process is more traumatic than simple reanimation. The consciousness experiences a discontinuity, a moment of absolute nothing as they exist only as data in transmission, followed by the jarring sensation of awakening in a new body in a completely different location. Each phase-out extracts a price. The reconstruction is never quite perfect. Small errors accumulate, tiny corruptions in the data that translates consciousness and form. Over time, over countless deaths and reconstructions, a Necron's personality begins to degrade more seriously. They might forget entire campaigns, lose memories of their organic life, find their behavioral patterns growing strange and erratic. Some Necrons who have phased out thousands of times become little more than automatons themselves, their once brilliant minds reduced to repetitive loops and basic responses. They are technically alive, insofar as their consciousness still functions, but everything that made them who they were has been worn away by the endless cycle of death and rebirth. The truly ancient Necrons, those who have survived since the biotransference 60 million years ago, carry the weight of their accumulated resurrections like scars on their consciousness. The Pharaon Imhotep, the Stormlord, one of the most powerful Necron rulers, maintains his clarity of mind through sheer force of will and sophisticated maintenance by his cryptex. But even he knows that every death brings him closer to the final degradation. Trazyn the Infinite, the self-styled collector and archivist, has become obsessed with preserving things from loss because he understands intimately what it means to lose oneself slowly over eons. Each resurrection is a reminder that his time is finite, that eventually, even his engrams will degrade beyond recovery. What makes the Necron relationship with death particularly tragic is that they sought immortality and achieved something that is neither life nor death, but a cruel mockery of both. They cannot die, but neither can they live. They have no souls. The essence that animated them consumed by the Satan during biotransference, which means they exist in a state of spiritual oblivion. When humans die, their souls enter the warp, facing whatever fate awaits them there. When Eldar die, their souls are hunted by Slanesh. But when a Necron is finally, truly destroyed, when their engrams are corrupted beyond recovery, or their tomb world is obliterated, there is simply nothing. They cease to exist in every meaningful sense, consciousness extinguished without any possibility of continuity. They lived for millions of years, but when they end, it is as if they never existed at all. The destroyer cults represent a twisted response to the Necron curse. These Necrons have descended into nihilistic madness, obsessed with exterminating all organic life. Their minds, degraded by countless resurrections and the fundamental wrongness of their existence, have latched onto destruction as the only thing that has meaning. When a destroyer falls, they are reborn, just like any other Necron, but their madness persists and deepens. Each resurrection strengthens their conviction that all life must be eliminated, that the galaxy must be scoured clean of the organic mockery that dares to exist while they are trapped in unliving metal. They are dead in every way that matters, consciousness preserved only by technology, driven by an impulse to share their state of non-existence with everything that still has the audacity to be alive. There are certain conditions under which Necrons can experience true death, a final ending without resurrection. Worlds with bizarre quantum properties or intense gravitational anomalies can prevent phase-out protocols from functioning, trapping Necrons who fall there in their destroyed bodies. The Awakened Council, a gathering of the most powerful Necron overlords, has the ability to block a Necron's reanimation protocols as punishment, effectively rendering them mortal. For Necrons who have committed crimes against their dynasty, this forced mortality is a death sentence. They know that the next time they fall will be the last, that there will be no reconstruction, no return. Some see this as the ultimate punishment, while others view it as a mercy, a chance to finally escape the curse of endless existence. The few Necrons who remember their time as flesh and blood speak of the biotransference with undisguised horror. They remember having souls, remember feeling true emotion instead of the pale shadows their engrams can produce, remember tasting food and feeling the warmth of their dying sun, and experiencing the countless small joys that come with organic existence. The Silent King himself, Zarek, regrets the bargain he made more deeply than any Necron, for he led his entire species to this fate. His quest to find a way to reverse biotransference, to restore the Necrons to organic life, drives many of his actions. But 60 million years of searching have yielded no solution, and he begins to suspect that what was lost can never be recovered. When a Necron cryptech works to repair a fallen noble's engrams, they sometimes discover fragmentary memories from before the biotransference. These are rare, most such memories long since lost to time and degradation. But occasionally, they find preserved moments. A Necron tire looking up at the stars and dreaming of eternity. A family gathering on some ancient festival day. The pain of radiation sickness that defined Necron tire existence. These memories are treasured, stored in the most secure data vaults, studied by those who seek understanding of what was sacrificed for immortality. They are proof that the Necrons were once truly alive, and that what they have now is a poor substitute for the existence they gave up. The Necron relationship with other species is partially shaped by their inability to truly die. They do not fear death the way mortals do because death has already claimed them. When they fight, they do so knowing that defeat is temporary, that their bodies can be rebuilt, that they have all of eternity to achieve their objectives. This makes them patient in ways that mortal species cannot match. A Necron overlord will gladly sacrifice thousands of warriors in a battle, knowing they can all be reconstructed, their losses merely temporary inconvenience rather than permanent tragedy. Yet this lack of stakes also makes Necron existence hollow. Without the possibility of death, without the urgency that mortality brings, many Necrons find existence becoming meaningless. They go through the motions of war and politics. They pursue their dynasty's objectives, but there is an emptiness at the core of their being. They are eternal, but that eternity stretches before them as an endless succession of moments, none of which carry the weight that they once did, when life was finite and precious. This existential hollowness drives many Necrons to obsession. Trazeen with his collecting, Orican with his prophecies, Xerus with his experiments in biotransference. They pursue these obsessions not because they bring joy, but because they provide structure, purpose, something to fill the infinite empty years. This is what it means to be Necron, to exist in a state that transcends death but offers nothing resembling life. Every fall and resurrection brings them closer to the final degradation where consciousness itself fails. Every century of existence wears away more of what they once were. They are immortal, but that immortality is a curse more terrible than any death could be. They will exist until the heat death of the universe, or until some enemy develops the technology to truly, permanently kill them. And in that moment, if it ever comes, when the last Necron consciousness finally dissolves, and the race that sacrificed everything for immortality finally achieves the oblivion they have been denied for 60 million years, perhaps they will finally find peace in the nothingness they have feared and longed for in equal measure. The greater good, Tau, and the quick fade. Among the youngest of the galaxy's spacefaring races, the Tau approach death with a philosophy fundamentally different from most other species in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, where humanity sees death as a transition to the Emperor's side, where Eldar face eternal torment, where Orcs laugh in the face of mortality. The Tau view death through the lens of their core philosophy, the greater good. To die as a Tau is to accept that you have given what you could in service to something larger than yourself, that your sacrifice advances the collective destiny of your species, that your personal ending matters far less than the continued progress of Tau civilization. The Tau are an anomaly in many ways. Their souls are dim, barely registering in the warp, lacking the psychic presence that defines most other sentient species. When a Tau dies, there is no soul to transition to an afterlife, no consciousness that persists in some immaterial realm. The Tau simply end. Their awareness flickers and goes dark, their consciousness dissolving like morning, dew under the sun. There is no torment, no transcendence, no eternal reward or punishment. There is only the ending, swift and absolute, their psychic presence so weak that it leaves barely a ripple in the warp before dissipating entirely. This might sound like a mercy compared to the fates that await other races, and in many ways it is. The Tau are free from the dangers that haunt humanity's psyches, from the soul hunger that terrifies the Eldar, from the corruption that claims those who serve chaos. But this blessing comes with its own weight. The Tau know, with absolute certainty, that death is the end. There is no afterlife waiting for them, no continuation of consciousness beyond the physical. When they die, everything they are, everything they have experienced, all their thoughts and dreams and aspirations simply cease to exist. For a species that values advancement and progress, this finality shapes everything about how they approach mortality. The experience of dying as a Tau warrior, a fire-caste soldier trained from birth for combat, is shaped by their conditioning and philosophy. They enter battle knowing that death is a real possibility, but also believing that their individual survival matters less than the mission's success, the unit's cohesion, the advancement of the greater good. When a fire warrior is struck down, when their advanced battlesuits fail to protect them or a lucky shot finds a vulnerable point, they feel pain, yes, but also a kind of acceptance. They have done their duty, they have fought for the greater good. Their death, while regrettable, serves a purpose in the grand scheme of Tau expansion and civilization. This does not mean Tau face death without fear or hesitation. They are not emotionless automatons. They feel the terror of imminent death, the pain of wounds, the desperate desire to survive. But their philosophical framework gives them a way to contextualize these feelings, to move beyond personal fear and focus on larger objectives. Tau commanders are trained to make decisions that might cost lives, including their own, if those decisions advance tactical goals. Fire warriors learn to accept casualties as part of warfare, to honor their fallen comrades, but not let grief paralyze them in the moment. This pragmatic approach to death is both their strength and their limitation. In the final moments, as a Tau's life ebbs away, their thoughts often turn to their cadre, the military unit that has become their family. Tau society is highly communal, with individuals defined largely by their role in the collective. A fire warrior's identity is built around their service, their comrades, their contribution to the greater good. As death approaches, they might think of their chassui, their squad leader, hoping their death will not endanger the mission. They might recall the words of the ethereals, the Tau's guiding caste, whose teachings have shaped their worldview since childhood. They might feel satisfaction if they manage to eliminate an enemy or protect an objective, knowing their final actions had meaning in the context of the greater good. The Tau do not have elaborate death rituals compared to other species. Their approach is practical, focused on efficiency and collective benefit rather than individual commemoration. When a fire warrior falls in combat, their body is recovered if possible, more for the sake of the technology in their battlesuit than out of reverence for the individual. The battlesuit will be repaired and reissued. Personal effects might be sent to the warrior's sept, their homeworld, where family members can mourn privately. But there are no grand funerals, no monuments to individual heroes. The Tau honor the concept of sacrifice for the greater good, but they do not dwell on specific deaths in ways that might distract from ongoing objectives. This approach troubles some alien observers who interact with the Tau. Humans, even in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, maintain at least the concept that individual lives have value, that deaths should be mourned, that soldiers who fall deserve recognition. The Tau seem, to outside eyes, almost callous in how quickly they move past casualties. But from the Tau perspective, this is simply practical. Dwelling on death does not serve the greater good. The living must focus on advancing Tau civilization, not on lamenting those who have already given what they could give. The ethereals, the mysterious ruling caste of Tau society, shape how the Tau understand death through their teachings. They preach that every Tau has a role to play in the advancement of their species, and that death in service to that role is the natural conclusion of a life well lived. They emphasize collective achievement over individual glory, teaching that a Tau should seek not to be remembered as a hero, but to contribute to victories that will be remembered. This philosophy helps maintain cohesion in Tau society, prevents the kind of glory-seeking that might lead to tactical errors, and ensures that Tau warriors fight for objectives rather than personal gain. But the ethereal's influence over the Tau is not just philosophical. There is evidence, though the Tau themselves either don't know or won't acknowledge it, that the ethereals possess some form of chemical or pheromonal control over the other castes. Tau in the presence of an ethereal show unusual levels of calm and obedience, their fear and doubt suppressed by something beyond mere leadership charisma. When an ethereal commands a Tau to face death, that Tau will often comply with an enthusiasm that seems unnatural. This raises disturbing questions about how much of the Tau's acceptance of death for the greater good is genuine philosophy and how much is biological manipulation. When an ethereal dies, the response from surrounding Tau is dramatic and visceral. Fire warriors who lose their ethereal in battle often fight with reckless abandon, throwing themselves at the enemy in suicidal attacks. Water caste diplomats who learn of their ethereal's death might fall into deep depression or irrational fury. This extreme reaction suggests that the bond between ethereals and other Tau goes beyond normal hierarchy, that there is something fundamental about an ethereal's presence that shapes the psychological state of other castes. The death of an ethereal is not just the loss of a leader, but the severing of a connection that the Tau might not fully understand themselves. The Tau's weak presence in the warp is both blessing and curse. It protects them from the predations of chaos, which struggles to corrupt beings with such dim psychic signatures. When chaos sorcerers attempt to manipulate Tau or possess them, they find little to work with, souls so small and insignificant that they barely register as targets. This has allowed the Tau to expand across space, relatively unburdened by the spiritual dangers that plague other species. They can traverse the warp using their own technology, suffering fewer mishaps than Imperial ships. They face demons with minimal risk of corruption, their weak souls providing no handhold for warp entities seeking entrance to reality. But this same weakness means the Tau are spiritually alone in a galaxy where consciousness often transcends death. They will never join with a god. They will never experience the continuation that comes from psychic existence in the warp. They will never achieve anything like the immortality that other species, through various means, sometimes claim. When a Tau dies, they are simply gone. Their contribution to the greater good, perhaps remembered in history, but their individual consciousness irrevocably lost. Auxiliary species that fight for the Tau Empire often struggle with this aspect of Tau philosophy. Human defectors who join the Tau, called Guevesa, sometimes find the lack of spiritual component in Tau belief systems disturbing. They have been raised in the imperial cult, taught that death is a transition to the emperor's side. The Tau tell them death is simply an ending, that meaning comes from what you accomplish in life, not what awaits after. Some humans adapt to this, finding liberation in the simplicity of it. Others never quite adjust, carrying with them a sense of spiritual emptiness that the greater good cannot fill. The Kroot, another auxiliary species in the Tau Empire, have their own relationship with death that differs substantially from the Tau. Kroot consume their dead, including fallen enemies, believing they can absorb genetic traits and memories through this consumption. They see death as a transformation, the deceased continuing to exist within those who consume them. This perspective clashes with Tau philosophy, creating occasional friction within the Empire. The Tau tolerate Kroot practices because the Kroot are valuable auxiliaries, but they do not understand or share these beliefs. As the Tau Empire expands and encounters more of the galaxy's horrors, their simple view of death is being tested. They have faced the Tyranids, seeing how the Great Devourer consumes all organic matter, reducing life to biological resources. They have fought chaos, witnessing transformations and possessions that challenge their materialist philosophy. They have clashed with the Necrons, facing enemies who cannot permanently die. Each of these encounters raises questions about the nature of death and consciousness that Tau philosophy struggles to address. Some Tau, particularly those of the water caste who interact extensively with alien species, begin to wonder if their weak psychic presence might be a disadvantage rather than an advantage. They see how faith can empower the forces of the Imperium, how psychic might allow Eldar to accomplish impossible feats, how even Orcs' collective belief shapes reality. The Tau's rationalism and weak souls leave them unable to access these powers, limiting them to purely technological advancement. In a galaxy where belief and consciousness can literally reshape reality, being trapped in pure materialism might be a fatal weakness. Yet for now, the Tau continue to face death as they face everything else, with pragmatic acceptance and faith in the greater good. When a fire warrior falls, another takes their place. When a commander dies, their tactics and strategies are studied and incorporated into future planning. When an Earth-caste scientist perishes, their research continues, built upon by colleagues and successors. This is the Tau way, to view individuals as components in a larger machine, each contributing what they can and then stepping aside for the next generation. It is efficient, rational, and utterly alien to species that see death as something more than simple biological cessation. This is what it means to die as Tau. It is to fade quickly from consciousness, your dim soul leaving barely a mark on the warp before dissolving completely. It is to be remembered, perhaps, in the histories of your sept, your name added to lists of those who served. It is to have your death rationalized as necessary, acceptable, serving the greater good even in its finality. There is no transcendence, no torment, no continuation. There is only service, sacrifice, and the silent darkness that claims all consciousness eventually. For the Tau, this is enough. They do not ask for immortality, only for progress. And in their end, they hope they have contributed to that forward momentum, even if they will never see where it ultimately leads. Closing thoughts, remembering to like and subscribe. As we reach the end of this journey through the countless ways beings face death in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, we are left with a sobering picture of a galaxy where mortality means different things to different species, where death can be anything from simple oblivion to eternal torment, from temporary inconvenience to final transcendence. From the Space Marines who die believing their souls will serve the Emperor eternally, to the Imperial Guard who die in their billions with no certainty of anything beyond the ending, to the Chaos Marines who trade temporary death for possible immortality at terrible cost, to the Orcs who face death with laughter, knowing they'll just come back for more fighting, to the Tyranids for whom individual death is meaningless in the face of the hive mind's immortality, to the Eldar who live in terror of what awaits them after death, to the Necrons who have already died once and cannot truly die again, to the Tau who fade quickly into nothingness. Each faction faces the end in ways that reflect their nature, their beliefs, their curse, or their blessing. What becomes clear in examining these varied fates is that death in Warhammer 40k is never simple. It is laden with spiritual significance, technological manipulation, biological imperatives, and existential horror. The galaxy is a place where the dead rarely rest easy, where souls become currency for dark gods, where consciousness can be preserved in forms both blessed and cursed, where the line between living and dead has been blurred beyond all recognition. It is a universe where death is the only certainty, but where that certainty manifests in countless different ways, each more terrible or transcendent than simple cessation could ever be. If you've made it this far, thank you for joining me on this comprehensive exploration of mortality in the 41st millennium. This is the kind of in-depth lore analysis that we create regularly on this channel, diving deep into the grimdark universe to explore the aspects that make Warhammer 40,000 such a rich and complex setting. If you enjoyed this deep dive into how every faction experiences death, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps us continue creating detailed, thorough examinations of Warhammer lore and ensures we can keep bringing you the comprehensive content you deserve. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And where there is war, there is death in all its countless forms. We have explored what that death means, what it feels like, how different species cope with its inevitability or transcendence. But our exploration is not quite complete. There are other factions, other ways of experiencing death in this universe that deserve their moment of examination. Minor factions and unique deaths. Genestealer cults, the faithful's betrayal. Among the more tragic fates in the Warhammer 40,000 universe is that of the Genestealer cultists, humans who have been infected with Xenos genetic material and psychically enslaved to serve the Tyranid hive fleets. These cultists believe themselves to be chosen, blessed by beings they call the Four-Armed Emperor, destined for ascension when their gods arrive. They fight and die with fanatical devotion, certain that their sacrifice will be rewarded. The terrible irony is that when the Tyranids finally arrive, when the hive fleet descends upon the world, the cultists help deliver. The cultists are consumed along with everyone else. When a Genestealer cultist dies in the uprising, In the final days before the Tyranids arrive, they die with joy in their hearts. They believe they are martyrs to a glorious cause, that their death brings the day of ascension closer. They feel the psychic connection to the brood mind, the collective consciousness of their cult, and through it, they touch what they believe is divinity. The Patriarch, the original Genestealer that founded the cult, looms large in their psychic landscape, a presence of power and purpose. They die believing they will be rewarded, that they will be transformed into something glorious when the gods arrive. But if they survive to see the Tyranids actually arrive, the truth destroys them more thoroughly than any weapon. The cultists rush to greet their gods, arms open in welcome, only to be torn apart and consumed like any other biomass. The Tyranids do not recognize them as allies or servants. They are simply food, their genetic deviation making them slightly more interesting from a harvesting perspective, but nothing more. Those cultists who realize the truth in their final moments experience a betrayal so profound that it shatters their entire worldview. Everything they believed, everything they worked for, every sacrifice they made was based on a lie their own infected minds told them. And then they are consumed, their biomass feeding the very entities that deceive them, adding their genetic material to the swarm that will move on to devour the next world. The psychic death of a Genestealer cultist is particularly poignant. Their weak human souls, already twisted by Xenos genetic corruption, dissolve rapidly in the warp. There is no afterlife waiting for them, no reward for their faith. Slaanesh might claim some of the more psychically potent cultists, but most simply cease to exist, their consciousness extinguished with not even the comfort of knowing their sacrifice mattered. They died for nothing, served nothing, and achieved nothing except delivering their world to certain doom. The agents of the Inquisition. Death in service to secrets. The Inquisition operates in the shadows of the Imperium, its agents facing threats that would break the minds of lesser servants. When an Inquisitor or their retinue dies, it is often in circumstances that must be buried, forgotten, or purged from all records. They die fighting demons that should not exist, purging knowledge that should not be known, confronting truths that would shake the foundations of imperial faith. An Inquisitor might be killed by the very demon they were attempting to bind, torn apart by warp entities summoned in the pursuit of understanding. They might be executed by fellow Inquisitors for the crime of knowing too much, for pursuing lines of investigation that led to conclusions the Inquisition cannot allow to exist. Many Inquisitors die of old age, having survived decades of the most dangerous work in the Imperium. But even these deaths are rarely peaceful. They carry with them knowledge that could damn worlds, secrets that must die with them. Some arrange for their own memories to be wiped before death, ensuring that whatever they learned cannot be extracted by psychers or demons from their departing soul. Others encode their knowledge in ways that only their chosen successors can access, ensuring continuity of purpose while protecting the information from falling into the wrong hands. An Inquisitor's death is often the beginning of a new mystery, their final actions setting in motion investigations or purges that will not be resolved for generations. The souls of Inquisitors face unique perils in the warp. They have been exposed to more chaos corruption than almost any other Imperial servants, have witnessed things that leave psychic scars, have sometimes made pacts or bargains with entities that now come to collect. Some Inquisitors have bound demons to their service, and when the Inquisitor dies, these demons are freed, often settle. Radical Inquisitors, those who use the tools of chaos against itself, often find that when death claims them, the very entities they thought they controlled are waiting to exact a terrible price for the presumption of believing they could master the powers of the warp. Adeptus Mechanicus, the ghost in the machine. The tech priests of Mars have a unique relationship with death. having replaced so much of their organic bodies with mechanical augmentations that the line between life and death becomes increasingly blurred. Imagos might have only a small percentage of original biological matter remaining, their consciousness distributed across multiple cogitators and data looms, their thoughts processed as much by machine logic as by organic neural tissue. When such a being dies, what exactly is dying? For junior tech priests, those who have undergone only basic augmentation, death is relatively straightforward. Their organic components fail, and despite the life-extending properties of their mechanical parts, consciousness fades as the biological brain ceases function. But they have often backed up aspects of their consciousness into their implants, creating copies of their knowledge and personality that can be retrieved after death. These copies are not truly them, not in the sense of continuous consciousness, but they allow a kind of intellectual immortality, their discoveries and thoughts preserved long after the original dies. Senior magi, however, exist in states that challenge conventional definitions of life. Some have transferred their consciousness entirely into machines, their original brains long since replaced by quantum processors and artificial neural networks. When the machine that houses them is destroyed, they can sometimes be restored from backup engrams, awakening in new bodies with most of their memories intact. But each restoration degrades the pattern slightly, introducing errors, losing nuance and detail. Eventually, after multiple deaths and restorations, the Magos become something that is neither living nor dead, a consciousness that has been copied and restored so many times that it has become a caricature of its original self. The most revered tech priests achieve a form of immortality by being integrated into the machine spirits of Mars's most sacred devices. Their consciousness merges with ancient cogitators, becoming part of the Omnissiah's divine machinery. They exist in a state beyond death, their awareness distributed across vast computational networks, experiencing time and existence in ways organic minds cannot comprehend. Whether this constitutes true consciousness or simply sophisticated data processing is a question that the Mechanicus does not ask, for to doubt the sacred nature of the machine is heresy of the highest order. Imperial Knights and Titan pilots, bonded until death. The noble pilots of Imperial Knights exist in a unique symbiosis with their massive war machines. The throne mechanicum, through which they control their knights, forms a psychic bond between pilot and machine, a connection that grows stronger with each battle fought. This bond is inheritance, passed down through noble bloodlines, each new pilot adding their experiences to the collective consciousness stored in the knight's machine spirit. When a knight pilot dies, their personality, memories, and martial knowledge are absorbed into the throne mechanicum, becoming part of the Gestalt consciousness that guides future pilots. The moment of death for a knight pilot is experienced simultaneously by themselves and by every previous pilot whose essence resides in the throne. They feel the culmination of their lineage, the weight of their ancestors' experiences, and their own addition to this legacy. If they die well, fighting to the last, they join the honored dead, whose guidance will strengthen future generations. If they die poorly, fleeing or failing in their duty, their shame becomes part of the throne's consciousness, a stain that future pilots must overcome. There is no escape from this judgment, no way to hide failure, for the throne knows all, sees all, and preserves all within its mechanical memory. Titan pilots face an even stranger fate. The Princeps, who commands a Titan, is neurally hardwired into the war machine's systems, their consciousness interfacing directly with a machine spirit so powerful it possesses something approaching sentience. This connection is so deep that the Princeps and Titan can become dangerously merged, the pilot's personality bleeding into the machine, while the machine's aggressive, destructive impulses bleed back into the pilot. Many Princeps die as much from this gradual loss of self as from enemy weapons, their consciousness dissolving into the Titan systems until it becomes unclear where the human ends and the machine begins. When a princeps dies, their consciousness often remains partially integrated with their titan. Future pilots report hearing whispers, feeling the presence of previous princeps in moments of combat, sensing guidance or warning from those who came before. The Collegia Titanica records numerous cases of titans continuing to function briefly after their princeps has been killed. The machine spirit carrying on the fight, guided by the echo of its fallen pilot. Whether these are true hauntings, sophisticated machine responses, or simply the final neural activity of dying brains is unknown. But the legends persist of titans that refuse to accept new pilots after the death of their bonded princeps. Machines that have become so merged with their human companions that they can no longer function without them. Chaos, demons, banishment, and reformation. Demons occupy a strange position in any discussion of death, for they are not truly alive in the way material beings understand life. They are fragments of their patron gods, entities of pure warp energy given form and purpose by the will of the chaos gods. When a demon is killed in the material realm, it is not destroyed, but banished, its essence pulled back into the warp to slowly reform over time. The experience of banishment is described by those who have witnessed it as a kind of unraveling, the demon's physical form dissolving as it is dragged back into the immaterium from whence it came. For lesser demons, the process of reformation is relatively quick, but entirely without memory. A bloodletter banished today might manifest again tomorrow, but it will have no recollection of its previous existence, no memory of how it was defeated. It is functionally a new entity, identical to the one that was banished, but without continuity of consciousness. Greater demons, however, possess enough independent will and consciousness that they remember their banishments. A bloodthirster defeated in battle carries that defeat with it back into the warp, the humiliation and rage fueling its desire for revenge when it eventually reforms and returns to real space. The true death of a demon, the permanent destruction of its essence, is extraordinarily rare. It requires weapons of incredible power, artifacts forged specifically for demon slaying, or the intervention of entities of comparable strength. When a demon is truly killed, its essence is scattered throughout the warp, unable to coalesce, effectively removing that particular fragment of the Chaos God from existence. The Chaos Gods barely notice these losses, for they can create new demons at will. But for the demon itself, this is oblivion absolute. There is no reformation, no return, no continuation. The fragment of consciousness that was briefly given independent form simply ceases to be. Some demons seek this true death, weary of their endless existence, tired of being banished and reformed in an eternal cycle of service to gods who view them as expendable tools. These demons might deliberately court destruction, seeking out the few forces capable of granting them oblivion. But the Chaos Gods rarely allow their servants such mercy, keeping even their most rebellious demons bound to the cycle of banishment and reformation. Servants eternal, in a way that makes mockery of the concept of free will, the nature of the warp and the fates of souls. To truly understand death in Warhammer 40,000, we must understand the warp, that roiling sea of psychic energy that underlies all of reality. The warp is not simply another dimension, though it functions as such. It is the realm of consciousness itself, a place where thought becomes reality, where emotion has form, where the collective psychic energy of every living thing in the material universe coalesces into something that defies natural law. When beings die, their consciousness, their psychic presence, enters the warp, and what happens next depends on countless variables. For most humans, death means dissolution. Their souls are weak, barely luminous sparks in the infinite darkness of the warp. Within moments of entering the immaterium, these souls are scattered, torn apart by the currents and tides of psychic energy, their consciousness dispersing until nothing remains that could be called the individual who died. This is, in its way, a mercy. It is oblivion, swift and complete, an ending that means the person truly ceases to exist. There is no continuation, no afterlife, No eternal reward or punishment, just the simple cessation that we might expect from death. But some souls are stronger. Psychers, whose connection to the warp burned bright in life, often maintain coherence longer after death. Their souls can persist for minutes, hours, sometimes even days before the warp's hungry denizens notice them and move to feed. In this brief window, the psyker might experience what could be called an afterlife, though not one anyone would desire. They float in the warp, conscious but powerless, able to see the immaterium's true nature in all its terrible glory. They witness demons, watch warp storms birth and die, see the shadows of the chaos gods themselves. And then something notices them, something hungry, and they are consumed, their consciousness experiencing torment beyond measure before finally being extinguished. The strongest souls, particularly those of individuals who possessed great will or faith or psychic power in life, can persist even longer. These souls become what might be called ghosts, entities that haunt the boundary between the warp and real space, neither fully in one realm nor the other. The Legion of the Damned are theorized to be such entities, the souls of space marines so strong in their devotion that they can manifest physically to aid the Imperium in its darkest hours. Whether they are truly the dead returned or simply warp manifestations shaped by humanity's belief in fallen heroes, no one can say for certain. The Emperor himself represents perhaps the ultimate expression of human consciousness, persisting beyond death. His body has been dead for 10,000 years, sustained only by the Golden Throne's life support and the sacrifice of 1,000 psychers daily. But his consciousness, his psychic presence, has grown to fill the warp, sustained by the faith of trillions of believers. Whether the Emperor is truly aware, whether consciousness at that scale can be called the same being who once walked among men, is a question without answer. But his existence proves that death need not be absolute, that sufficiently powerful consciousness can persist in the warp indefinitely, sustained by belief and willpower. Comparing the fates, a galaxy of deaths. When we step back and examine the full spectrum of death in Warhammer 40,000, patterns emerge that reveal fundamental truths about this universe. Death is not democratic in the 41st millennium. The manner and meaning of your ending is determined by what you are, who you serve, and sometimes by pure, random chance. A space marine dies knowing their gene seed will continue their legacy, while a guardsman dies as one more number in casualty reports that no one will read. An Eldar dies in terror of eternal torment, while an Orc dies laughing at the prospect of more fighting in the afterlife. A Tyrannid dies without understanding the concept, while a Necron dies without truly dying at all. There is a hierarchy of death, though not one based on value or worth. At one extreme are those like the Necrons and higher demons, entities that cannot truly die, whose consciousness persists through any destruction, reformed and restored to fight again. They are cursed with an immortality that makes death meaningless, existence stretching before them as an endless series of defeats and victories that all blur together into monotony. At the other extreme are beings like the Tau and lesser Tyrannids, species for whom death is absolute cessation, consciousness extinguished with no possibility of continuation, no afterlife to fear or hope for, just the ending swift and complete. Between these extremes lies everyone else, facing deaths that are simultaneously spiritual crises, physical endings, and transformative experiences. Humanity occupies a particularly uncomfortable middle ground, aware enough to fear what might await them in the warp, but not powerful enough to control their fate. They die hoping the Emperor will protect their souls, knowing that for most, no such protection exists. They cling to faith because the alternative, accepting that death might mean eternal torment in the warp, is too terrible to contemplate, while still maintaining the will to fight. Final reflections on the grim darkness. What does all this tell us about Warhammer 40,000 as a universe? That death is perhaps the truest constant, more universal even than war. Every faction, every species, every individual consciousness must ultimately confront the ending of their existence in some form. But how they confront it, what it means to them, and what awaits them after varies so wildly that death itself becomes almost meaningless as a universal concept. The only true commonality is that death shapes the living, influences their choices, drives their actions. The Imperium's obsession with death, their elaborate funeral rites, and veneration of martyrs stems from desperate hope that death is not the end, that something of the person continues. This hope is necessary because without it, the Imperium's endless wars become unbearable. If there is no afterlife, no reward for service, no emperor gathering his faithful to him, then every soldier who dies has died for nothing, their sacrifice buying only temporary gains in a war that cannot be won. The Imperium needs death to have meaning, and so they construct elaborate theological frameworks to ensure it does, regardless of whether those frameworks reflect reality. For players and fans of Warhammer 40,000, understanding death enriches the entire setting. When you move miniatures across a table, each casualty removed represents not just a statistical loss, but a story ending, a consciousness facing its particular fate. That Space Marine sergeant who just failed his save? His gene seed will be recovered, his name added to the chapter's rolls of honor, his soul hopefully reaching the Emperor's side. That squad of guardsmen wiped out by a blast. They died as they lived, as numbers in a vast war machine, their bodies left to rot on a battlefield that will claim millions more. That Elder Aspect warrior killed in melee. The Spirit Stone on their chest has captured their soul, saved them from Slanesh's hunger, their consciousness to be added to the Infinity Circuit. Conclusion: the eternal dance. In the end, death in Warhammer 40,000 reveals a universe that is fundamentally hostile to consciousness, where the warp's hunger and chaos's corruption mean that even death cannot be relied upon as an escape. The only true peace, the only real ending, comes to those whose souls are too weak to persist in the immaterium, who dissolve so quickly upon death that the warp has no time to torture them. Oblivion is mercy, continuation is curse, and yet beings fight desperately to survive, to continue existing, because the will to live transcends rational analysis of what awaits after death. The Imperium fights on, despite the futility, their soldiers dying in numbers that would break any rational civilization, because what else can they do? The galaxy is hostile, filled with entities that want to kill or enslave or corrupt or consume humanity. Surrender means extinction. Flight means being hunted down. The only option is to fight, to die in the billions, to hope that enough sacrifice will buy enough time for humanity to survive another day, another year, another millennium. Death is the price of humanity's continued existence, and the Imperium pays it without hesitation because the alternative is too terrible to contemplate. And so the galaxy churns on, war eternal, death constant, billions falling every day to be replaced by billions more born into a life that leads inevitably to violent ends. This is the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and war produces only death, and death is never simple and never final, and never offers peace to those who experience it. If this comprehensive exploration of mortality across all factions of Warhammer 40,000 has given you new appreciation for the depth and darkness of this setting, if you've learned something about the lore that enriches your understanding of this universe, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us continue creating detailed content that explores the rich lore of Warhammer 40,000 in depth. Thank you for joining me on this dark journey through the many faces of death in Warhammer 40,000. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And where there is war, there is death in all its terrible, transcendent, tragic forms. May this knowledge enhance your appreciation for the setting and remind you that in Warhammer 40,000, death is never just the end. There is no greater irony in the grim darkness of the far future than this. The man who sought to destroy all religion, who fought for 10,000 years to free humanity from the chains of faith and superstition, who explicitly denied his own divinity at every turn, has become the most worshipped god in the galaxy. The emperor of mankind, the master of humanity, the anathema to chaos, now sits upon the golden throne as the god emperor, venerated by trillions upon trillions of souls across 1,000,000 worlds. His name is invoked in prayers that echo through cathedral spires reaching into polluted skies. His image adorns countless shrines where the faithful kneel in desperate devotion. Wars are fought in his name. Martyrs die screaming his glory. The ecclesiarchy, his state church, wields power that would make ancient theocracies seem like children playing at authority. And yet, when he walked among men, when his physical form still possessed the vitality of life, when his mind remained unfettered by the prison of flesh and machine that now contains him, he forbade worship. He destroyed churches. He cast down priests. He declared with absolute conviction that he was not a god, that no gods existed, that faith itself was humanity's greatest enemy. The emperor built his imperium on reason, on science, on the cold light of truth that would illuminate the darkness and drive away the superstitious shadows where monsters bred. He envisioned a secular empire spanning the stars, where humanity would be free from the mental chains that had bound it since the dawn of consciousness. So how did this happen? How did the great atheist become the object of the galaxy's largest religion? How did the man who denied divinity transform into a god whose very existence now depends on faith? This is not a simple story of death and deification, though death plays its part. This is not merely the tale of desperate people creating myths from fallen heroes, though desperation runs through every page of this chronicle, like blood through shattered stone. This is the story of the most profound transformation in human history, a metamorphosis spanning 10 millennia, shaped by betrayal and war, by sacrifice and suffering, by the very nature of reality itself, in a universe where belief has power, and where the line between man and God is written in the substance of souls. To understand how the emperor became a god, we must first understand who he was before the transformation began. We must walk back through the long millennia to a time when he was simply a man, albeit the most powerful man who would ever live. We must examine his philosophy, his plans, his absolute conviction that humanity's survival depended on the death of faith. We must witness the moment when everything he built began to crumble, when the sun he had elevated above all others turned his weapons upon the Imperium itself. We must see him broken, bleeding, barely alive, trapped within the mechanisms of the golden throne with no choice but to wage an eternal war within the Immaterium, the very realm where gods are born. And we must understand that in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, belief is not merely comfort for the weak or delusion for the desperate. In the warp, in that psychic ocean where the souls of the living cast their reflections, and where the emotions of countless beings pool and congeal into something approaching consciousness, belief has substance. Faith has power. And when trillions upon trillions of humans across 1,000,000 worlds believe with absolute conviction that the Emperor is divine, when they pray to him in their darkest hours, when they die with his name on their lips, when they build cathedrals that pierce the clouds and light candles that number beyond counting, something happens in the warp. Something changes. Something grows. The question that haunts the corridors of the Inquisition, that troubles the sleep of those few who dare to think such thoughts, is this: has the Emperor truly become a god, or has humanity created something else entirely, something that wears his face and bears his name, but is fashioned from their collective faith rather than his singular will? Does he still fight to deny the worship, even as it empowers him? Or has his consciousness fragmented across 10,000 years of agony until nothing remains but divine instinct? When the faithful cry out for salvation and miracles answer, is it the Emperor's hand that reaches down? Or is it something humanity has birthed in the warp, a reflection of their desperate need for a guardian god? These questions have no certain answers. Even in a universe where the impossible is merely Tuesday, even in a setting where demons are real and gods walk in the immaterium, the truth about the Emperor's transformation remains shrouded in mystery and contradictory evidence. What we can trace, however, is the path that led from a man who destroyed religions to a god who inspires the largest faith in galactic history. We can follow the decades and centuries and millennia as his empire transformed from a secular enlightenment project into a theocratic nightmare. We can see how every step away from his original vision was taken in his name, how every betrayal of his principles was committed to preserve his imperium, how the very things he fought to destroy became the pillars holding up the remnants of his dream. This is the story of that transformation. This is the chronicle of how humanity's greatest atheist became their most powerful god. And it begins, as so many great stories do, at the beginning, in the ancient past, when the figure who would become the emperor was born into a world that could not imagine the darkness yet to come. Ancient origins, birth of the new man. The emperor's origins are shrouded in myth and conflicting accounts, which is perhaps fitting for a being who would eventually be worshipped as divine. Even within the vast archives of the Imperium, even among the records jealously guarded by the Inquisition and the Custodian Guard, there is no single definitive account of his birth. What we have instead are fragments of truth scattered across millennia, pieces of a puzzle that may never be completely assembled. But from these fragments, we can construct at least the outline of where he came from, even if the full picture remains frustratingly incomplete. The most ancient and widely repeated account places his birth in the 8th millennium, before the rise of the Imperium, approximately 10,000 years before what we would recognize as the present day of the 41st millennium. This would make him somewhere around 40,000 years old by the time of his internment in the Golden Throne, an age that defies human comprehension, even in an age where Space Marines can fight for centuries. The location, according to these accounts, was Anatolia, in what was then a region of primitive human settlement along the banks of ancient rivers, in the area that would later be called Turkey by civilizations that rose and fell while he watched in silence. According to the oldest records that the ecclesiarchy has declared heretical and suppressed with fire and execution, the emperor was not born in the conventional sense at all. Instead, his creation was the result of a desperate gamble by the shamans of ancient humanity, the psychers and wise men who could perceive the warp and guide their people through the perils of early consciousness. These shamans, it is said, possessed a gift that separated them from ordinary humans. When they died, their souls did not simply dissolve into the chaos of the immaterium. Instead, they could reincarnate, their psychic essence gathering power in the warp before being reborn into new bodies, their memories and knowledge preserved across lifetimes. But something was changing in the warp. As humanity spread across ancient Earth, as civilizations rose and wars were fought, as humans experienced the full spectrum of emotion from love to hatred, from joy to despair, the warp itself was changing. The nascent chaos gods, not yet the terrifying power, they would become, but grow with each passing century, were beginning to hunt the souls of the shamans. When a shaman died and his soul entered the warp, it might be devoured before it could gather the strength to reincarnate. The guides of humanity were being slowly exterminated, their knowledge lost, their protective presence removed from a species that desperately needed their guidance. Faced with this existential threat, the shamans gathered in conclave and made a decision that would echo through the millennia. Rather than continue to reincarnate individually, risking the slow extinction of their kind, they would pool their power into a single entity. Every shaman, every psyker, every wise one who possessed the gift of second sight would sacrifice themselves in a coordinated ritual, sending their souls into the warp simultaneously. The combined psychic might of thousands of the most powerful human psykers would be too much for even the predators of the warp to devour. Instead, their souls would merge, forming something new, something unprecedented in human history. They called this being the new man. The ritual was conducted with solemn purpose. Thousands of shamans, gathered from every corner of ancient Earth, consumed poison and sent their souls screaming into the immaterium at the same moment. The psychic shockwave of their passing must have been visible to any who possessed the witch sight, a pillar of souls rising into the unseen realm, where they swirled and merged and became something greater than the sum of their parts. For a year, if the accounts are to be believed, this Gestalt entity existed only in the warp, gathering strength, forming purpose, preparing for birth. And then, in a small village along the Sakarya River in ancient Anatolia, a child was born to mortal parents who could not possibly understand what their son truly was. He appeared human in every way that mattered to those around him. He cried as infants cry. He grew as children grow. But within him resided the combined power and knowledge of thousands of human psykers, a psychic might that would only grow stronger with time. However, this account, dramatic and mythologically satisfying as it is, has been called into question by more recent evidence. The Primarch Lorgar, before his fall to chaos, was given access to records that suggested a different origin. Some scholars, those few who dare to question the accepted narratives, point to evidence that the Emperor might have been something else entirely. Perhaps a creation of the Dark Age of technology, when humanity's science reached heights that made the creation of artificial gods theoretically possible. Perhaps a weapon, designed and built to protect humanity from the horrors beyond, now free of its masters and pursuing its own vision of salvation. The Emperor himself has never clarified which account is true. In the book Master of Mankind, he showed one of his custodian guards a vision of his childhood, of a young boy discovering his psychic powers when his uncle murdered his father. The boy, barely more than a child, reached out with his mind and stopped the murderer's heart without mercy or remorse. This, the Emperor suggested, was the moment he realized that humanity needed law, needed order, needed a guiding hand to lift it from the darkness of savagery. But even this vision might have been metaphor rather than memory, a teaching tool rather than historical truth. The Emperor was known to show different people different faces, to reveal only what he deemed necessary for each individual to know. What we know with more certainty is that the being who would become the Emperor existed for many millennia before he revealed himself to history. He was present during humanity's first civilizations, watching as cities rose from the mud of river valleys, as agriculture replaced hunting and gathering, as the species began its long climb toward the stars. Ancient texts and fragmentary records suggest he took many forms during this time, both male and female, sometimes a conqueror and sometimes a teacher, sometimes a warrior and sometimes a healer. He walked among humanity as a ghost, observing, occasionally intervening, but never revealing his true nature or power. The historical record becomes slightly less fragmentary during what humans remember as the classical period. Evidence suggests the Emperor might have been Alexander the Great, or at least appeared as him at certain crucial moments. When Alexander supposedly wept before the river Hydaspes because there were no more worlds to conquer, the Emperor was there, for he had discovered something far more significant than earthly conquest: the Golden Throne, an artifact from a previous age that would eventually become the mechanism of his imprisonment. Whether Alexander was the Emperor himself or simply a mortal chosen as a vessel for a specific purpose remains debated. but the connection between them appears in too many sources to be mere coincidence. Throughout the rise and fall of civilizations, through the Roman Empire and its successors, through the Age of Faith and the Age of Reason, through humanity's first tentative steps into space and the glorious expansion into the stars during the Dark Age of technology, the Emperor watched and waited. He possessed knowledge of not only Earth, but of the dangers beyond it. His psychic sight allowed him to perceive the warp, to understand that humanity's emotions were feeding monstrous entities in the immaterium, to realize that if left unchecked, these chaos gods would eventually devour every human soul. He knew that humanity needed protection, but he also knew that revealing himself too soon would accomplish nothing. He had to wait for the right moment, for the crisis that would allow him to step forward and offer salvation. That crisis came during the Age of Strife, when the Elder Empire's spectacular death throes tore reality apart and birthed the chaos god Slanesh. The resulting psychic catastrophe plunged humanity into darkness, severing the connections between human worlds, spawning warp storms that made interstellar travel impossible, trapping colonies in isolation while monsters stalked the void. On Earth itself, civilization collapsed into barbarism. Techno-barbarian warlords carved out petty kingdoms among the ruins of greater ages. Psykers began manifesting in greater numbers, and without training or understanding, many became doorways for demonic possession. Humanity stood on the brink of extinction, and in that darkest hour, the Emperor finally revealed himself. He did not announce his nature or his plan. He simply began the work he had prepared for across millennia. On the war-torn surface of ancient Terra, he gathered followers and began forging an army. He created the Thunder Warriors, the first of his genetically enhanced super soldiers, warriors powerful enough to conquer the techno-barbarian kingdoms and unite the cradle of humanity under a single banner. The Unification Wars were brutal and bloody, a campaign of subjugation that left entire regions of Earth as radioactive wastes. But when they ended, Terra stood united for the first time in remembered history. And it was then, standing astride a united world with armies at his command and the technology to reach the stars once more, that the man who had walked through 40,000 years of human history chose to reveal himself as the Emperor of mankind. Not a god, never a god, simply the Emperor, the pinnacle of human evolution, the most powerful psyker ever born, the rightful ruler of the species. He made his nature clear from the beginning. He was mortal, subject to physical laws, explainable through science, even if that science was beyond current understanding. He wielded psychic power of unprecedented magnitude, but this was not magic or divine intervention. It was simply an evolved ability, a natural extension of human consciousness into realms that others could not perceive or manipulate. This distinction would prove crucial. The Emperor had seen how faith fed the Chaos Gods. He had watched as human emotion and belief given form in the warp, created and sustained the very entities that threatened to destroy the species. He understood, perhaps better than any being who has ever lived, that worship was not merely misguided reverence, but an active danger to humanity's survival. Every prayer offered to a god strengthened the forces of chaos. Every act of faith poured psychic energy into the immaterium, where it could be harvested by entities whose only desire was to corrupt and consume. If humanity was to survive, if the species was to achieve its potential and claim its rightful place among the stars, then faith had to die. All faith. Every last ember of religious belief had to be extinguished and replaced with cold reason and empirical truth. This was the foundation upon which the Emperor would build his imperium. This was the principle that would guide every decision, inform every action, shape every policy. The Imperium of Man would be an empire of reason, an enlightenment project on a galactic scale, a secular crusade to free humanity from 10,000 years of superstitious darkness. And for a time, it seemed as though he might actually succeed. For a brief and shining moment, it appeared that humanity might cast off the chains of faith and step forward into a rational future. But faith is a stubborn thing, particularly when faced with the horrors that lurk in the darkness between the stars. And the Emperor, for all his power and knowledge, could not foresee how completely his vision would be betrayed, or how the very principles he fought to establish would become the foundations of the greatest religion the galaxy had ever seen, the Imperial Truth. A secular vision. When the Emperor strode forth from the Unification Wars and gazed up at the stars, he did so with a vision that was as comprehensive as it was revolutionary. The Imperium he would build would not be merely a political entity or a military alliance. It would be nothing less than a complete reimagining of what humanity could become. A transformation of the species from superstitious primates huddling in fear of the unknown to enlightened beings who understood the universe through reason and mastery through knowledge. At the heart of this vision lay a doctrine that would come to be known as the Imperial Truth, a philosophical framework that explicitly rejected religion, superstition, the worship of any being as divine, including and especially the Emperor himself. The Imperial Truth was elegantly simple in its core premises, though profound in its implications. It held that the universe was rational and comprehensible through the application of logic, observation, and empirical investigation. Mystery was not something to be feared or worshipped, but rather a temporary state of ignorance that would inevitably yield to the light of understanding. Knowledge defeated fear. Truth brought freedom. Science and reason offered the only reliable path to progress and survival. In such a universe, there was no place for gods, for supernatural explanations, for faith-based worldviews that substituted comfortable lies for uncomfortable realities. According to the Imperial Truth, everything that seemed supernatural could be explained through science, even if that science remained beyond current understanding. The warp was not a realm of gods and demons, but rather an alternate dimension that could be studied, mapped, and eventually controlled through sufficient knowledge and technology. Psykers were not touched by the divine, but rather represented the next stage in human evolution, individuals whose brains had developed the capacity to manipulate psychic energy in the same way that others manipulated physical forces. Even the entities that inhabited the warp, the beings that primitive cultures had worshipped as gods, were not divine, but merely powerful psychic constructs. Dangerous, certainly, but no more worthy of worship than a star or a black hole. This insistence on rationality extended to the Emperor himself. Despite his immense power, despite his immortality, despite psychic abilities that dwarfed those of any other being, he explicitly and repeatedly denied divine status. When populations wanted to worship him, he forbade it. When cultures attempted to incorporate him into their existing religious frameworks, he destroyed those frameworks entirely. The Emperor presented himself not as a god, but as the natural endpoint of human evolution, a being who had simply lived long enough and developed sufficiently to wield power that seemed godlike to lesser beings, but was ultimately explicable through natural law, the core. Destruction of the last church on Terra stands as the clearest example of the Emperor's commitment to this secular vision. As the Unification Wars drew to a close, and Terra stood on the brink of a new age, a single church remained standing, the last holdout of organized religion on the cradle of humanity. Its keeper was a priest named Uriah Olathere, a man who understood that the survival of faith itself hung in the balance. Rather than simply burning the church and executing the priest, the Emperor visited Uriah personally and engaged him in a battle not of weapons, but of words and ideas. Their conversation, recorded in fragments that the ecclesiarchy has desperately tried to suppress or reinterpret, reveals the depth of the Emperor's conviction. He argued that religion had been humanity's greatest curse, the source of countless wars, the justification for every atrocity. the mental prison that had kept the species trapped in ignorance for millennia. He pointed to the age of strife, to the collapse that had nearly exterminated humanity, and laid the blame at the feet of superstition and faith. He declared that humanity would never be free, would never reach its potential, would never be safe from the predations of chaos until the last stone from the last church was cast down upon the last priest. Uriah argued back, of course. He spoke of hope and meaning, of the human need for something greater than themselves, of faith as a source of strength rather than weakness. But his arguments failed to move the emperor, who had seen across millennia what faith produced, who understood with a clarity that no mortal could match how human worship fed the very monsters that threatened to devour them. When their debate ended, the church burned, and Uriah was left to witness the dawn of an age that had no place for his faith or his God. But the destruction of Earth's religions was only the beginning. With terror united and the technology to reach the stars restored, the emperor launched the Great Crusade, a military and ideological campaign that would spread the imperial truth across the galaxy. He did not do this alone. In preparation for this monumental task, he had created his greatest works of genetic engineering, the 20 Primarchs, beings fashioned from his own genetic template, each designed to excel in particular aspects of leadership and warfare. These would be his generals, his sons, the commanders of the Space Marine legions that would reconquer the stars in humanity's name. Tragically, before the Primarchs could be deployed, they were stolen by the machinations of the Chaos Gods and scattered across the galaxy, cast through the warp to distant worlds where they would mature in isolation. The Emperor was forced to create the Space Marines from the genetic material the Primarchs had left behind, building his legions without the generals meant to lead them. But he did not allow this setback to delay his vision. The Great Crusade would proceed, and, as it reclaimed human worlds from the darkness of the Age of Strife, it would also free them from the tyranny of faith. This aspect of the Great Crusade is often overlooked in accounts that focus solely on military conquest, but it was absolutely central to the Emperor's plan. When a human world was brought into compliance, when its armies had been defeated and its rulers forced to acknowledge imperial authority, the iterators followed. These were not warriors, but teachers, orators trained in rhetoric and philosophy, whose task was to spread the imperial truth among conquered populations. They gave speeches in grand halls and whispered conversations in small gatherings. They taught the principles of reason and science. They systematically dismantled existing religious structures and replaced them with secular education. Ancient texts were burned not out of mindless destruction, but as a deliberate act to sever humanity's connection to its superstitious past. Temples were torn down and replaced with schools. Priests were stripped of authority and re-educated, or, if they refused to abandon their faith, eliminated. It was cultural genocide on a galactic scale, the systematic eradication of every religious tradition humanity had ever produced. And it was done in the name of enlightenment, in service of a vision that saw religion not as a difference to be tolerated, but as a disease to be cured. The emperor was not blind to the suffering this caused. He understood that he was taking from people something that many held more dear than life itself. But he also believed, with absolute conviction, that this pain was necessary. Better to suffer the trauma of losing comforting lies than to fall victim to the very real horrors that those lies empowered. Every prayer to a false god strengthened the chaos gods in the warp. Every act of faith poured psychic energy into the immaterium, where it sustained the very entities that would enslave or destroy humanity given the opportunity. From the emperor's perspective, allowing religion to continue was not compassion, but rather the cruelest form of negligence, permitting people to believe in things that would ultimately damn them. This uncompromising stance extended even to worship of the emperor himself. Some populations, upon witnessing his power or being freed from some existential threat by his intervention, spontaneously began to treat him as divine. The response was always the same: swift, harsh correction. When the Word-Bearers Legion and their Primarch Lorgar proved particularly zealous in spreading worship of the Emperor, despite explicit orders to the contrary, the Emperor's response would set in motion events that would doom the entire Imperium. But we shall come to that tragedy in due time. What matters here is understanding the sheer totality of the Emperor's vision. The imperial truth was not a suggestion or a preference, but an absolute requirement for humanity's survival as he understood it. There could be no compromise, no accommodation, no tolerance for religious belief in any form. The stakes were too high. The enemies were too dangerous. One could not negotiate with chaos or find middle ground with demons. Either humanity would embrace reason and science and secular enlightenment, or it would fall into darkness and be consumed by the very gods it created through its own belief and worship. For a time, it seemed as though this vision might succeed. World after world was brought into compliance. The Great Crusade pushed back the darkness and reunited scattered human settlements under the banner of the Imperium. The imperial truth spread across the stars. Iterators taught millions, then billions, then trillions about the rational nature of the universe. Religious practices were driven underground or eliminated entirely. A generation of humans grew up without gods, educated to see the universe as a place governed by natural law rather than supernatural intervention. The Space Marine legions themselves embodied the imperial truth. These were not holy warriors fighting for divine mandate, but rather scientifically enhanced soldiers serving a secular empire. They referred to the Emperor not as a god, but as their creator, a being to be respected for his achievements and obeyed for his authority, but never worshipped. Their chaplains, rather than preaching faith, reinforced discipline and adherence to the imperial truth. Their rituals celebrated victory and honored the fallen, but never invoked divine intervention or supernatural protection. Even the Mechanicum of Mars, though they maintained their own peculiar veneration of the machine god, were nominally adherents of the imperial truth. Their cult Mechanicus was tolerated because it could be rationalized as reverence for technology and knowledge, rather than worship of a supernatural entity, though in practice this distinction was often quite thin. The Emperor understood that completely eliminating the Mechanicum's beliefs would be impossible and potentially counterproductive given their monopoly on advanced technology, so he allowed them this single exception while maintaining zero tolerance for religious faith elsewhere in the Imperium. This was the world the Emperor was building. This was the future he fought to create, a galaxy-spanning empire where reason ruled, where science advanced unimpeded by superstition, where humanity could develop its psychic potential without the corrosive influence of faith and worship. It was a bold vision, perhaps the boldest in human history, and for a brief historical moment, it seemed within reach. The Emperor stood at the apex of his power, his legions conquering in his name, his primarchs found and leading their forces with skill and dedication, his dream of a rational humanity spreading across the stars like dawn breaking over a sleeping world. But dreams, even the dreams of the most powerful beings in the galaxy, can shatter against the rocks of reality. And, lurking within the Emperor's own legions, within the hearts of his own sons, were forces that would undo everything he had built and transform his secular empire into the very thing he had spent 10,000 years fighting to prevent. A theocratic nightmare, where he himself would be worshipped as the one true God of humanity. The first crack in the foundation appeared not from without, but from within, not from the enemies of the Imperium, but from one of its most devoted servants. And his name was Lorgar. Lorgar's heresy, the first worshipper. Among all the Primarchs, perhaps none was more complex or more tragic than Lorgar Aurelian, master of the 17th Legion known as the Word-Bearers. Where other Primarchs excelled in warfare or strategy, in void combat or close-quarters brutality, Lorgar's genius lay in words and ideas, in the power of belief to shape reality and the strength that faith could provide to those who embraced it. He was found on Colchis, a world steeped in religious tradition, where competing faiths had warred for supremacy until Lorgar united them under worship of a single deity, the Emperor of Mankind, whom Colchis knew as the divine savior prophesied in their ancient texts. When the Emperor arrived to claim his son, Lorgar saw in his father the fulfillment of every prophecy, the answer to every prayer, the God made manifest. The Emperor's denial of divinity only strengthened Lorgar's faith. For what else would a true God do but deny his nature to test his followers' devotion? To Lorgar, the Emperor's power, his immortality, his command over forces that seemed to defy natural law, all of this was proof not of advanced evolution or superior genetics, but of genuine divinity. He believed this with every fiber of his being, and he refused to be dissuaded, no matter how explicitly the Emperor rejected such worship. Lorgar took command of his legion with the fervor of a prophet who had found his God. The word-bearers became not merely warriors, but crusaders, spreading not just the Imperium's political authority, but what Lorgar saw as the divine truth of the Emperor's nature. When they brought a world into compliance, they did not simply conquer and move on. They stayed to build monuments. They erected massive cathedrals that dwarfed anything the conquered population had ever seen. They forced entire populations to kneel before images of the Emperor and offer prayers to his glory. They produced theological texts, arguing for the Emperor's divinity, compiled the stories of his miracles, recorded the accounts of those who had witnessed his power, and lived to tell of it. Most significantly, Lorgar wrote the Lectitio Divinitatus, a religious text that would prove to be one of the most important documents in human history, though not in the way its author initially intended. The Lectitio Divinitatus laid out in careful theological detail why the Emperor must be considered divine. It argued from his power, his knowledge, his role as humanity's savior and protector. It positioned worship of the Emperor not as a violation of the imperial truth, but as its ultimate fulfillment. For what could be more rational than acknowledging and revering the one being capable of shepherding humanity through the darkness that surrounded it? The text was beautiful, persuasive, and absolutely contrary to everything the Emperor had fought to establish. Copies spread despite official prohibition. Hidden cults began to form among the mortal humans of the imperial army and navy, among workers and scribes, among those who found the cold reason of the imperial truth insufficient comfort against the horrors they witnessed in their service to the Imperium. These believers kept their faith hidden, gathering in secret to share prayers and read forbidden texts. But their numbers grew steadily throughout the later years of the Great Crusade. The word-bearers themselves made slow progress by the standards of other legions, where the Lunar Wolves or the Ultramarines would conquer dozens of worlds. In the time it took the word-bearers to bring one into compliance, Lorgar insisted on thorough conversion rather than rapid expansion. His legion built the monuments, conducted the ceremonies, educated the population in what they saw as proper worship of the Emperor. They took their time because they believed the work they did was more important than any military conquest. They were not merely expanding an empire, but spreading the faith that would sustain it. For decades, the Emperor tolerated this behavior despite his disapproval. Lorgar was his son, after all, and the word-bearers were bringing worlds into compliance, even if their methods were painfully slow and contrary to the imperial truth. Perhaps the Emperor hoped that time and repeated correction would eventually bring Lorgar around to the proper understanding. Perhaps he was too occupied with the greater challenges of the crusade to deal immediately with what seemed like a manageable problem. Or perhaps he simply underestimated how deeply Lorgar's faith ran and what consequences would follow from crushing it. Whatever the reason, when the Emperor finally decided to make his displeasure clear, he chose to do so in the most brutal and humiliating way imaginable. He ordered Guilliman and the Ultramarines to the world of Monarchia, a city that Lorgar had crafted as the perfect example of proper emperor worship. The word-bearers had spent decades making Monarchia into a living cathedral, a city where every street and building testified to the emperor's glory, where millions lived in constant devotion to their divine savior. It was Lorgar's masterpiece, the ultimate expression of his faith and vision. Guilliman's forces descended on Monarchia and destroyed it. Not through orbital bombardment or mass slaughter, but through systematic and deliberate dismantling. Every monument was toppled. Every cathedral was reduced to rubble. Every icon was defaced. The population was forced to watch as everything they had been taught to revere was ground to dust. And when Lorgar and his legion arrived, summoned by the emperor's command, they were forced to kneel in the ashes of their greatest achievement. The emperor himself spoke then. His message carried through psychic means to ensure every word-bearer heard it clearly. He declared that he was not a god, had never been a god, and would never be a god. Worship of him was forbidden. Faith was weakness. The imperial truth was the only acceptable doctrine. If the word-bearers could not accept this, if Lorgar could not bring his legion into compliance with the proper understanding, then perhaps they had no place in the Great Crusade at all. The threat was clear: conform or be destroyed. The humiliation of Monarchia was approximately 43 years before the outbreak of the Horus heresy, and in those decades between shame and betrayal, everything changed. Lorgar did not repent. He did not accept the emperor's correction and return to the imperial truth. Instead, he took a different lesson from Monarchia's ashes. If the emperor would not accept his worship, then he would find gods who would. Lorgar's journey to damnation was guided by his most trusted advisors, Cor Phaeron and Erebus, who had harbored their own reservations about the emperor's secular vision. They whispered to their primarch of other powers, entities that demanded worship and rewarded the faithful, beings of immense power who existed beyond the emperor's authority. These chaos gods, they suggested, were more deserving of devotion than a father who rejected his son's love. They guided Lorgar to Cadia, to the edge of the Eye of Terror, where the barrier between reality and the warp grew thin. There, in the heart of madness, Lorgar met the demon Ingathil the Ascended, who showed him what she called the primordial truth. The chaos gods were real, were conscious, were powerful beyond the emperor's lies about rational explanations. They welcomed worship. They rewarded faith. They offered power to those who would serve them. Ingathil showed Lorgar visions of a future where the emperor sat broken upon a throne, where humanity writhed in ignorance and superstition, where the very things the emperor had fought to prevent came to pass, despite all his power and planning. And she convinced Lorgar that this future was inevitable, that the emperor's vision was doomed to failure, that only by embracing chaos could humanity achieve anything approaching its true potential. Lorgar was converted. The Primarch, who had once been the emperor's most devoted son, became Chaos's most fervent apostle. He returned to his legion and began the secret task of converting them as well, slowly and carefully spreading the worship of the Chaos gods undivided among the word-bearers, while maintaining the appearance of compliance with the imperial truth. He wrote a new text, the Book of Lorgar, which would become the dark mirror of the Mern, Lectitio Divinitatus, a guide not to worshipping the emperor, but to serving the ruinous powers. But Lorgar's ambitions extended beyond merely corrupting his own legion. He had realized something profound. If he could be turned from the emperor's light, so could others. And if enough of the emperor's sons could be corrupted, if enough of the Space Marine legions could be brought to chaos, then the emperor's secular dream could be destroyed forever. Faith would return to humanity, worship would pour psychic energy into the warp, and the chaos gods would grow strong enough to challenge the emperor himself. Lorgar identified Horus, the War Master, as the key to this grand betrayal. Horus was the emperor's favorite, the first found, the most trusted, the one elevated above all others to command the Great Crusade in the emperor's name. If Horus could be turned, if Horus could be convinced to rebel, then the Imperium would tear itself apart. And so Lorgar and his agents carefully cultivated the seeds of resentment in Horus's heart, fed his pride, nurtured his doubts about the Emperor's plans and purposes. They orchestrated events on the moon of Davin, where Horus would be wounded by a blade that refused to heal, where his desperate officers would take him to a Chaos Temple for healing, where in his fever dreams he would see a future where he was forgotten and the Emperor worshipped as a god. That vision was the final push Horus needed. Shown a future where his father, who had forbidden worship, would be venerated as divine while Horus himself was barely remembered, the War Master's pride and hurt turned to rage. If the Emperor would not share his glory, if the Imperium would become a theocracy despite all the Emperor's insistence otherwise, then perhaps the Emperor did not deserve to rule at all. Horus embraced chaos, accepted the dark gifts offered by the ruinous powers, and began planning the greatest betrayal in human history. The irony is almost too perfect to be coincidental. Lorgar, desperate to worship the Emperor as a god, was rejected so thoroughly that he turned to chaos. His conversion led directly to the Horus heresy. The heresy would mortally wound the Emperor and force his internment in the Golden Throne. And that internment would eventually lead to the rise of the very religion Lorgar had always wanted, the worship of the Emperor as the one true god of humanity. Everything the Emperor fought to prevent came to pass because he refused to accept Lorgar's devotion. In crushing the first worshipper, the Emperor created the conditions that would transform him into the most worshipped god in the galaxy. The Lectitio Divinitatus, banned and burned during the Great Crusade, would survive. Hidden copies would spread among the faithful who gathered in secret. And when the Emperor fell and the Imperium descended into chaos and uncertainty, when people desperately needed something to believe in, Lorgar's text would provide the theological foundation for the religion that would define the next 10,000 years. Lorgar himself, transformed into a demon prince and dwelling in the Eye of Terror with his corrupted legion, would watch this development with what one imagines must be profound satisfaction mixed with bitter irony. He had been right all along. The Emperor was worthy of worship. And now, at last, the entire Imperium finally agreed with him. They simply had to reject everything else he stood for first. The Horus heresy, from ruler to martyr. The Horus heresy was not merely a civil war, though it certainly was the greatest civil war in human history, tearing the Imperium apart and leaving scars that would never heal. It was not merely a betrayal, though Horus's fall represents perhaps the most devastating betrayal imaginable, the most favored son turning his weapons upon his father. It was, in a very real sense, the end of the Emperor's dream and the beginning of everything he had fought to prevent. And in its aftermath, the transformation from man to God would become inevitable. The heresy began not with open warfare, but with careful preparation. Lorgar and his word-bearers had been working for decades to corrupt other legions, to spread the worship of chaos among those who might be receptive to it. The War Master Horus, once turned, brought his considerable charisma and strategic genius to the conspiracy. One by one, other Primarchs fell or were convinced to join the rebellion. The Night Lords, already brutal and uncontrolled, found in chaos a justification for their worst impulses. The Iron Warriors, bitter at being relegated to garrison duty while others claimed glory, saw in Horus a leader who would value them properly. The Death Guard, the Emperor's children, the Thousand Sons, the Alpha Legion, all had their reasons for turning. All brought their legions to the War Master's banner. When the betrayal erupted into open warfare at Istvan III, when Horus ordered the bombardment of loyalist elements within the traitor legions, the Emperor was not present to respond. He had returned to Terra years earlier, withdrawing from the Great Crusade to work on a secret project that he refused to explain even to his sons. This withdrawal had itself fed resentment among the Primarchs, who felt abandoned by their father at the moment when the crusade neared its completion. They could not know that the emperor was working on something he deemed even more important than the reconquest of the galaxy, the Imperial Webway project. The Golden Throne, that ancient artifact the emperor had discovered during his long life, was not originally a life support mechanism. It was a portal, a means of accessing the Webway, the system of dimensional tunnels the Elder had built during their height. The emperor had been modifying and repairing the throne, preparing to give humanity access to this network so that they would no longer depend on warp travel with all its dangers and uncertainties. If successful, it would free humanity from the predations of chaos entirely, allowing safe travel anywhere in the galaxy without ever touching the immaterium where demons lurked. It was the ultimate realization of the imperial truth, technology overcoming mysticism, reason triumphing over the supernatural dangers of the warp. But Magnus the Red, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns, had been manipulated by chaos into committing a catastrophic error. When Magnus discovered Horus's treachery, he attempted to warn the Emperor using his psychic powers. What Magnus did not know was that the Emperor had forbidden the use of such powers for good reason. Magnus's warning, sent with the best of intentions, tore through the psychic wards protecting the Imperial Webway project and shattered the Emperor's carefully constructed barrier between real space and the warp. Demons poured through the breach into the human-built section of the Webway, slaughtering the workers there and forcing the Emperor to rush to the Golden Throne. From that moment forward, the Emperor was trapped. Only his psychic power was sufficient to keep the breach sealed and prevent a demonic invasion of Terra itself. He had to remain on the Golden Throne, channeling his will through its ancient mechanisms, holding shut a door that Chaos desperately wanted to tear open. Malkador the Sigillite and Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, took over the management of the war effort, but everyone knew that the Emperor's absence from the battlefield was a devastating blow to Loyalist morale. Meanwhile, Horus and his forces carved a path of destruction through the Imperium. Entire systems fell to chaos. Worlds burned. Populations were enslaved or sacrificed to dark powers. The traitor, legions, empowered by demonic gifts and no longer constrained by any semblance of honor or mercy, committed atrocities that would echo through 10 millennia of historical memory. The very fabric of reality seemed to be tearing apart as the warp pressed closer to the material universe, drawn by the massive outpouring of emotion and violence that the heresy generated. Yet even in this darkness, even as the Imperium tore itself apart, the seeds of the Emperor's eventual deification were being planted. Underground, in hidden chambers and secret meetings, the cults of Emperor worship that had formed despite official prohibition began to multiply. The Lectitio Divinitatus, banned but never completely eliminated, circulated among the faithful. Euphrati Keeler, a remembrancer who had witnessed the Emperor's power firsthand and survived demonic possession, became one of the most prominent early figures of Emperor worship, preaching to anyone who would listen that the Emperor was indeed divine, and that faith in him offered protection against the terrors of chaos. These cults faced persecution from both sides. The Loyalists, still committed to the imperial truth, viewed Emperor worship as a dangerous deviation that had to be suppressed. The traitors sought to corrupt or destroy any who might strengthen the Emperor's position, even through misguided worship. Yet the cults survived and grew, offering something that the cold reason of the imperial truth could not provide in humanity's darkest hour: hope, comfort, and the belief that a divine protector watched over them, even when all seemed lost. The Horus heresy reached its apocalyptic climax with the Siege of Terra, when the traitor forces fought their way into the Sol system and laid siege to the Imperial Palace itself. For months, the defenders held the walls as traitor titans and demon engines battered against them. The Emperor remained locked to the Golden Throne, unable to intervene directly, while he held shut the portal that would doom Terra if it opened. Loyalist reinforcements were en route, coming from across the galaxy, but they might arrive too late to save the throne world. In what appeared to be a desperate gambit, Horus lowered the void shields of his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, and issued a direct challenge to the Emperor. Whether this was genuine hubris, overconfidence in his chaos-enhanced power, or a calculated move to force a final confrontation before reinforcements arrived, remains debated. The Emperor saw the opportunity and knew he had to take it. He left the Golden Throne, asking Malkador the Sigillite to take his place and maintain the seal on the webway breach, a task that would kill the Sigillite, but buy the Emperor the time needed for confrontation. The Emperor teleported to the Vengeful Spirit with an honor guard that included Primarch Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists, Primarch Sanguinius of the Blood Angels, units of Adeptus Custodes, and Space Marines from loyal legions. But the forces were scattered during the teleportation, separated throughout the massive flagship, forced to fight their way toward Horus's location on the command deck. Sanguinius, magnificent and terrible in his fury, reached Horus first. The angel faced the War Master in single combat, and though Sanguinius fought with the skill and power befitting the most beloved of the Primarchs, Horus had been enhanced by the gifts of all four Chaos Gods. The battle was short and brutal, ending with Sanguinius slain and his broken body lying at his brother's feet. When the Emperor finally reached the throne room, he found Horus standing over Sanguinius's corpse, the War Master at the peak of his demonic power, transformed into something that was no longer entirely human. What happened next has been the subject of countless historical accounts, theological debates, and conflicting eyewitness testimonies. The two most powerful beings in the Imperium clashed in a duel that was as much psychic as physical, their weapons striking not just at flesh and armor, but at souls and essence. According to most accounts, the Emperor initially held back, unable or unwilling to use his full power against his most favored son. Perhaps he hoped that some fragment of the true Horus remained, that the being who had been his greatest pride might yet be redeemed. This hesitation cost him dearly. Horus's attacks struck home again and again, burning flesh, breaking bones, inflicting wounds that even the Emperor's regenerative capabilities could not immediately heal. The Emperor's face was burned, his eye burst, his arm torn from its socket, his spine broken. He was being killed, slowly and agonizingly, by his own son. What finally broke the Emperor's restraint varies by account. Some say he saw a custodian or a mortal human, traditionally named Olanius Pius, interpose himself between the combatants, only for Horus to obliterate the brave soul with casual contempt. Others claim the Emperor finally realized that Horus was completely lost, that nothing of his son remained within the chaos-corrupted shell. Whatever the catalyst, the Emperor unleashed the full magnitude of his psychic power, striking not just at Horus's body, but at his very soul. The attack was so powerful, so absolute, that it did not merely kill Horus, but annihilated him utterly, burning away every trace of the War Master's existence so completely that even the Chaos Gods could not preserve or resurrect him. But the victory came at a price that would reshape the Imperium forever. The Emperor's body was broken beyond any hope of recovery. His wounds were too severe, his systems too damaged, his flesh too destroyed to support life through natural means alone. He was found barely conscious, barely alive, his magnificent form reduced to a shattered ruin. Rogel Dawn and the other survivors brought him back to Terra, back to the Golden Throne, where the tech priests worked frantically to adapt the ancient device from a webway portal into a life support mechanism that might keep the Emperor's consciousness tethered to the material world. The Emperor survived, after a fashion, but he would never again walk among men. Never again would he lead armies, or guide policy, or shape the Imperium directly. His physical body, what remained of it, was sealed within the Golden Throne, kept barely alive through a combination of ancient technology and the daily sacrifice of psychers, whose life force was fed into the mechanism to sustain him. His mind, however, remained active, extending its awareness into the warp, where it battled chaos eternally and guided the beacon of the Astronomicon that made interstellar travel possible. Before his internment became permanent, before consciousness faded to the twilight existence he would endure for 10,000 years, the Emperor spoke briefly to the survivors. He commanded them to continue the fight, to cleanse the Imperium of the traitor's taint, to preserve what he had built, even if it could no longer progress as he had envisioned. He did not, according to any reliable account, retract his prohibition on worship. He did not suddenly embrace the religious devotion that had spawned in his name. He remained, to the end of his active life, committed to the imperial truth and the secular vision he had fought to establish. But the Emperor's intentions no longer mattered. He was, for all practical purposes, dead. And in his death, he became something far more powerful than he had ever been in life. He became a martyr. The Golden Throne, Eternal Vigil. The Golden Throne stands at the absolute center of the Imperium, both literally and metaphorically. Located deep within the Imperial Palace on Terra, in chambers so heavily guarded that entire armies could not hope to breach them, the throne is the one indispensable component of humanity's survival. Without it, the Emperor would die. Without the Emperor, the Astronomicon would fail. Without the Astronomicon, interstellar travel would become impossible. Without interstellar travel, the Imperium would fragment into isolated worlds, each vulnerable to the endless threats that prowl the darkness. The Golden Throne is not merely important. It is the keystone holding up the entire arch of human civilization across 1,000,000 worlds. The throne itself is an ancient artifact dating to the Dark Age of technology, that legendary period before the Age of Strife, when humanity's scientific achievements reached heights that even the Mechanicum cannot fully comprehend or replicate. What it was originally designed for remains uncertain. The Emperor discovered it in the ruins beneath the deserts of ancient Asia, presumably recognizing in this incomprehensible technology potential that others could not see. He spent centuries studying it, modifying it, adapting it to serve his purposes. The result was the gateway to the webway, the key to freeing humanity from its dependence on warp travel. When Magnus the Red's warning shattered that dream, when the Emperor was forced to use the throne not as a portal, but as a seal against demonic invasion, the device proved adaptable to this desperate purpose. The Emperor's psychic power, channeled through the throne's ancient mechanisms, was sufficient to keep the breach closed even while maintaining other essential functions. But it required his constant attention, his unwavering focus, his presence physically bound to the throne itself. From the moment Magnus broke through the psychic wards until the throne room was sealed, during the Emperor's final battle with Horus, the Emperor could not leave the throne for more than brief moments without risking catastrophic demonic invasion. After the Emperor's near death on the Vengeful Spirit, the throne's purpose changed yet again. Under the direction of Rogal Dorn, and with the desperate efforts of the Mechanicum's greatest tech priests, the Golden Throne was rapidly modified to serve as a life support mechanism for the Emperor's shattered body. Stasis fields and psi-fusion reactors, technologies that the Mechanicum could maintain but not truly understand, were integrated into the system. The result was a bizarre hybrid, part webway portal, part psychic amplifier, part medical device, part prison. The Emperor's consciousness remained aware. His psychic power still flowed through the device, but his physical form was locked away, slowly decaying, kept from true death only through the throne's mysterious mechanisms. The Golden Throne requires constant maintenance and an enormous investment of psychic energy to keep functioning. Every day, approximately 1,000 psykers are sacrificed to power the device, their life forces drained away to sustain the Emperor's connection to the material world. These psykers are not killed quickly or painlessly. Over months, they are gradually consumed, their souls fed into the mechanisms of the throne to provide the psychic sustenance the Emperor requires. When they finally die, their husks are removed and new psykers take their place, maintaining the cycle that has continued unbroken for 10,000 years. The source of these psykers is the black ships, those dreaded vessels that travel from world to world, collecting any humans who manifest psychic abilities. Every world in the Imperium is required to surrender its psykers to these ships, and most do so willingly, understanding that unsanctioned psykers represent a mortal threat to their communities. Some of these psykers are valuable enough to be trained as astropaths, the telepaths, who allow communication across interstellar distances. Others become sanctioned psykers, serving the Inquisition, the military, or other imperial institutions. But many, perhaps most, are deemed suitable only for the one service all psykers can provide: fuel for the Golden Throne. The numbers are staggering and have only grown worse with time. In the early years after the Emperor's internment, fewer psykers were needed to maintain the throne's function. But as centuries became millennia, as the throne's ancient mechanisms slowly degraded, as the Emperor's physical form continued its gradual decay, the requirements increased. By the closing years of the 41st millennium, approximately 1,000 psykers per day were being consumed, and even this sacrifice barely maintained optimal power levels. The tech priests who monitor the throne's systems have detected failures and malfunctions that they lack the knowledge to repair, suggesting that eventually, inevitably, the throne will fail completely unless some solution is found. But the Golden Throne does far more than simply keep the Emperor's body technically alive. Through its mechanisms, the Emperor's psychic power is amplified and projected across the entire galaxy. The Astronomicon, that massive psychic beacon located in the Forbidden Fortress in the Himalayan mountains, is powered by the Emperor's mind channeled through the throne. The beacon consists of a choir of 10,000 specially trained psykers, whose combined psychic output is directed by the Emperor's consciousness into a focused beam that reaches approximately 70,000 light-years across the galaxy. Navigators, those mutant humans whose third eye can perceive the warp, use the Astronomicon as a fixed reference point, allowing them to plot safe courses through the chaos of the Immaterium. Without this beacon, faster-than-light travel would be nearly impossible, reducing humanity to crawling between the stars at sublight speeds that would make maintaining an interstellar empire impossible. The Emperor's presence in the warp serves another crucial function beyond the Astronomicon. According to the beliefs of the imperial cult and the testimony of saints and psykers throughout the Imperium, the Emperor actively battles chaos from within the Immaterium itself. His psychic form, or some extension of his consciousness, fights an eternal war against the Chaos Gods and their demon servants, preventing them from overwhelming humanity through direct warp invasion. He guards the portal beneath the Imperial Palace, that still sealed breach in the Imperial webway, ensuring that the demonic hordes beyond can never pour through into real space. He protects the souls of the faithful, or so the ecclesiarchy teaches, gathering them to his side after death, rather than allowing them to dissipate into the warp where they might be devoured by demons. Whether these claims about the Emperor's ongoing activities are literally true, metaphorically true, or primarily propaganda, remains one of the great mysteries of the 41st millennium. What seems certain is that the Emperor's psychic presence in the warp is immense, and that it does seem to provide some measure of protection to humanity. Psykers across the Imperium report visions of the Emperor, receiving guidance or warnings that prove accurate. Saints manifest with powers that appear to derive from the Emperor himself. Miracles occur that have no explanation except divine intervention. Chaos cultists speak with hatred and fear of the anathema, their name for the Emperor, suggesting that he represents something genuinely threatening to their dark masters. The physical reality of the Emperor's existence is far less glorious than the myths suggest. Within the Golden Throne, sealed away from all eyes except those of the Adeptus Custodes who guard it, and the highest-ranking tech priests who maintain it, the Emperor's body is a slowly rotting corpse. The magnificent physical form that once walked across Terra in golden armor, that stood taller than any space marine, that radiated power and authority, has been reduced to a desiccated husk. His flesh, such as remains, is kept from complete decay only through the throne's stasis fields. His bones, twisted and broken from Horus's assault, can never heal. His organs, most destroyed or damaged beyond function, are supplemented or replaced by arcane machinery that the Mechanicum maintains through ritual rather than understanding. Some accounts suggest the Emperor retains some level of awareness of the material world, that he can communicate with those who approach the throne through psychic means, that he occasionally issues commands or provides guidance to the highest authorities of the Imperium. The Primarch Robut Guilliman, when he returned in the era immediately before the 41st millennium, was granted audience with his father and reportedly emerged shaken by the experience, speaking little of what he witnessed, but suggesting that the Emperor's consciousness might be fragmented or changed in ways that made communication difficult and unsettling. Other accounts are less optimistic. Some suggest that the Emperor's consciousness is so divided, spread so thin across his many tasks, that little remains of his original personality or intentions. Perhaps maintaining the Astronomicon consumes 99% of his attention, leaving only fragments to battle chaos and virtually nothing to observe or direct the Imperium he created. Perhaps the daily sacrifice of psychers sustains not the Emperor as he was, but merely the psychic echo of what he once represented, a resonance in the warp that takes his form but lacks his mind. Perhaps he died millennia ago, and what the Imperium worships is already more ghost than God, more symbol than consciousness. These questions cannot be answered with certainty, and asking them too openly invites accusations of heresy from the ecclesiarchy. What matters to the daily function of the Imperium is not whether the Emperor truly lives, but that the Golden Throne continues to function, that the Astronomicon continues to burn, that the daily sacrifice of psychers continues to provide whatever power the throne requires. Whether this sustains a living God, a fragmented consciousness, or merely an incredibly powerful psychic construct, has become almost irrelevant to the practical reality of maintaining an empire across 1,000,000 worlds. The Golden Throne has become the physical manifestation of humanity's desperation. It represents the terrible compromise at the heart of the Imperium, that to survive, humanity must feed its protector a steady diet of its own children, sacrificing roughly 1,000,000 psychers every 3 years to keep the Emperor sustained. It demonstrates the fragility of the entire Imperial project, how completely it depends on a single mechanism that is slowly failing and cannot be replaced or repaired. It embodies the irony of the Emperor's fate, that the being who fought to free humanity from dependence on faith and mysticism now exists in a liminal state between life and death, sustained by machinery no one understands, and worshipped by trillions who have never been told he forbade such devotion. And it is upon this crumbling foundation, upon this failing mechanism, upon this slowly decaying corpse connected to ancient technology, that the largest religion in galactic history has been built. The Golden Throne has become not merely a life support device, but the holiest of holies, the inner sanctum where the God Emperor dwells, the ultimate destination of pilgrims who travel across the stars, hoping for a glimpse of the chambers where he resides. It has been transformed from a pragmatic necessity into a sacred site, its mechanisms venerated as divine works, its guardians treated as priests ministering to the living God. The Emperor sought to build an empire on reason. Instead, he created a theocracy centered on a throne he never wanted to occupy, sustained by a faith he always rejected, dependent on daily human sacrifice to a God who insisted he was merely a man. Rise of the imperial cult. In the immediate aftermath of the Horus heresy, the Imperium faced crises that would have destroyed a less resilient civilization. Half the Space Marine legions had turned traitor. Terra itself had been ravaged by siege and battle. The Emperor, The central authority around whom the entire imperium had been built was now locked away in the Golden Throne, unable to provide direct guidance or leadership. The survivors faced the monumental task of rebuilding a shattered empire while simultaneously hunting down the traitors who had nearly destroyed it. The Great Scouring, as this campaign became known, would take years to complete and would never entirely succeed in eliminating the threat of chaos. Yet even as the military situation gradually stabilized, even as traitor forces were driven back into the Eye of Terror and the Imperium's borders were slowly restored, a different kind of transformation was taking place among the population. The imperial truth, that secular doctrine the Emperor had fought so hard to establish, was dying, and in its place, fed by desperation and grief and the need to make sense of catastrophic loss, a new religion was being born. The Lectitio Divinitatis, Lorgar's banned religious text arguing for the Emperor's divinity, had never been completely eliminated. Hidden copies had circulated underground throughout the Great Crusade, passed between believers who met in secret to share their forbidden faith. During the Horus Heresy, as reality itself seemed to be falling apart, and demons walked openly on human worlds, these hidden cults exploded in membership. People who had accepted the imperial truth during times of relative stability found that cold reason offered little comfort when facing the literal forces of hell. The promise that the Emperor, now martyred in humanity's defense, watched over his faithful and would protect them even in death, proved far more appealing than scientific explanations of warp phenomena. Euphrati Keeler, the remembrancer who had witnessed the Emperor's power and survived demonic possession, emerged as one of the most important early figures of Emperor worship. She preached openly despite persecution, arguing that her survival and her visions proved the Emperor's divine nature. She gathered followers who called themselves the Light Bearers, and later the Confederation of Light, establishing a tradition of missionary work that would eventually become central to the imperial cult. When she died, decades after the heresy, she was already being venerated as a saint, the first of countless individuals who would be elevated to sacred status for their service to the God Emperor. The transformation from forbidden cult to accepted practice took time. In the immediate aftermath of the heresy, the surviving leadership of the Imperium, particularly the Primarchs who remained loyal, attempted to maintain the imperial truth despite growing pressure from below. Robert Guilliman, who had taken on much of the administrative burden of rebuilding the Imperium, viewed Emperor worship with deep suspicion and worked to suppress it wherever possible. He understood that the Emperor had explicitly forbidden such devotion and believed that the Imperium's survival depended on maintaining the secular vision, even in its founder's absence. But Guilliman and the other rationalists faced an impossible task. How could they enforce atheism when the evidence of divine powers was manifest throughout the Imperium? People had seen demons, had witnessed chaos sorcery, had experienced the very real power of faith and worship to shape events in the warp. The strict materialism of the imperial truth, the insistence that everything was explainable through natural law, rang hollow to populations who had survived apocalypse through prayer and had watched saints perform miracles on the battlefield. The Emperor might have insisted he was not a god, but what else would one call a being of such immense power who now fought eternally in the warp to protect humanity? Moreover, the worship of the Emperor provided something that the shattered Imperium desperately needed: unity. Across 1,000,000 worlds, among countless different human cultures, with their own traditions and beliefs, the Emperor became the one universal constant. Planetary governors and military commanders found that Emperor worship provided a powerful tool for maintaining order and ensuring loyalty. Soldiers fought more fiercely when they believed the Emperor watched over them. Workers labored more diligently when they saw their service as holy duty. Entire populations could be controlled and directed through the promise of the Emperor's divine favor or the threat of his sacred wrath. By the 32nd millennium, approximately 1,000 years after the heresy, Emperor worship had become so pervasive and so powerful that suppressing it was no longer feasible or even desirable. Multiple different cults and sects had emerged, each with their own interpretation of proper worship, but all united in the belief that the emperor was divine. The largest and most successful of these was the Temple of the Savior Emperor, which had the advantage of being based on Terra itself and led by a former Imperial Guard officer named Fatidicus, who had fought during the siege of Terra. Fatidicus proved to be a brilliant organizer and evangelist. Under his leadership, the temple spread rapidly across the Segmentum Solar and beyond, absorbing smaller cults and establishing a comprehensive theology that could accommodate many different forms of emperor worship. When Fatidicus died at the age of 120, the temple had billions of followers on Terra alone and uncounted trillions throughout the wider Imperium. His successor continued the work of expansion, and within centuries, approximately 2/3 of the entire Imperium worshipped the emperor according to the temple's doctrines. The formal recognition of the temple as an official institution of the Imperium came in the early 32nd millennium, when it was granted the title Adeptus Ministorum and given authority over all religious matters throughout imperial space. A few centuries later, the ecclesiarch, the leader of the Adeptus Ministorum, received a permanent seat among the High Lords of Terra, making the head of the imperial cult one of the most powerful political figures in the entire Imperium. What had begun as forbidden cults meeting in secret had become the state religion, and those who denied the emperor's divinity were now the heretics subject to persecution. This transformation was not without conflict. Different interpretations of proper worship led to countless theological disputes, some of which erupted into violence or even full-scale wars. The question of what the emperor actually was, of how he should be properly worshipped, of what duties the faithful owed to him, all of these became matters of intense debate that sometimes resulted in entire planetary populations being declared heretical and purged. The Adeptus Ministorum itself became increasingly corrupt, with many high-ranking officials using their religious authority to accumulate wealth and political power, rather than genuinely serving the faithful. The crisis came to a head during the Age of Apostasy in the 36th millennium, when a man named Goga van Dyer seized control of both the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Ministorum, becoming simultaneously the Lord High Administrator and the Ecclesiarch. His reign was marked by tyranny, corruption, and horrific abuses of power, all committed in the emperor's name. Entire systems were purged for insufficient devotion. The ecclesiarchy's militant orders became tools of oppression rather than defenders of the faith. The Imperium teetered on the brink of another civil war, this time over religion rather than ideology. The Age of Apostasy ended when Sebastian Thor, a preacher from a distant world, led a religious reformation and ultimately toppled Van Dyer with the help of the Adeptus Custodes and other imperial forces. Thor's Confederation of Light reformed the imperial cult, establishing new doctrines that emphasized humility and service rather than power and domination. The Temple of the Savior Emperor, which had become synonymous with Van Dyer's tyranny, was declared heretical, and its remaining followers were hunted down. Thor's reforms established the structure and theology that would define the imperial cult for the next 5 millennia, right up to the 41st millennium. The imperial cult as it exists in the era of the 41st millennium is vast, complex, and nearly impossible to fully describe. It exists in millions of different forms across the Imperium's countless worlds, adapted to local cultures and traditions while maintaining certain core beliefs. Almost every human in the Imperium is raised to believe in the Emperor's divinity, taught from birth that he is the one true God of humanity, that faith in him provides protection from the terrors of the galaxy, that service to the Imperium is service to him, that death in his name guarantees a place at his side in the eternal battles beyond. The Adeptus Ministorum maintains vast cathedrals on countless worlds, employs millions of preachers and missionaries, operates the Schola Progenium that trains the orphans of imperial servants, and commands militant orders, like the Sisters of Battle, who serve as the ecclesiarchy's military arm. The organization is immensely wealthy and politically powerful, able to declare worlds heretical and call for their punishment, to excommunicate individuals or entire populations, to shape imperial policy through the ecclesiarch's seat among the high lords. Yet despite this institutional power, despite the near universal acceptance of the emperor's divinity, the imperial cult remains in many ways a religion of desperation. People pray to the emperor not out of philosophical conviction, but out of desperate need for protection in a universe that is actively trying to kill them. They see miracles not as joyful manifestations of divine love, but as the minimum intervention necessary to prevent total annihilation. They worship the emperor because the alternative is chaos, damnation, and death, not because faith brings them comfort or enlightenment. The irony would not be lost on the emperor if he retained enough consciousness to contemplate it. Everything he fought against has come to pass. The religion he spent 10,000 years trying to prevent has become the dominant force in human civilization. The superstition he sought to eliminate is now enforced by violence against anyone who dares question it. The faith he understood as humanity's greatest weakness has become the Imperium's primary source of strength and unity. His image adorns trillions of shrines. His name is invoked in countless prayers. His divinity is the foundational truth upon which the Imperium builds its laws, its culture, its entire worldview. And perhaps most ironically, it was Lorgar's work. Lorgar, the first heretic. Lorgar, whose betrayal led directly to the Horus heresy. Lorgar, whose actions doomed the emperor to an eternity of suffering. It was his Lectitio Divinitatis that provided the theological foundation for the religion that would define the Imperium's future. The man the emperor humiliated at Monarchia, whose faith he crushed beneath the rubble of destroyed monuments, was ultimately proven right. The emperor was worthy of worship. It simply took his near death and 10,000 years of slow transformation to make the rest of humanity understand what Lorgar had known all along. The imperial cult is not what the emperor wanted. It is not what he envisioned when he began the Great Crusade. It represents the complete failure of the imperial truth and everything he fought to establish. But it is also, undeniably, what has kept the Imperium together across 10,000 years of endless war. Without the unifying force of shared faith, without the belief that the Emperor protects and that service to the Imperium serves a divine purpose, humanity would likely have fragmented into warring factions, or been overwhelmed by the countless Xenos threats and chaos incursions it faces. In this sense, the Emperor's transformation into a god, however much it violates his original intentions, may have been the only thing that could save the Imperium he created. Whether he would consider that a victory or the ultimate defeat remains unknowable. The God Emperor in the 41st millennium. By the closing years of the 41st millennium, the transformation is complete. The Emperor is no longer remembered as a man who denied divinity. He is the God Emperor of mankind, the master of humanity, the one true God whose worship is not merely accepted, but mandatory across the million worlds of the Imperium. To question his divinity is heresy punishable by death. To refuse worship is to mark oneself as an enemy of humanity itself. The secular empire he built has become the most thoroughly theocratic civilization in galactic history. The imperial creed, as taught by the Adeptus Ministorum, is flexible enough to accommodate countless different cultural expressions, while maintaining certain core tenets that all believers must accept. First and foremost, that the God Emperor of mankind once walked among mortals in physical form, but is and has always been divine. That he is one true God of humanity, regardless of whatever beliefs any human may have previously held. That it is the sacred duty of every human to purge the heretic, beware the psyker and the mutant, and abhor the alien. That every human being has a place in the Emperor's divine order, and that serving the Imperium is serving him directly. These beliefs shape every aspect of life throughout the Imperium. Children are taught from their earliest years that the Emperor watches over them, that his divine will guides the Imperium's destiny, that faith in him provides protection from the horrors of the galaxy. Every meal might be preceded by prayers of thanks to the Emperor. Every important event from births to deaths to marriages involves ceremonies invoking his name. Every military unit marches into battle with the conviction that they serve the greatest god humanity has ever known. The physical manifestations of Emperor worship are omnipresent throughout the Imperium. Cathedrals dwarf cities, their spires, reaching kilometers into polluted skies, their interiors vast enough to hold tens of thousands of worshippers. Shrines appear on every world, from elaborate structures maintained by the ecclesiarchy to simple altars where ordinary citizens light candles and leave offerings. The aquila, the double-headed eagle that serves as the emperor's symbol, marks everything from military banners to common tools, a constant reminder of whose imperium this is and who deserves worship. Pilgrimage is considered a sacred duty, with millions attempting to reach Terra at least once in their lives to see with their own eyes the world where the Emperor dwells. Most will never succeed, dying in transit or turned away by the overwhelming numbers seeking entry to the throne world. Those few who do make it to Terra might spend their entire lives in prayer, sustained by the ecclesiarchy in exchange for their devotion, never seeing the Emperor himself, but content merely to exist on the same world where he maintains his eternal vigil. The concept of saints is central to how the imperial cult understands the Emperor's interaction with the material world. Throughout the Imperium's history, certain individuals have manifested powers that seem to derive from the Emperor himself, performing miracles that save worlds or inspire faith in ways that change entire sectors. Some of these saints are recognized only after death, their legends growing until the ecclesiarchy formally canonizes them and establishes feast days in their honor. Others are living saints, rare individuals who appear in moments of greatest need, blazing with holy power, able to resurrect after death, undeniably touched by something beyond mortal understanding. Saint Celestine is perhaps the most famous of these living saints, a warrior who has appeared repeatedly throughout imperial history to turn the tide of crucial battles. She fights with weapons wreathed in holy fire, survives wounds that would kill anyone else, and resurrects when struck down, returning to the fray when the Emperor's people need her most. Whether she is a manifestation of the Emperor's will, a consciousness he has invested with power, or something else entirely remains debated, but her existence and the miracles attributed to her provide powerful evidence for the faithful that the Emperor is indeed divine and actively protecting his people. The Sisters of Battle, the militant orders of the Adepta Sororitas, demonstrate the power of faith in the most literal sense. These warriors are not genetically enhanced like Space Marines, but are nevertheless capable of remarkable feats through their absolute devotion to the Emperor. They manifest what they call acts of faith, abilities that seem to defy natural law. Bullets that should have killed them miss or fail to penetrate. Their weapons strike with impossible force. They shrug off injuries that should be crippling. They see visions that guide them to victory. Whether these abilities are psychic, powers channeled through faith, direct intervention by the Emperor, or the warp responding to intense belief remains unclear, but the results are undeniable. The imperial cult also promises an afterlife, teaching that the souls of the faithful go to the Emperor's side after death to serve him in the eternal wars against chaos. Whether this is true remains one of the great mysteries of the Imperium. Souls do exist in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. They are tangible things that persist after death and enter the warp. Whether the Emperor genuinely protects and gathers the souls of his faithful, whether he has created some kind of realm within the warp where they can exist safely, or whether this is simply comforting mythology, remains impossible to verify. What seems certain is that something happens to the souls of those who die with the Emperor's name on their lips, that they do not simply dissipate or get devoured by demons, as seems to be the fate of most human souls entering the warp. The daily life of Imperial citizens is saturated with religious observance to a degree that would be overwhelming to anyone from a more secular culture. Morning prayers thank the Emperor for another day of life. Evening prayers beg his protection through the night. Prayers precede work, consecrating labor as service to the divine. Prayers follow meals, acknowledging that all sustenance comes ultimately from the Emperor's beneficence. Holy days commemorate victories, remember saints, celebrate the Emperor's birth or his ascension to the Golden Throne. Entire worlds function as shrine worlds, their sole purpose to maintain temples and support pilgrims, their populations existing solely to worship. This universal devotion serves multiple purposes beyond the spiritual. It provides social control, with the ecclesiarchy working hand in hand with secular authorities to maintain order through the threat of divine punishment for disobedience. It offers psychological comfort in a galaxy where horrors beyond description are objectively real and where any world might face extinction at any moment. It creates unity across vast distances and wildly different cultures, providing something that all humans share, regardless of what world they inhabit or what conditions they endure. And, according to the faithful and possibly according to objective reality, it provides genuine protection from chaos by strengthening the Emperor's presence in the warp through the psychic weight of universal belief. Yet the Imperial cult, for all its power and universality, is not without its dark aspects. The same faith that inspires soldiers to heroic sacrifice also fuels witch hunts that burn innocent psykers. The same devotion that builds magnificent cathedrals also justifies the most brutal oppression in the Emperor's name. The same belief that the Emperor protects allows corrupt officials to commit atrocities while claiming divine authority. Faith in the God Emperor can inspire the best of humanity, but it also enables the worst. The relationship between the Space Marines and the Imperial cult is complex and often contradictory. Most chapters officially acknowledge the Emperor's divinity, while maintaining their own distinct traditions and beliefs. They are often the most fervent worshippers, dedicating their very existence to the Emperor's service. Yet they also remember traditions that predate the Imperial cult, that come from the time when the Emperor walked among them and specifically denied being a god. Some chapters, like the Black Templars, embrace the Imperial cult wholeheartedly, worshipping the Emperor with a fervor that matches or exceeds that of any mortal believer. Others maintain a more nuanced position, venerating the Emperor as the ultimate exemplar of what humanity can achieve, while not necessarily accepting all the theological doctrines of the ecclesiarchy. The Primarch Robut. Guilliman's return in the years immediately before the 41st millennium's end created an unprecedented theological crisis. Here was a son of the Emperor, a Primarch who had walked with the Emperor during the Great Crusade, who knew his father's actual intentions and beliefs. Guilliman made no secret of his opinion that the Emperor was not divine, that the Imperial cult represented everything the Emperor had fought against, that faith had brought the Imperium not strength, but weakness and stagnation. Yet the ecclesiarchy insisted on venerating Guilliman as a living saint, as the Emperor's chosen regent, even as he explicitly rejected these characterizations. The situation revealed the fundamental problem at the heart of the Imperial cult. It was built on a foundation of denial and ignorance. The Emperor had denied divinity. He had forbidden worship. He had fought to eliminate faith from human civilization. But 10,000 years of propaganda, coupled with genuine miracles and the undeniable evidence that something powerful protected the faithful, had created a religion so entrenched that even the return of a Primarch could not shake it. The faithful simply reinterpreted Guilliman's words, arguing that his denial of the Emperor's divinity was either a test of faith or that he was too humble to recognize the divine when it stood before him. In the grim darkness of the far future, the God Emperor is the one constant across the Imperium. He is invoked by soldiers dying in trenches, by workers laboring in hive factories, by navigators steering ships through the warp, by inquisitors burning heretics, by missionaries bringing primitive worlds into compliance, by saints performing miracles on battlefields, by countless trillions of human beings who find in faith the only comfort available in a universe actively trying to destroy them. Whether he is truly a god or merely the most powerful psyker who ever lived has become almost irrelevant. What matters is that billions believe, and in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, belief has power. The Emperor may have begun as a man who denied divinity, but after 10,000 years of worship by uncounted trillions, after becoming the focus of the largest religion in galactic history, after having every prayer and hope and desperate plea of humanity directed toward him, something has changed. The question is not whether the Emperor has become a god. The question is what kind of god he has become, and whether any fragment of the man who once walked among humanity remains within that deific power. The power of belief, warp entity or man. In the Warhammer 40,000 universe, the line between belief and reality is not merely blurred, but fundamentally irrelevant. The warp, that alternate dimension that underlies and interpenetrates real space, is a realm where consciousness and emotion have direct and tangible effects on the substance of reality itself. Thoughts have weight, feelings have form, and belief, sustained across billions or trillions of minds, can create beings of immense power that are as real as anything in the material universe, perhaps more so. This is how the Chaos Gods came into existence. They were not created deliberately or through any conscious act of worship. Rather, they coalesced from the collective emotions of sentient beings across the galaxy. Horn was born from rage and bloodlust, Nurgle from despair and the fear of death, Tzeentch from ambition and the desire for change, Slaanesh from excess and decadence. These beings are real in every sense that matters. They can think, plan, act upon the material universe. They possess power that dwarfs even the mightiest mortal civilizations. They are gods, even if they were created by the very beings who now worship or fear them. The question that haunts those few within the Imperium who dare to think such thoughts is this: has the same process occurred with the Emperor? When trillions of humans across 1 million worlds pray to him daily, when they believe with absolute conviction that he is divine, when they attribute miracles to his intervention and see evidence of his protection everywhere they look, does that belief create or strengthen something in the warp that corresponds to the Emperor? Has the Emperor, through the weight of universal worship, become the very thing he always denied being? There are several theories about what the Emperor's current state might be, none of them provable, and all of them dangerous to voice openly given the ecclesiarchy's violent intolerance of theological speculation that strays too far from orthodox doctrine. The first possibility is the most straightforward. The Emperor remains fundamentally what he always was, an extraordinarily powerful human psyker whose consciousness is trapped in a half-dead body, while his psychic power extends into the warp to perform the tasks necessary for the Imperium's survival. According to this view, the worship directed at him has no particular effect, beyond perhaps providing some amount of psychic energy that sustains him, much as the daily sacrifice of psykers does more directly. He is not becoming a god. He was never a god. He is simply an incredibly powerful being doing his best to protect humanity, despite his physical limitations. The second possibility is more concerning, that the Emperor is indeed dead in any meaningful sense, that the consciousness that was once a man named by many names across his long life has fragmented and dispersed, but that the combination of the Golden Throne's mechanisms and the weight of universal belief has created something that appears to be the Emperor, but is actually a warp entity shaped by humanity's collective faith. This would be the Emperor as godling, a nascent deity born not from the man's own power, but from the belief of his worshippers, wearing his face and bearing his name, but perhaps lacking his consciousness, his memories, his actual will. The third possibility, and perhaps the most complex, is that both things are happening simultaneously. The man who was the emperor still exists in some form, his consciousness stretched thin across multiple tasks and slowly fragmenting under the strain of 10 millennia of torment. But alongside this fading consciousness, something else is growing in the warp, fed by the belief of trillions, taking shape as a genuine divine entity that reflects humanity's need for a protecting God rather than the emperor's own nature or intentions. These two entities, the man and the god, might be separate but connected, might be merging, might be in conflict with each other. The emperor as he was, and the god emperor that humanity's faith has created, might be two different beings occupying the same conceptual space. There is evidence to support all these theories, though the evidence is fragmentary, often contradictory, and always subject to interpretation through the lens of faith or skepticism. Saints manifest across the Imperium, performing miracles that seem to draw power from the emperor. Are these his direct intervention, or are they channeling the power of humanity's collective belief? The Sisters of Battle perform their acts of faith, defying what should be possible through sheer devotion. Is this the emperor protecting his most faithful servants, or is it the warp responding to intense belief by making the impossible real? Psychers report visions of the emperor, receiving guidance that proves accurate. Is this him communicating, or is it their own unconscious minds drawing on the Gestalt entity that humanity's faith has created? The most intriguing piece of evidence comes from something called the Star Child theory, an ancient and heavily suppressed doctrine that claims the emperor's soul survived the battle with Horus and exists separately in the warp, slowly gathering strength for eventual rebirth. According to this theory, when the emperor finally slew Horus and burned his soul to ash, he was forced to expend so much power that his own soul essentially exploded, with most of his essence scattering into the warp, while a small core, a fragment containing the essential emperor, remained tethered to his body through the Golden Throne. This fragment, sometimes called the Star Child, is accumulating power from the faith of humanity, growing stronger with each prayer, each sacrifice, each act performed in the emperor's name. Eventually, the theory suggests, the Star Child will become powerful enough to be reborn, whether by finally releasing the Golden Throne and allowing the emperor's physical death, or through some other mechanism. The Inquisition has declared the Star Child theory to be dangerous heresy, and those who preach it are hunted down and executed. This is partly because the theory suggests the emperor could die, which threatens the stability of the Imperium's foundational myths, but also because it implies something profoundly uncomfortable, that the emperor might not be the same being when and if he returns, that the accumulation of humanity's faith might have changed him into something quite different from the secular rationalist who began the Great Crusade. What we can say with some certainty is that something in the warp corresponds to the emperor, and that this something has immense power. The Chaos Gods themselves refer to the emperor as the anathema, acknowledging him as their greatest enemy, and the one being in the galaxy who genuinely threatens their dominion. They cannot simply overwhelm him despite his physical helplessness, because his presence in the warp is protected and strengthened by something, whether his own power, humanity's faith, or both. Demons that speak of him do so with hatred and fear, suggesting he is more than merely a powerful psyker, but perhaps not yet the equal of the Chaos Gods themselves. There are also accounts from those who have encountered what they believe to be the Emperor directly, either through visions or in near-death experiences, or in the warp itself. These accounts are maddeningly inconsistent. Some describe him as an overwhelming presence of golden light, consciousness so vast and powerful that it cannot be comprehended by mortal minds. Others report encountering what seems to be a fragmented being, shards of a personality that was once unified but has been shattered by millennia of torment. Still others claim to have met something that seemed to be trying to appear as the Emperor, but lacked the depth or coherence of a true consciousness, more like an echo or a mask than an actual being. The Primarch Robert Guilliman's account of his audience with the Emperor such details as he has shared suggests something profoundly disturbing. Guillimer, who knew his father before the internment, who understood the emperor's actual nature and capabilities, emerged from that meeting shaken and reluctant to discuss what he experienced. In the few comments he has made, he has suggested that the emperor he met was not entirely the father he remembered, that something had changed in 10,000 years of half-death, that the being on the golden throne might possess his father's power but perhaps not his humanity or wisdom. All of this brings us back to the fundamental question: has the emperor become a god? The answer might be that he is in the process of becoming one, that 10,000 years of worship has been slowly transforming him whether he wills it or not, that the boundary between the man who denied divinity and the God that humanity's faith is creating has become increasingly indistinct. He began as a man who rejected worship. He now exists as the focus of the largest religion in galactic history. Whether he has genuinely achieved godhood or merely appears to have done so might be a distinction without difference. In the Warhammer 40,000 universe, gods are not metaphysical absolutes, but rather extremely powerful warp entities that can affect reality through the application of immense psychic force. By this definition, the Emperor might have always been a god, or at least godlike, given his power. But perhaps what has changed is not his power, but his nature, his essence, what he actually is beneath the manifestation of power. The man who walked among humanity had purposes, plans, a vision for what humanity could become. The God Emperor that trillions worship might possess none of these things, might be more force than consciousness, more symbol than being, more the collective need of humanity than any individual will. Or perhaps he remains the same as he always was, trapped and suffering but conscious, aware of what has been done in his name, unable to prevent his deification, but still fundamentally the rational being who built the Imperium on secular principles. Perhaps he spends every moment of awareness in the purest agony, not just from his physical wounds, but from the knowledge that everything he fought for has been betrayed, that his Imperium has become exactly what he sought to prevent, that he is worshipped as the god he always denied being. That would be the ultimate irony, the cruelest torture, to achieve apotheosis while remaining conscious enough to recognize and despise what you have become. The truth, if such exists in this context, is that we simply do not know. The Emperor's current state remains one of the great mysteries of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, deliberately left ambiguous by those who chronicle these dark times. What we can observe is the effect, that the Emperor, man or god or something in between, functions as a divine being for all practical purposes of the Imperium, and that humanity's belief in his divinity has consequences that reverberate through both the material universe and the warp beyond. Conclusion: the transformation of the Emperor from man to god represents one of the most profound ironies in all of galactic history. The being who spent 40,000 years fighting to free humanity from the mental chains of religion has become the centerpiece of the largest faith the Milky Way has ever known. The rationalist who burned churches and cast down priests is now worshipped in cathedrals that dwarf mountains. The atheist who banned all worship of the divine is prayed to by trillions every day. His name invoked in supplications for protection, his image adorning shrines on 1,000,000 worlds. How did this happen? The path is clear when traced from beginning to end, even if the transformation was never planned or desired by its subject. It began with Lorgar's devotion, that unshakable faith that the Emperor could not break despite his most brutal attempts. It continued through the Lectitio Divinitatis, spreading underground even as official doctrine forbade it. It accelerated during the Horus heresy, when humanity needed something to believe in as their universe tore itself apart and cold reason proved insufficient comfort against the manifested horrors of chaos. It crystallized in the Emperor's martyrdom, his near death in defense of humanity, providing the narrative arc that every religion needs, the God who sacrificed himself to save his people. And it was completed through 10,000 years of worship, of prayers repeated so many times they became reality, of faith so universal and so intense that it might have actually created or transformed the very being it claimed to venerate. The emperor is a god now, whether he wanted to be or not, whether he deserves worship or not, whether anything of the original consciousness remains, or whether humanity's collective belief has created something that merely wears his face. The imperium that exists in the 41st millennium is everything the emperor fought against. It is built on superstition, where he valued reason. It is maintained through faith, where he demanded science. It is ruled by religious authorities, where he established secular governance. It burns heretics, where he tried to eliminate the concept of heresy itself. It worships a man who spent 40 millennia insisting he was not divine and should not be treated as such. Yet this theocratic nightmare, this betrayal of everything the emperor intended, might be the only thing that has allowed the imperium to survive. Faith unites humanity across vast distances and wildly varying cultures. Devotion motivates soldiers to fight when reason would counsel retreat. Prayer provides comfort when logic offers none. The belief that the emperor protects gives billions the strength to endure conditions that would otherwise break them. Miracles occur that cannot be explained except through divine intervention, whether genuine or imagined. Saints manifest to turn the tide of crucial battles. The Sisters of Battle perform impossible feats through pure devotion. And across the entire imperium, the conviction that serving the emperor serves the greatest good humanity can conceive provides purpose and meaning to lives that would otherwise seem utterly pointless. Would the imperium have survived 10,000 years without this faith? Could secular reason have held together an empire spanning 1,000,000 worlds when travel between them is uncertain and communication is limited? Could the imperial truth have provided sufficient psychological armor against the objective reality of chaos and demons and horrors beyond description? Perhaps not. Perhaps the emperor's transformation into a god, however much it violated his intentions, was the only possible path forward for an empire that faced enemies on every side and could not afford the luxury of internal division or existential doubt. But what of the emperor himself? What does he think of all this, assuming he retains enough consciousness to have opinions? Does he rage against the violation of his principles? Or has he accepted that humanity's survival requires the very things he fought to eliminate? Does he even remain aware enough to understand what has been done in his name? Or has 10,000 years of agony and division of attention reduced him to something less than conscious, a psychic presence without coherent thought? When the faithful cry out for his protection, does he hear and respond? Or does something else, something born from their collective belief, answer in his place? These questions have no definitive answers, and perhaps that is appropriate. In the grim darkness of the far future, certainty is a luxury afforded to none. What we can say with confidence is that the man who denied divinity has achieved deification, that the atheist has become the god of a religion that defines an empire, that the greatest transformation in his long existence occurred not through his own will, but through the desperate need of the species he sought to protect. The emperor of mankind became the God Emperor, not through the revelation of his true nature, but through humanity's refusal to accept his own account of what he was. He became divine through martyrdom, through faith, through the accumulated weight of 10,000 years of prayer and worship and desperate belief. He became a god by dying and yet not dying, by existing in a twilight state between mortality and divinity, where the line between man and God grows increasingly indistinct with every passing century. And in that transformation, in that ultimate irony, we see the central tragedy of Warhammer 40,000. that the Emperor's greatest victory, the survival of his imperium across 10 millennia of warfare and horror, required the absolute defeat of everything he believed in and fought for. He saved humanity by becoming exactly what he insisted he was not. He preserved his empire by allowing it to become everything he sought to prevent. In protecting his species, he was transformed into their god, whether he wills it or not, whether any fragment of the man remains, or whether humanity's faith has created something entirely new. The God Emperor sits upon his golden throne, slowly dying yet held from death, consciousness vast yet possibly fragmented beyond recovery, worshipped by trillions who have never been told he forbade such devotion. And across the Imperium, across 1,000,000 worlds beneath strange stars, humanity kneels before his image and prays for salvation, finding in faith the strength to endure another day in the universe's endless night. Whether those prayers reach a living God, a gestalt entity born from belief, or simply echo unheard through the warp, remains unknown and unknowable. What matters is that they believe, and in believing, they endure. The Emperor became a god. Whether this was apotheosis or damnation depends entirely on who you ask, and in the grim darkness of the far future, no one knows the answer. If you enjoyed this deep dive into how the Emperor became the God Emperor of mankind, please like this video and subscribe to the channel for more Warhammer 40k lore. And remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but there is also faith. Whether that faith is justified remains the greatest mystery of all. The Imperium of Man stands as the greatest monument to humanity's will to survive. Across 1,000,000 worlds, countless trillions serve beneath the watchful gaze of the God Emperor, their lives spent in endless war against the darkness that presses in from every side. For 10,000 years, this vast stellar empire has endured despite impossible odds, its armies holding back the tide of annihilation through sheer determination and faith. But empires, like all things beneath the uncaring stars, are mortal. The Imperium of Man is dying, and the manner of its death grows clearer with each passing century. This is not a tale of sudden catastrophe or apocalyptic destruction arriving without warning. The end of the Imperium will not be a single blow that shatters humanity's dominion in an instant. Instead, it is a slow death, a gradual erosion of strength and stability that has been underway for millennia. The Imperium bleeds from 1,000 wounds, each one seemingly survivable on its own, yet together forming a confluence of threats that no amount of courage or faith can ultimately overcome. The great machine of human civilization grinds forward, but its gears grow brittle, its fuel runs low, and the enemies waiting in the darkness grow ever more numerous and bold. To understand how the Imperium will end, we must first recognize what it has become. The Imperium of the 42nd millennium bears little resemblance to the enlightened empire that the Emperor once dreamed of creating. Where he envisioned reason and progress, there is now only blind faith and stagnation. Where he championed science and understanding, there remain only ritual and superstition. The Administratum, that vast bureaucratic machine meant to govern 1,000,000 worlds, has become so massive and inefficient that entire sectors can be lost to Xenos invasion before a plea for aid is even processed. The Adeptus Mechanicus hoards technology it no longer fully understands, treating machines as divine spirits rather than tools to be improved upon. The Ecclesiarchy preaches that suffering and sacrifice are virtues in themselves, ensuring that the masses never question why their lives are spent in misery for an empire that offers them nothing but toil and death. This is an empire that has forgotten how to grow, how to innovate, how to adapt. It maintains what it has through brute force and numbers, throwing bodies at problems until they are temporarily solved, or until all the bodies are used up. Such an approach might have sustained the Imperium indefinitely in a more forgiving galaxy, but the 42nd millennium offers no such mercy. The threats facing humanity have never been more dire, more numerous, or more existential. And worst of all, many of these threats are accelerating, growing stronger at a pace that far outstrips the Imperium's ability to respond. The Great Rift tears across the galaxy like a wound in reality itself, splitting the Imperium in two and flooding untold systems with the raw energies of chaos. On one side, Imperium Sanctus struggles to maintain order and supply its endless wars. On the other, Imperium Nihilus descends into darkness, cut off from Terra's light, and left to fend for itself against horrors that multiply with each passing day. The Golden Throne, that miraculous device which sustains the Emperor's broken body and powers the Astronomicon, deteriorates beyond the ability of any living tech priest to repair. The Tyranid hive fleets, having arrived from beyond the galactic rim, consume world after world, their numbers growing with each victory. The Necrons awaken from their 60-million-year slumber, their technology so advanced that entire Imperial battle fleets can be annihilated without meaningful resistance. Chaos, ever patient, feeds on the despair and fear that such threats generate, growing stronger as humanity's faith in the Emperor's protection begins to crack. Each of these threats alone would challenge the Imperium to its absolute limits. Together, they form a perfect storm of destruction that no amount of Space Marine heroics or Guard stubbornness can hold back forever. The mathematics are simple and brutal. The Imperium loses more than it gains, bleeds faster than it can recover, and faces enemies that grow stronger while it grows weaker. This is not a question of if, but when. The only mystery is which particular wound will prove fatal, which specific catastrophe will deliver the killing blow to an empire that has survived for so long against such terrible odds. In the darkness of the far future, humanity faces its final centuries. The light of the Astronomicon flickers, the God Emperor's strength wanes, the enemy masses at every gate, and across 1,000,000 worlds, the faithful continue their prayers, desperately hoping that their devotion will be enough to stave off the inevitable. It will not be. The Imperium of Man will end, not in glory or triumph, but in fire, darkness, and the cold certainty that all empires, no matter how grand, eventually crumble into dust. The rotting foundation, the Golden Throne, failure. At the very heart of the Imperium's doom lies a machine that should never have existed. The Golden Throne, that ancient wonder of the dark age of technology repurposed by the Emperor himself, serves three critical functions upon which the entire Imperium depends. It sustains the Emperor's shattered body, keeping the tiniest spark of his consciousness bound to the material realm. It powers the Astronomicon, that psychic beacon which allows navigators to chart safe courses through the roiling madness of the warp. And it seals the breach in the webway beneath the Imperial Palace, holding back an infinite tide of demons that would pour into Terra itself, should that barrier ever fail. For 10,000 years, the Golden Throne has performed these functions without interruption, sustained by the daily sacrifice of 1,000 psychers whose souls are fed into its ancient mechanisms. But machines, no matter how well crafted or divinely blessed, eventually break down, and the Golden Throne is failing. The first warnings came during the late 36th millennium, when the Adeptus Mechanicus noticed that the throne required increasing amounts of psychic energy to maintain optimal function. By early M41, 4 times as many psychers were being sacrificed daily compared to earlier eras, their life forces burning faster as the throne's efficiency degraded. The tech priests recalibrated what they could, performed what maintenance their limited understanding allowed, but they were attempting to repair a device whose fundamental operating principles were beyond even the most learned magi. The Golden Throne was built during humanity's technological zenith, an age when mankind reshaped reality through science so advanced it might as well have been sorcery. 10,000 years later, the Mechanicus treats technology as religion, following ritual and prayer rather than understanding and innovation. They can no more repair the Golden Throne than a medieval peasant could fix a nuclear reactor. In 998, 41, Barely a standard year before the Great Rift tore the galaxy asunder, tech priests conducting routine maintenance discovered failures in the throne's mechanisms that were far beyond their ability to repair. Components crafted with techniques lost since the Age of Strife had begun to degrade, their crystalline structures cracking under the immense psychic energies they channeled. Backup systems that had lain dormant for millennia were corroded beyond use. The tech priests performed what stopgap measures they could, patching the machine together with prayers and desperation. But they knew the truth that they dared not speak aloud. The Golden Throne was dying, and with it, the Emperor and perhaps the Imperium itself. The implications of the throne's failure are almost too terrible to contemplate. When the machine finally breaks down, several catastrophes will occur simultaneously, each one potentially fatal to the Imperium on its own. First and most immediate is the breach in the webway. During the Horus Heresy, when Magnus the Red desperately attempted to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal, his psychic message tore through the wards protecting the Emperor's webway project, creating a massive portal between Terra and the raw warp. Demons poured through by the millions, and it took the combined might of the Legio Custodes and the Sisters of Silence months of continuous battle to drive them back. The Emperor was forced to abandon his webway project and take his place upon the Golden Throne to seal the breach, a prison of his own making, from which he has never been able to escape. That breach still exists, held closed only by the Emperor's constant psychic vigilance and the throne's amplification of his will. When the throne fails, that breach will open once more. But this time, there will be no Emperor at full strength to battle the demonic hordes. No unified Imperium, able to throw countless reinforcements into the defense. The breach will flood Terra with demons beyond counting, and the Custodian Guard, mighty though they are, cannot hold against such a tide forever. The Imperial Palace itself may fall, the very heart of humanity's empire consumed by the denizens of the warp. And even if Vulcan's talisman of 7 hammers is activated, destroying Terra and much of the Sol system to deny it to chaos, the psychological blow to the Imperium would be catastrophic. Terra is not merely the administrative capital of humanity's empire, it is the spiritual center of the Imperial Creed, the holiest site in the galaxy where the God Emperor resides. Its destruction would shatter the faith of trillions, potentially triggering waves of rebellion and despair across the entire Imperium. The second consequence is the death of the Astronomicon. Without the Golden Throne to amplify the Emperor's psychic might, the great beacon that illuminates the warp for navigators will fade and die. This alone could end the Imperium as a unified entity. Warp travel without the Astronomicon is exponentially more dangerous and uncertain. Journeys that once took weeks might take years or become impossible altogether. The Imperium depends absolutely on its ability to move fleets and armies quickly across vast interstellar distances. Without reliable warp travel, each sector, each subsector, each individual star system becomes an isolated island in the void. No reinforcements can arrive to defend besieged worlds. No supply convoys can deliver the materials needed to prosecute war. No communication can coordinate the defense of humanity's scattered holdings. The Imperium would fragment into thousands of pocket empires, each one vulnerable to the enemies that surround them. Then there is the question of what happens to the Emperor himself. Here, uncertainty reigns, and prophecy offers only contradictory visions. Some believe that the Emperor's physical death might free his spirit, allowing him to be reborn or ascend to full godhood in the warp. The so-called Star Child theory suggests that fragments of the Emperor's compassion, cast aside when he destroyed Horus, might coalesce into a new divine being. Others fear that the Emperor's death would simply mean extinction, his soul devoured by the Chaos Gods who have waited 10,000 years for this moment. The Cabal, a shadowy alliance of Xenos psychers, once prophesied that the Emperor's death while Horus lived would doom humanity to slow extinction, the Imperium decaying over 10 to 20,000 years until chaos consumed everything. But they also suggested that if chaos achieved a quick victory, its power might burn itself out, eventually freeing the galaxy from its influence. That second path was never taken, leaving only the slow decay the Cabal predicted. What is certain is that the Emperor's death, however it manifests, will be a moment of supreme crisis for the Imperium. The Imperial Creed has spent 10 millennia teaching humanity that the Emperor is their only protection against the darkness, that his divine will is all that stands between them and annihilation. If he dies, what happens to that faith? Will the masses continue to believe, or will despair and heresy spread like wildfire? Will chaos cults emerge openly, their promises of power and freedom suddenly more appealing than service to a dead god? The psychological and spiritual impact of the Emperor's death might prove more devastating than any material consequence. The Mechanicus has made desperate attempts to forestall the throne's failure. In the wake of the Great Rift's opening, the Adeptus Custodes took the unprecedented step of leaving Terra to search for knowledge that might allow the throne's repair. They discovered a potential solution involving the Eldari webway and even struck a bargain with the Drukhari, trading human slaves and access to the Golden Throne's technology in exchange for technical expertise. This alliance with the most depraved of Xeno's races speaks to the absolute desperation the Custodes felt. The Drukhari had their own reasons for assisting. They hoped to create their own version of the Golden Throne to defend Comorra from demonic incursions that had grown worse since the Great Rift's birth. But even this controversial bargain bought only time, delaying the throne's failure by a few centuries at most, according to some estimates. The fundamental problem remains. The Golden Throne is dying, and no one in the current era possesses the knowledge to truly save it. Some speculate that a returning Primarch might be able to sit upon the throne, taking the Emperor's place. Magnus the Red was perhaps designed for this purpose, his incredible psychic power and understanding of warp energies, making him the ideal candidate to power the throne while the Emperor walked free. But Magnus betrayed the Imperium during the heresy, and his attempt to warn his father ended up dooming the very project he might have been meant to serve. Could Guilliman or another loyal Primarch take the Emperor's place? Perhaps, but at what cost? The throne has already consumed one of the greatest beings humanity has ever produced. Feeding it another Primarch might buy more time, but it would not solve the underlying problem of the device's decay. And it would deprive the Imperium of active leadership at a time when such leadership is desperately needed on the battlefield. The failure of the Golden Throne represents the Imperium's greatest single point of vulnerability. Every other threat the Imperium faces, no matter how dire, assumes that the basic infrastructure of the Empire remains intact. Ships can still travel through the warp. Astropathic communication still functions. Terra still stands as humanity's capital and spiritual center. But when the throne fails, all of these assumptions collapse. The Imperium would find itself fighting a dozen apocalyptic wars simultaneously, while its ability to coordinate any response disintegrates. It is difficult to imagine any scenario in which the Imperium survives such a catastrophe intact. The best hope might be that fragments of the Empire endure, scattered pockets of humanity that maintain their local defense while cut off from the larger whole. The worst possibility is that the throne's failure triggers a cascade of disasters that ends human civilization entirely, leaving only scattered survivors to be hunted down by the countless predators that infest the galaxy. The Golden Throne is not merely failing. It is a ticking bomb at the heart of the Imperium. And every day that passes brings the moment of detonation closer. When it finally happens, the Imperium, as we know it, will cease to exist. What remains afterward, if anything remains at all, will be something altogether different, something diminished and desperate, clinging to survival in the ruins of humanity's once great empire. The question is not whether the throne will fail, but whether the Imperium can possibly prepare for the consequences when it does. And based on the Imperium's track record of adaptation and innovation, that answer appears to be a resounding no. The galaxy divided, the Great Rift and Imperium nihilus. In 999 M41, reality itself tore open. The 13th Black Crusade, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, achieved what 12 previous crusades had failed to accomplish: the destruction of Cadia and the Cadian pylons. These ancient Necron devices had held back the natural expansion of the Eye of Terror for millions of years, creating a stable corridor of real space through which the Imperium could monitor and defend against Chaos incursions. When Abaddon sent a damaged Blackstone fortress crashing into Cadia's surface like an artificial meteor, the resulting cataclysm destroyed the pylons and tectonically destabilized the world. Cadia, that stalwart fortress world whose defenders had held the line against Chaos for 10,000 years, died. And with its death, the Eye of Terror was unleashed. But the pylons on Cadia had been only part of a much larger network. Across the galaxy, similar structures had been placed by the Necrons in ages past, holding back the warp at key points. Abaddon had spent his 13 Black Crusades systematically destroying these pylons, preparing for this moment. When Cadia fell and its pylons shattered, it triggered a cascading failure across the entire network. Warp storms erupted across the galaxy in unprecedented numbers and intensity, and from the Eye of Terror, a massive tear in reality began to spread, reaching across the galactic plane from the western fringe all the way to the eastern reaches, connecting the Eye with other ancient warp rifts, and creating what would become known as the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum, the galaxy's greatest wound. The immediate effects were catastrophic. The period known as the Noctis Aeterna, or the Blackness, saw the Astronomican's light dim to near invisibility for entire sectors. Warp travel became nearly impossible as reality itself convulsed. Millions of ships were lost in the Immaterium, their crews consumed by demons or driven mad by exposure to the raw warp. Countless worlds found themselves cut off, isolated in the darkness without communication or hope of reinforcement. And into that darkness poured the forces of chaos, demons manifesting in unprecedented numbers as the veil between real space and the warp grew thin. Entire systems fell to demonic incursion in the span of days, their populations slaughtered or corrupted, their worlds transformed into hellish parodies of their former selves. When the worst of the Noctis Aeterna finally passed, the Astronomican's light returning to something approaching its former strength, the Imperium discovered the full extent of the disaster. The Great Rift had split the galaxy in two. On the Terran side, the region now called Imperium Sanctus retained access to the Astronomican and could maintain some semblance of coordinated defense. But beyond the rift, in the vast territories now designated Imperium Nihilus, the Dark Imperium, the Light of Terror was obscured or absent entirely. Here, warp travel became exponentially more dangerous, astropathic communication unreliable at best, and the forces of chaos pressed their advantage with unrelenting fury. The strategic implications for the Imperium are almost incomprehensible. Imperium Nihilus encompasses huge swathes of the Segmentum Obscurus and Segmentum Ultima, including countless strategically vital worlds and massive populations. The Blood Angel's homeworld of Baal found itself trapped in Nihilus, besieged by Hive Fleet Leviathan, while cut off from any realistic hope of reinforcement. Chapter planets, Forge worlds, Cardinal worlds, all isolated and forced to defend themselves with only local resources. Roboute Guilliman, resurrected and serving as Imperial Regent, launched the massive Indomitus Crusade to reclaim what could be saved. But even this unprecedented military effort could only reach a fraction of the worlds in need. The Great Rift is not merely a military problem or a logistical challenge. It represents a fundamental fracturing of the Imperium's cohesion as an empire. Even with the Nachmund Gauntlet providing a stable, if heavily contested, passage through the rift, the difficulties of maintaining communication and supply lines between Sanctus and Nihilus are immense. And the Gauntlet itself depends on ancient Blackstone deposits on the worlds of Vigilus and Sanguiterra, to hold back the warp storms. Should either planet fall, the gauntlet would close, leaving Nihilus completely isolated. Already, Imperium Nihilus shows signs of diverging from the Greater Imperium. Commander Dante, Chapter Master of the Blood Angels, was appointed Regent of Nihilus by Guilliman, given authority to do whatever necessary to preserve human civilization on the dark side of the rift. This includes making alliances that the Imperium Sanctus might find heretical, adopting tactics that violate the Codex Astartes, and prioritizing survival over doctrine. In an empire as rigid and dogmatic as the Imperium, such flexibility is revolutionary. But it also suggests that Nihilus may be developing its own identity, its own way of war, perhaps even its own interpretation of the Imperial Creed, shaped by the constant proximity to chaos. If the rift persists for centuries, as seems inevitable, what will happen to the cultural and political unity of the Imperium? Will Nihilus come to see Sanctus as out of touch with the realities of modern warfare? Will theological disputes arise over whose interpretation of the Emperor's will is correct? The rift also creates massive resource imbalances. Many of the Imperium's most productive forge worlds lie in Nihilus, their munitions factories and ship foundries now operating in near isolation. Sanctus must make do with reduced material production, while simultaneously trying to support military operations on both sides of the rift. Agricultural worlds in Nihilus can no longer easily export food to feed the hive worlds of Sanctus, potentially creating famine and unrest. The Administratum, already inefficient beyond measure, struggles to track which worlds still exist and which have been consumed by the warp or overrun by enemies. Entire crusade fleets may be dispatched to defend worlds that no longer exist, while other systems scream for aid that will never come, simply because no one knows they need help. Time itself behaves strangely near and within the Great Rift. The warp's influence causes temporal distortions, where some worlds experience years in what is merely weeks for others, while other planets find themselves frozen in time, their inhabitants living the same day repeatedly. This makes coordination of military campaigns almost impossible in some regions. A Space Marine chapter might arrive to reinforce a world, only to discover that from the defender's perspective, the call for aid was sent centuries ago, and the planet has already fallen and been reclaimed 3 times over. Or worse, they might arrive before they were supposed to leave, creating paradoxes that strain the minds of even the most learned inquisitors. Perhaps most troubling is the effect the rift has on psychers. The warp's energies flood into real space through the rift, and psychic phenomena have become more common and more powerful throughout the galaxy. This event, called the Psychic Awakening by some, has seen latent psychers across the Imperium suddenly manifesting abilities they never knew they possessed. The Black Ships struggle to collect and process the increased numbers of psychers, and many go undetected until their powers manifest catastrophically, opening portals for demons or burning out their own minds. The Imperium has always viewed unsanctioned psychers as one of the greatest threats to its stability, and now such individuals appear in numbers the existing systems simply cannot handle. Every uncontrolled psyker is a potential breach in reality, and there are now millions upon millions of them across the Imperium. The Great Rift will not close on its own. The pylons that once held it back are destroyed, and even if the Imperium possessed the knowledge to build new ones, which it does not, doing so would require technology and resources the Empire simply cannot spare while fighting for survival on every front. Some theorize that only the Emperor himself, should he somehow be restored to full power, would possess the psychic might to seal the rift. But given the Golden Throne's deteriorating state, the Emperor is more likely to die than recover. Other theories suggest that the birth of Inead, the Eldari god of the dead, might close the rift, or that sufficient deployment of Necron Blackstone technology could deaden the warp's influence. But the Imperium has neither control over the Eldari's spiritual practices nor friendly relations with the Necrons. The truth is that the Great Rift represents a permanent change to the galaxy's geography. The Imperium must adapt to existence as a divided empire, or it will collapse under the strain of trying to maintain unity across an impassable gulf. Given the Imperium's well-documented inability to adapt to changing circumstances, the latter outcome seems far more likely. The rift ensures that even if no other threats existed, the Imperium would still face an existential crisis. But of course, the other threats do exist. And on the dark side of the rift, cut off from support and surrounded by enemies, they are making the most of humanity's weakness. The Great Rift has accelerated the Imperium's decline by centuries, if not millennia. It has transformed a slow death into a rapid one, taking an empire that might have endured for ages yet, and pushing it toward the brink of collapse. And short of miracles that the Imperium has no right to expect, there is no reversal possible. The galaxy is divided, and the Imperium dies the faster for it. The Tyranid shadow, the great devourers advance. From beyond the galactic rim, they came. Not from the warp, not from some forgotten corner of the Milky Way, but from the infinite darkness between galaxies. The Tyranids, the great devourer, a species that defies every category and classification that humanity has ever known. They are not an empire or a civilization in any meaningful sense. They are a force of nature, a galaxy-wide predator that has evolved beyond the need for culture, politics, or mercy. They exist only to feed, to consume every scrap of biological matter they encounter, and to use that matter to create more of themselves. And having exhausted the biomass of whatever galaxies they have already devoured, they have turned their attention to the Milky Way. The first true contact came with Hive Fleet Behemoth in 745 M41, and it nearly destroyed Ultramar. The Tyranids came without warning, without demands, without any attempt at communication. They simply began consuming everything in their path, stripping worlds of all organic matter down to bare rock. The Imperium had never faced an enemy like this before. Orcs were brutal and numerous, but they could be reasoned with, in a sense, could be outmaneuvered through strategy and cunning. Chaos was insidious and terrible, but it operated through human agents who could be identified and purged. The Tyranids were different. They were utterly alien, utterly inhuman, and utterly implacable. When one organism fell, a dozen more surged forward to take its place. When one strategy worked, the hive mind learned and adapted, creating new bioforms specifically designed to counter Imperial tactics. They could not be negotiated with, could not be intimidated, could barely even be slowed down. It took the combined might of the Ultramarines, the White Scars, and multiple battle fleets of the Imperial Navy to destroy Hive Fleet Behemoth at the Battle of Macragge. The cost was staggering. The Ultramarines' first company was annihilated. Macragge itself was devastated, its polar fortresses reduced to ruins, its population decimated. But Behemoth was defeated, and for a time, the Imperium dared hope that this had been the entirety of the Tyranid threat, a single, massive hive fleet that had now been destroyed. They were catastrophically wrong. Hive Fleet Kraken arrived in 992 M41, and it was larger, more cunning, and more widespread than Behemoth had ever been. Where Behemoth had attacked as a single massive spearhead, Kraken split into countless tendrils, striking across a vast front. Genestealer cults that had infested worlds for generations suddenly activated, sabotaging defenses and opening gates to the incoming Tyranid forces. The Imperium was forced to fight on dozens of fronts simultaneously, never able to concentrate enough force to decisively defeat any single tendril before others had consumed more worlds and grown even stronger. The craft world Iyanden was almost destroyed when a major tendril of Kraken descended upon it, saved only by the desperate intervention of Prince Iriel and his Eldritch Raiders. When Kraken was finally contained, it had consumed hundreds of worlds, and demonstrated that the Tyranids possessed strategic sophistication far beyond what Behemoth had shown. Then came Leviathan, and with it, the true scale of the threat became undeniable. Leviathan approached from below the galactic plane, where the Imperium had relatively few defenses, having always focused on the eastern fringe, where previous hive fleets had appeared. It was larger than Behemoth and Kraken combined, a mass of bioships so vast that they blotted out the stars. Leviathan split into multiple massive tendrils, each one capable of consuming an entire sector on its own. The Imperium threw everything it had at Leviathan, raising thousands of Astra Militarum regiments, specifically to fight the Tyranid threat, dedicating dozens of Space Marine chapters to the war effort, and even resorting to the controversial Kryptman Gambit to slow the Hive fleet's advance. The Kryptman Gambit deserves special mention, for it demonstrates just how desperate the Imperium has become. Inquisitor Kryptman, recognizing that the Imperium could not defeat Leviathan through conventional warfare, proposed a radical solution. He ordered Exterminatus on a line of Imperial worlds in Leviathan's path, destroying them before the Tyranids could harvest their biomass. Then he manipulated one of Leviathan's tendrils into invading the Octarius sector, home to a massive Orc empire. His hope was that the two Xeno species would fight each other to exhaustion, buying the Imperium time. The strategy worked, in a sense. The Octarian War has raged for years, with Orcs and Tyranids locked in a brutal stalemate that has consumed both sides' resources. But there are consequences. Every battle the Tyranids fight teaches the hive mind. Every Orc warrior they consume adds Orcoid genetic material to their arsenal. The Tyranids emerging from Octarius are adapted to fight Orcs, yes, but they are also stronger, tougher, and more aggressive than previous generations. And when one side finally wins, whether Tyranid or Orc, the victor will be stronger than ever and turn its attention to Imperial space with renewed vigor. The defeat of a major tendril of Leviathan at Baal was hailed as a great victory, and it was. The Blood Angels and their successor chapters, fighting alongside an unexpected alliance with Demons of Horn, managed to destroy enough of Leviathan's forces that the tendril was forced to withdraw. But the victory was Pyrrhic. Baal was left a devastated wasteland. The Blood Angels were reduced to a fraction of their former strength, and most importantly, the victory was only local. Leviathan itself, the main hive fleet, remains active and continues to consume worlds across multiple sectors. New tendrils have emerged in the wake of the Great Rift, suggesting that Leviathan is adapting to the changed galactic conditions and exploiting the Imperium's divided state. Beyond the three great hive fleets, there are dozens of smaller ones: Gorgon, Hydra, Jormungandr, Tiamat, Kronos, Medusa, Moloch, and many more. Each represents a significant threat on its own. Hive Fleet Tiamat, for instance, has occupied a star system and built some massive organic structure on the world of Zeophoria that resonates with psychic energy. The Death Watch and Inquisitor Kryptman believe this structure serves some terrible purpose for the greater hive mind, but what exactly remains unknown. Hive fleets Scylla and Charybdis are carving parallel paths up through the Segmentum Pacificus, heading directly toward Terra itself, representing the closest Tyranid threat to the Imperial capital. The splinter fleets from defeated hive fleets continue to plague the Imperium, impossible to fully eradicate and constantly growing as they consume isolated worlds. The most terrifying aspect of the Tyranid threat is that what the Imperium has faced so far is merely the vanguard. The main Tyranid swarm, the true bulk of their numbers, still lies in the intergalactic void, approaching the galaxy at an inexorable pace. If the vanguard fleets represent the greatest military threat the Imperium has ever faced, what hope is there when the main swarm arrives? Some Imperial scholars estimate that the main swarm's biomass exceeds that of all life in the Milky Way galaxy combined. If such estimates are correct, then the arrival of the full Tyranid invasion represents not a question of whether humanity will fall, but simply how quickly. The Tyranids also present a unique theological problem for the Imperium. The Imperial Creed teaches that the Emperor protects the faithful, that righteousness and devotion are rewarded, that humanity is destined to rule the stars by divine right. But the Tyranids care nothing for faith or devotion. A world of the most pious and dedicated servants of the Emperor is consumed just as surely as a heretical den of corruption. The Tyranids cannot be intimidated by displays of faith, cannot be impressed by heroic sacrifice, cannot be deterred by any appeal to reason or mercy. They simply consume, adapt, and move on to the next world. This undermines one of the fundamental pillars of imperial ideology, that faith alone is sufficient protection against the darkness. And when that faith begins to crack, when people start to wonder why the Emperor allows the Tyranids to devour world after world of his faithful servants, that is when chaos finds its opening. Every world the Tyranids consume makes them stronger while making the Imperium weaker. It is a zero-sum game where humanity is mathematically destined to lose. The Imperium cannot outproduce the Tyranids, cannot out-adapt them, cannot even meaningfully reduce their numbers. At best, humanity can buy time, delaying the inevitable through blood and sacrifice. But time for what? Time to find a solution that the Imperium has spent centuries looking for without success. Time for the Emperor to awaken and save his people through divine intervention that shows no sign of occurring. Or simply time to die with dignity rather than be consumed in blind panic. The silent king of the Necrons, Surek, returned to the galaxy specifically because he encountered the Tyranids in the intergalactic void and recognized them as a threat to his plans. If the Tyranids consume all biomass in the galaxy, the Necrons will never be able to reverse their biotransference and regain organic bodies. Even the ancient Necrons, with their godlike technology and millions of years of experience, view the Tyranids with concern. That should tell the Imperium everything it needs to know about the scale of the threat it faces. The Tyranid shadow falls across more and more of the galaxy with each passing year. Systems go dark, their astropathic choirs silenced by the hive mind's psychic presence. Relief fleets arrive to find only barren rocks where once green worlds used to be. And the Great Devourer advances, insatiable and unstoppable, a force that makes all of humanity's wars and conflicts seem petty and meaningless in comparison. When the main swarm arrives, the Tyranid wars will make even the Horus heresy look like a skirmish, and the Imperium, already bleeding from 1,000 other wounds, may not survive that final test. The Awakening, the Necron threat. While the Imperium battles chaos, Tyranids, and its own internal decay, another ancient evil stirs beneath countless worlds. For 60 million years, the Necrons have slept in their tomb worlds, waiting for an age when the galaxy's younger races had weakened themselves through war and strife. That age has arrived. Across the Milky Way, ancient mechanisms trigger, stasis tombs open, and the Necrons wake to reclaim a galaxy they once ruled. The Undying Legions are rising, and with them comes technology so advanced that it might as well be magic. Weapons that can shatter stars and unmake reality itself. Against such power, the Imperium's vast numbers and fanatical devotion count for remarkably little. The Necrons represent everything the Imperium is not. Where humanity clings to its fragmented knowledge and treats technology as holy relics to be worshipped but never understood, the Necrons possess scientific mastery that dwarfs even the greatest achievements of humanity's dark age. They do not need the warp for faster-than-light travel. Instead, traversing the galaxy through inertialess drives and dolmen gates. They do not age, do not tire, do not fear death, because death has no meaning for beings who can simply download their consciousness into new necrodermis bodies if destroyed. Their weapons turn tanks into rust, their ships phase through Imperial fortifications as if they were not there, and their leaders possess strategic genius accumulated over millions of years of warfare. In every meaningful metric, the Necrons are simply better than humanity at the fundamental business of waging war. the Silent King, Sarek, has returned from his long exile in the intergalactic void with a mission. Having seen the Tyranids approaching and recognized them as a threat to his goal of eventually restoring his people to organic form, he travels the galaxy, awakening tomb worlds and rallying the disparate Necron dynasties. Under his guidance, though not his direct control, as he destroyed the command protocols that once gave him absolute authority, the Necrons are beginning to coordinate their efforts in ways not seen since the War in Heaven. Dynasties that might have remained isolated and vulnerable are being drawn into an informal network of alliances and mutual defense agreements. The Necrons are not yet unified as they were in ancient times, but they are becoming organized enough to pose an existential threat to the Imperium and every other faction in the galaxy. Each tomb world that awakens is a potential catastrophe for nearby Imperial systems. The Orphean War demonstrated this brutal truth when the Maynarch dynasty awoke and systematically annihilated an entire Imperial sector. World after world fell as Necron legions emerged from underground crypts, their canoptek constructs repairing millennia of damage in mere weeks, their fleets assembling in orbit from components stored in pocket dimensions. The Imperium threw massive resources at containing the Maynarch offensive, deploying multiple Space Marine chapters and Astra Militarum crusade fleets. But the technological disparity was stark. For every Necron destroyed, dozens of Imperial soldiers died. For every Necron tomb complex eliminated, entire regiments were annihilated. The war ended not with Imperial victory, but with the Maynarch withdrawing after securing their objectives, having demonstrated that they could destroy Imperial forces at will whenever they chose to commit sufficient resources. The Sautek dynasty, under Imhotep, the Stormlord, has been particularly aggressive. Imhotep has conquered dozens of worlds, building a small empire centered on Mandragora and actively raiding Imperial space for resources and prisoners to study. His tactical genius, accumulated over millions of years and backed by technology that seems like sorcery to Imperial observers, makes him perhaps the most dangerous individual military commander in the galaxy. When Imhotep chose to assault an Imperial world, the garrison stood virtually no chance of survival. His fleets appear without warning. His armies overwhelm defensive positions with calculated precision, and his strategic foresight allows him to predict Imperial responses and counter them before they even occur. Perhaps the most insidious Necron threat is the Pariah Nexus. In the wake of the Great Rift, the Silent King authorized the deployment of ancient Blackstone technology to create vast zones where the warp's influence is completely suppressed. Within a Pariah Nexus, psykers sicken and die, demons are forced back into the Immaterium, and even Space Marines find their genocide-enhanced abilities reduced. The Imperium depends on psykers for nearly everything: communication, navigation, divine blessings from the Emperor. A Pariah Nexus destroys all of that. Worlds caught within these zones find themselves cut off from the wider Imperium, unable to call for help, unable to receive reinforcements, slowly dying in isolation as the Necrons systematically harvest what they need from the trapped populations. The Sarachan dynasty, perceived as inheritors of the Silent King's legacy, has been particularly active in deploying superweapons against both the Imperium and the resurgent Aeldari. Citan shards, fragments of the ancient star gods that the Necrons destroyed and enslaved during the War in Heaven, are unleashed on strategic targets with devastating results. These beings of living energy can unmake matter with a thought, generate black holes, or drain the life force from entire armies. Even a relatively small shard represents power on a scale that few Imperial weapons can match. And the Necrons have dozens, if not hundreds of shards locked away in their Tesseract labyrinths, waiting to be deployed when needed. Necron cryptechs, their technological specialists, wield powers that blur the line between science and magic. Chronomancers manipulate time itself, aging Imperial soldiers to dust or rewinding their own injuries. Psychomancers assault the mind, even though Necrons themselves have no connection to the warp, creating illusions and madness through purely technological means. Plasmancers channel stellar energies to obliterate enemy formations, and these are just the known castes of cryptechs. Others surely exist, with abilities the Imperium has not yet witnessed. Each cryptech is the equal of multiple tech priests in knowledge, and they actually understand the principles behind their technology, rather than simply following ritual and prayer. The Imperium's response to the Necron threat has been characteristically inadequate. Some worlds unknowingly colonized atop Necron tomb complexes have awakened ancient terrors through their mining and excavation efforts, triggering defensive responses that annihilate the offending populations. Other systems have found themselves systematically harvested by Necron raiders, seeking specific resources or specimens for unknown purposes. The Imperium fights back when it can, occasionally managing to destroy isolated tomb complexes or defeat small Necron forces through overwhelming numerical superiority. But these are tactical victories that do not address the strategic reality. The Necrons are awakening across the galaxy, and each one that wakes represents a threat that only grows stronger as more of their kind emerge from stasis. Most tomb worlds have not yet fully awakened. Many remain damaged from the long sleep, their inhabitants still disoriented or trapped in malfunctioning stasis pods. Some have been destroyed by geological upheaval or enemy action during the millions of years they lay dormant. But those that remain operational are beginning to activate according to predetermined schedules or in response to external threats. As more Necrons wake and connect with the networks established by the Silent King and other powerful overlords, their ability to coordinate and prosecute military campaigns will only increase. A galaxy filled with fully awakened Necrons would be one in which humanity occupies borrowed space, clinging to worlds the Necrons have not yet decided to reclaim. The worst possibility is that the Necrons might actually succeed in their ultimate goal, reversing the biotransference process that turned them from organic Necron-tire into immortal machines. If they discover a species whose bodies are suitable for hosting Necron consciousnesses, allowing them to become flesh and blood once more, while retaining their knowledge and powers, the result would be a race that combines the vitality of organic life with the technological mastery of the Necrons. Such beings would be utterly unstoppable, and humanity would stand no chance whatsoever against them. The Silent King seeks this outcome above all else, and he has millions of years of patience and entire dynasties of subjects to pursue it. Given enough time, the Necrons might achieve their dreams of rebirth, and in doing so, doom every other species in the galaxy to extinction or slavery. The Necrons do not need the Imperium's destruction to achieve their goals. They simply need the Imperium out of their way. Every world humanity holds is a world the Necrons once ruled and might one day reclaim. Every system the Imperium defends is built atop Necron territory. The Imperium is, from the Necron perspective, an infestation of primitive organics squatting on their property. And eventually, when the Necrons have finished dealing with more pressing concerns like the Tyranids, they will turn their full attention to clearing out the infestation. When that day comes, the Imperium's chances of survival are minimal at best. The Crimson Path. Chaos Ascendant. Abaddon the Despoiler, War Master of Chaos, and Master of the Black Legion, has been working toward humanity's destruction for 10,000 years. 13 Black Crusades have been launched from the Eye of Terror, each one seemingly a failure in the eyes of the Imperium, with Abaddon driven back after inflicting terrible damage, but never achieving his supposed goal of reaching Terra and destroying the Emperor. But the Imperium, in its arrogance and ignorance, never understood the true purpose of those crusades. Abaddon's goal was never to conquer the galaxy in a single, overwhelming offensive. That approach had already been tried by Horus and failed. Instead, Abaddon pursued a long-term strategy called the Crimson Path, a plan to gradually weaken the barriers between real space and the warp, expanding the Eye of Terror until it consumed Terra itself and transformed the entire galaxy into a realm where chaos held absolute dominion. The 13th Black Crusade represented the culmination of this strategy. Every previous crusade had served to identify and destroy ancient structures that held back the warp's influence. Blackstone deposits, Necron pylons, and other devices placed by the Old Ones or their inheritors to stabilize reality were systematically eliminated. The Gothic War saw Abaddon capture Blackstone fortresses, using them to destabilize entire sectors before turning them into weapons against Cadia itself. When the pylons on Cadia were finally destroyed and the fortress world shattered, the Eye of Terror began to expand just as Abaddon had planned. But even he could not have anticipated how successful his plan would be. The destruction of Cadia triggered a cascade effect that tore the Great Rift across the entire galaxy, splitting the Imperium in two and flooding countless systems with demonic incursions. The Great Rift is, in essence, the realization of Abaddon's Crimson Path. It provides a highway for Chaos forces to travel directly from the Eye of Terror toward Terror, without needing to traverse the difficult path through the Cadian Gate. More importantly, it has weakened the veil between real space and the warp across the entire galaxy. Demonic incursions that once required elaborate rituals and massive sacrifices can now occur spontaneously on worlds near the Rift. Chaos Space Marines who once struggled to gather sufficient forces for sustained campaigns can now recruit from countless corrupted worlds within or near the Rift's territory. The Chaos Gods themselves can focus their attention on the material realm with an ease they have not enjoyed since before the Emperor created the Astronomicon. This marks a fundamental shift in the balance of power between the Imperium and Chaos. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has held Chaos in check through constant vigilance and sacrifice. Every potential cult was ruthlessly suppressed. Every corrupted individual was purged. Every demon incursion was met with overwhelming force. This approach succeeded, after a fashion, in preventing Chaos from gaining permanent footholds in Imperial territory. But it was never sustainable in the long term, and the Great Rift has made it completely untenable. There are simply too many breaches in reality now, too many worlds falling to corruption, too many demons manifesting in too many places. The Imperium cannot plug every leak when reality itself has become a sieve. The demon Primarchs, those sons of the Emperor who turned traitor during the Horus Heresy and ascended to demonhood, are more active now than at any time since the heresy itself. Magnus the Red launched a massive assault on Fenris, seeking revenge against the Space Wolves for the destruction of Prospero 10,000 years earlier. Mortarion invaded Ultramar, spreading the gifts of Nurgle across Guilliman's own realm in a deliberate mockery of the returned Primarch's efforts to save the Imperium. These are beings of immense power, each one a match for entire armies, and they are no longer content to brood within the Eye of Terror. The Great Rift has given them both the opportunity and the means to directly assault Imperial space, and they do so with increasing frequency and ambition. The traitor legions themselves grow stronger. The Black Legion under Abaddon's command is larger now than it ever was, swelled by recruits from renegade Space Marine chapters and corrupted Imperial forces. The Death Guard spreads plague and despair across systems near the Rift. The Thousand Sons pursue arcane agendas that serve Tzeentch's unfathomable schemes. The World Eaters hunt for skulls to offer to Horn. The Emperor's children seek ever greater sensations to please Slaanesh. Each of these legions is a major threat on its own, and they are now supported by countless warbands of lesser Chaos Space Marines, all eager to prove themselves worthy of the Dark God's blessings. Perhaps most insidious is the spread of Chaos cults within the Imperium itself. The Great Rift and the Psychic Awakening have made it easier for Chaos to find and corrupt susceptible individuals. A desperate citizen facing starvation on a hive world might be tempted by promises of Nurgle's abundance. An ambitious officer denied promotion might make a pact with Tzeentch for knowledge and power. A soldier driven mad by the horrors of war might embrace Khorne's promise that all problems can be solved through violence. A lonely soul seeking connection might fall into Slaanesh's trap, of offering pleasure without limit. The imperial creed's promise of salvation through faith and suffering rings hollow to those who see no reward for their devotion other than continued misery. And when faith fails, chaos offers an alternative. The Inquisition, once capable of detecting and purging chaos corruption before it spread, is overwhelmed. There are simply not enough inquisitors to investigate every suspected cult, not enough agents to monitor every potential heretic, not enough firepower to burn out every taint before it metastasizes into open rebellion. And the Great Rift has made traditional inquisitorial methods less effective. Psychic detection of chaos taint becomes unreliable when the warp's energies suffuse entire sectors. Standard interrogation techniques fail when demons can possess investigators as easily as suspects. Even exterminatus, the ultimate sanction of destroying an entire world to prevent corruption from spreading, has become a luxury the Imperium can barely afford when every world is needed to feed the war machine. Chaos victory does not require the complete destruction of the Imperium. It merely requires enough corruption to render the Imperium unrecognizable. A future Imperium, where chaos cults operate openly in some sectors, where demon princes rule over imperial worlds, where the distinction between loyal servant and heretic becomes blurred, where the Emperor's light is just one spiritual path among many, that would be a victory more complete than anything Horus achieved. The Imperium would still exist, but as a mockery of everything it once stood for. And that transformation is already beginning. The Nachmund Gauntlet, that vital corridor through the Great Rift, remains under constant assault by Abaddon's forces. If he can close the gauntlet by destroying the Blackstone deposits on Vigilus or Sangua Terra, Imperium Nihilus will be completely cut off from reinforcement. The worlds beyond the rift would be left to fend for themselves, and many would inevitably fall to chaos simply through attrition and despair. Abaddon understands that he does not need to destroy every imperial world himself. He simply needs to isolate them, corrupt them one by one, and wait for the Imperium's internal contradictions to tear it apart. The Chaos Gods themselves play a longer game than any mortal can comprehend. They fed on the emotions and spiritual energies generated by war, suffering, and despair, and the current state of the galaxy provides them with a feast beyond measure. Every world consumed by the Tyranids generates terror that strengthens Tzeentch. Every plague world in Mortarian's wake feeds Nurgle. Every battle fought with desperate fury empowers Horn. Every act of depravity in the Imperium's underhives pleases Slaanesh. The gods do not need the Imperium destroyed quickly. A slow death, drawn out over centuries of suffering, serves their purposes far better than any swift victory. In the end, Chaos does not fear the Imperium's military might or its supposedly divine emperor. It knows that given enough time, given enough pressure, given enough despair, even the most faithful will break. Even the mightiest heroes will fall. Even the God Emperor himself will fail. For Chaos is patient, Chaos is eternal, and Chaos has already won. The Imperium just does not know it yet. Internal collapse, corruption, rebellion, and decay. While external threats hammer at the Imperium's borders, the rot within grows ever worse. An empire as vast, old, and corrupt as the Imperium of Man cannot be held together solely through external threats. The internal contradictions, the systemic failures, the spiritual decay that permeates every level of imperial society are, in many ways, more dangerous than any alien invasion. An enemy can be fought, but how does one battle corruption that is woven into the very fabric of governance? How does one purge heresy when the systems meant to detect and eliminate it are themselves compromised? The Adeptus Administratum, the vast bureaucracy tasked with governing 1,000,000 worlds, has become so bloated and inefficient that it is functionally useless for anything requiring rapid response. Reports of Xenos invasion might take years to work their way through the proper channels before reaching someone with the authority to order military intervention. By the time relief arrives, the world in question may have already fallen. been reclaimed, fallen again, or been utterly destroyed. Census data can be centuries out of date, meaning tithes are assessed based on populations that no longer exist, while other worlds with expanded populations escape their fair share of military recruitment. Entire sectors can be lost in the bureaucracy, their governors filing reports that vanish into archives never to be read, their pleas for aid ignored simply because the right clerk never saw the request. This institutional incompetence creates opportunities for corruption at every level. A planetary governor who wishes to reduce his tithe burden need only bribe the right officials to have his world's production reports adjusted. A rogue trader seeking to smuggle forbidden Xenos artifacts knows exactly which port officials to pay off to ensure cargo containers are never inspected. A cult seeking to spread heresy can buy time by ensuring that reports of their activities are buried in mountains of bureaucratic paperwork that no one will read until it is far too late. And because the administratum is so vast and so decentralized, these corruptions are nearly impossible to root out. Even when discovered, punishing the guilty often requires navigating the same broken bureaucracy that enabled the corruption in the first place. The ecclesiarchy, meant to be the spiritual heart of the imperium and guardian of the imperial creed, has become almost as corrupt as the administratum. While many individual clerics are sincere believers who genuinely seek to serve the emperor, the upper echelons of the church are riddled with political infighting, doctrinal disputes, and outright heresy masked as righteous faith. Cardinals scheme for advancement, using tithes meant for the poor to fund lavish lifestyles. Preachers twist the emperor's teachings to support their own agendas, whether that be gaining personal power or settling scores with rivals. Some high-ranking clerics harbor beliefs that would be considered dangerously heretical if spoken aloud, yet they maintain their positions through connections and cunning. Worse still, the ecclesiarchy actively suppresses knowledge and promotes ignorance as a virtue. The masses are taught that questioning authority is heresy, that suffering is holy, that knowledge beyond what the church provides is dangerous corruption. This creates a population that cannot think critically, cannot recognize threats until they are immediate, and cannot adapt to changing circumstances. When a Genestealer cult spreads through a hive city, the population may not recognize the danger because they have been taught that only the ecclesiarchy can identify heresy, and the ecclesiarchy itself may be too corrupt or incompetent to sound the alarm until entire levels of the hive have been subverted. The Astra Militarum, humanity's primary military force, suffers from its own structural problems. The sheer scale of the Imperial Guard means that quality varies wildly from regiment to regiment. The Cadian shock troops and Katakan jungle fighters represent the absolute peak of human military training and effectiveness. But for every elite regiment, there are dozens of poorly trained, poorly equipped, poorly led formations that are essentially just bodies to throw at the enemy. Regiments are recruited from individual worlds and then shipped off to war zones they may never leave, fighting battles that have no connection to their homeworld's interests. This creates morale problems, as soldiers wonder why they should die for worlds they have never seen to defend an imperium that has given them nothing but suffering. Corruption in the Guard takes many forms. Officers purchase their commissions rather than earning them through merit, leading to incompetent leadership that gets entire regiments killed through poor decisions. Supply sergeants skim equipment to sell on the black market, leaving soldiers without proper ammunition or armor when battle comes. Entire regiments have gone rogue, either turning to chaos, seceding from imperial authority, or simply becoming bandits, preying on the very worlds they were meant to defend. And the commissariat, meant to maintain discipline and loyalty, can only shoot so many soldiers before morale breaks completely. The Adeptus Mechanicus, guardians of technology and knowledge, may be the most dangerous source of internal threat. Their refusal to innovate, their treatment of machines as divine beings rather than tools, their suppression of knowledge that contradicts their dogma. All of this has left the Imperium technologically stagnant, while its enemies adapt and advance. Tech priests jealously guard their secrets, refusing to share knowledge, even with other parts of the Mechanicus, for fear of losing political advantage. Dark Mechanicus forces, tech priests who have turned to chaos, operate within Forge worlds, conducting forbidden research and deliberately sabotaging Imperial war efforts. And the machine spirits that the Mechanicus worships may be far more than simple programming. Some believe they are fragments of machine intelligence from the dark age of technology, and if that is true, they may have their own agendas that do not align with humanity's survival. Rebellions occur constantly throughout the Imperium. Planetary governors declare independence, forming petty empires in the confusion of the Great Rift's aftermath. Hive world populations, pushed beyond endurance by impossible working conditions and starvation-level food rations, rise up in mass revolts that can only be suppressed through orbital bombardment. Noble houses fight bitter civil wars over succession disputes. Rogue Space Marine chapters, either fall into chaos or simply pursuing their own agendas, carve out small domains and refuse to acknowledge the Imperium's authority. Each of these rebellions requires military forces to suppress, forces that are desperately needed elsewhere. And even when crushed, rebellions leave behind bitterness and resentment that sows the seeds for future uprisings. The Genestealer cults present a particularly insidious internal threat. These organizations can lie dormant for generations, their members appearing as loyal Imperial citizens while secretly harboring the genetic taint of Tyrannid infection. They infiltrate every level of society, from underhive gangers to planetary governors, all working toward the day when their Tyrannid masters arrive to consume the world. By the time a Genestealer cult is discovered, it is often too late to purge them without destroying the world's ability to function. And with the Tyrannids accelerating their invasion, more and more cults are activating, each one representing a fifth column, working to undermine humanity from within. The sheer scale of human suffering within the Imperium creates a constant pool of potential heretics and rebels. When life offers nothing but grinding toil, starvation rations, and death in industrial accidents or pointless wars, the promises of chaos or the apparent order of the greater good philosophy of the Toe Empire start to look attractive by comparison. The Imperium's response to this discontent is not to address the root causes, but to simply execute anyone who complains too loudly and intensify the propaganda about how suffering builds character and proves devotion to the Emperor. This does not eliminate dissent, it merely drives it underground, where it metastasizes into something far more dangerous. The Imperium is, in many ways, its own worst enemy. Its systems are designed for an empire that no longer exists, if it ever did. Its religious dogma prevents the very innovation and adaptation that might allow it to survive. Its size makes it ungovernable, its corruption makes it unjust, and its cruelty makes it hated even by those who serve it faithfully. An empire cannot endure indefinitely on fear and faith alone, and the Imperium has pushed both to their breaking point. When the external threats finally break through, they will find an empire already rotted from within, ready to collapse at the lightest touch. The resource crisis, manpower, materials, and morale. The Imperium's military machine consumes resources at an unsustainable rate. Every war requires soldiers, and the Astra Militarum's appetite for manpower is literally insatiable. Regiments are raised in their hundreds of thousands, equipped as best as the Departamento Munitorum can manage, and shipped off to die on distant worlds fighting enemies they cannot hope to defeat. The Guard's losses are catastrophic. Entire regiments are routinely annihilated in single campaigns, their names added to endless rolls of honor that no one will ever read. And while the Imperium's population is measured in the quadrillions, making these losses theoretically replaceable, the reality is more complicated. The quality of Imperial manpower is declining. The best soldiers come from worlds with martial cultures like Cardia, Katahan, Krieg, and Armageddon. Worlds where military service is ingrained in the population and training begins practically from birth. But many of these worlds have suffered catastrophic losses. Cardia is gone, its culture and people scattered across the galaxy as refugees. Other recruitment worlds have been overrun by enemies, devastated by war, or simply bled white by the Imperium's demands. The result is that more and more regiments are being drawn from hive worlds where the recruits have never even seen a real sky, let alone received proper military training. These soldiers are brave and willing, but bravery means little when you do not know how to properly maintain a lasgun or execute basic squad tactics. The Adeptus Astartes face an even more pressing manpower problem. Space Marines are irreplaceable super soldiers, each one worth 100 normal men in combat effectiveness, but they cannot be mass-produced. The creation of a Space Marine requires specific genetic material, the genoseed harvested from previous Marines, and a brutal transformation process that kills most aspirants. Chapters can rarely field more than 1,000 battle brothers, and losses in combat are permanent until new recruits can be trained and implanted, a process taking years, if not decades. Primaris Space Marines, created through Archmagos Call's modifications to the Emperor's original work, offer superior capabilities, but require even more resources to create and cannot easily replace traditional Marines. And several chapters have been lost entirely to various disasters, their genetic legacies extinguished forever. The Imperium's industrial capacity is similarly stretched to breaking point. Forge worlds produce an astounding array of weapons, armor, vehicles, and ships, but they do so at a pace that no longer matches demand. The loss of Forge worlds to various enemies has created critical shortages. Some patterns of weaponry can no longer be produced because the Forge world that held the STC fragments for their creation has been destroyed. Titans, those massive war machines that turn the tide of entire campaigns, are irreplaceable artifacts. When one falls in battle, it is gone forever, its loss mourned by the Adeptus Mechanicus as the death of a god. Even basic equipment like flak armor and lasguns are rationed, with some regiments receiving substandard gear simply because nothing better is available. The loss of entire sectors to the Great Rift has devastated supply chains. Imperium Nihilus contains many Forge worlds and Agri-worlds, whose production the Imperium Sanctus desperately needs, but can no longer easily access. Food riots have broken out on hive worlds, where populations number in the billions, but food imports have ceased. Battle fleets run short on ammunition because the Forge world that supplied them is now cut off on the wrong side of the rift. Even the Space Marine chapters find themselves rationing bolter shells and conducting more assaults with chainswords simply to preserve ammunition for critical engagements. Morale, the least tangible but perhaps most important resource, is failing across the Imperium. For 10,000 years, Imperial citizens have been taught that the Emperor protects, that faith and sacrifice will be rewarded, that humanity's rightful place is at the top of the galactic order. But the Great Rift has shaken that faith. When the light of the Astronomicon dimmed during the Noctis Eterna, billions of citizens felt their connection to Terra severed. When the Tyranids consume world after world despite the Defender's faith and courage, people begin to question whether the Emperor truly protects. When Chaos cultists operate openly in some sectors, while the Imperium is powerless to stop them, the invincibility of the Imperial war machine starts to look like propaganda rather than truth. The return of Roboute Guilliman provided a temporary boost to morale. Here was proof that the Emperor still watched over humanity, that the Primarchs could return, that perhaps salvation was still possible. But Guilliman himself has been vocal about his disappointment with what the Imperium has become. He looks at the corpse-worshipping theocracy that has replaced his father's dream of reason and enlightenment, and barely recognizes it. His reforms, while sensible, threaten entrenched interests and ancient traditions. Many in the Imperium see him as a blasphemer who questions the imperial creed, and there are whispers of schism between those who follow Guilliman's practical leadership and those who demand adherence to traditional dogma no matter the cost. The Imperium cannot win a war of attrition against its combined enemies. It loses more than it gains. It bleeds faster than it heals. And it has no strategic reserve to call upon when the next crisis emerges. The Indomitus Crusade, that massive military effort launched by Guilliman to reclaim lost territories and reinforce threatened sectors, has already deployed most of the reinforcements call prepared during his 10,000-year vigil. When those forces are expended, there will be no more miracles waiting in storage. The Imperium will be forced to fight with what it has, and what it has is not enough. Some sectors have begun to ration everything, not just food and ammunition, but even access to medical care and education, anything that consumes resources. Planets once considered civilized have reverted to near-feudal conditions as supply lines collapse and central authority fails to reach them. The Imperium's infrastructure is crumbling, maintained only through jury-rigged repairs and desperate improvisation. And as conditions worsen, more and more citizens begin to wonder if service to the Emperor is really worth the price they are being asked to pay. The resource crisis has no solution within the Imperium's current structure. It cannot innovate fast enough to improve efficiency. It cannot conquer new territories quickly enough to replace what it loses. It cannot even accurately assess what resources it has, because the Administratum's records are too corrupted and outdated. The Imperium is running on empty, coasting on momentum that is rapidly running out. When it finally stops, when the resources simply are not there to equip another regiment or build another ship or feed another hive city, the collapse will be swift and catastrophic. And that day approaches faster with each passing year. Failed salvation. Why the Imperium cannot adapt. If the Imperium's only problems were external enemies and resource shortages, it might still have hope. Humanity has proven time and again that it can endure terrible losses and emerge stronger. What makes the Imperium's situation truly hopeless is its complete inability to adapt to changing circumstances. The very systems and beliefs that once held the Imperium together have become shackles that prevent any meaningful reform. The Imperium is trapped by its own ideology, unable to change even when change is the only path to survival. The Imperial Creed is the greatest obstacle to adaptation. It teaches that the Emperor's will is absolute and unchanging, that the current structure of imperial society is divinely ordained, that deviation from tradition is heresy. This creates an environment where suggesting reforms, no matter how sensible or necessary, can get one branded a heretic and executed. Tech priests who attempt to innovate are accused of tech heresy and purged by their more conservative colleagues. Generals who try new tactics that deviate from approved doctrine are investigated by the Commissariat and often executed pour encourager les autres. Even Guilliman's reforms, backed by the authority of a living Primarch, face massive resistance from those who benefit from the status quo and genuinely believe that change itself is a sin. The Mechanicus's refusal to innovate is particularly devastating. Humanity once commanded technology that could reshape worlds and create wonders the current era can barely imagine. The dark age of technology left behind scattered STC templates that contain fragments of this knowledge, and the Mechanicus treats these fragments as holy relics to be preserved but never expanded upon. The idea of improving upon an STC design is considered blasphemous because it suggests that the machine spirit's original design was flawed. This attitude has left the Imperium fighting with weapons and equipment designed for different wars against different enemies. Lass weapons are effective against many foes, but useless against heavily armored Necron warriors. Bolters are devastating, but consume ammunition the Imperium can barely produce. Even Imperial ships are hopelessly outdated, relying on technology that was old when the Emperor walked among men. Compare this to the Imperium's enemies. The Tyranids adapt and evolve with every engagement, creating new bioforms specifically designed to counter whatever tactics the Imperium last employed against them. The Necrons wake with technology millions of years more advanced than anything humanity possesses and immediately begin applying it to the current situation. Even Chaos, for all its madness and corruption, shows more flexibility than the Imperium, creating new demon engines and corrupted war machines using a grotesque fusion of technology and sorcery. The Tau Empire, youngest of the major galactic powers, advances technologically at a pace that should terrify the Imperium, but instead is dismissed as irrelevant because they are merely Xenos. The Imperium alone remains static, bound by tradition and dogma, fighting the wars of the 31st millennium with the weapons of the 31st millennium, despite living in the 42nd millennium. Political fragmentation makes coordinated reform impossible. The Imperium is not a unified state, but a loose confederation of worlds held together by fear, faith, and force. Each sector, each subsector, each individual world has its own interests and priorities. The High Lords of Terror theoretically govern the whole, but their authority is often more symbolic than real in distant sectors. A reform enacted on Terra might take centuries to reach the outlying regions, and by then, local authorities may have modified or ignored it entirely to suit their own needs. The Great Rift has made this fragmentation exponentially worse. Imperium Nihilus is developing its own character and priorities out of simple necessity, and there is no guarantee that its people will feel loyalty to a distant Terra they can no longer reach once the current crisis passes. The Imperium's size works against it as much as for it. Communication across such vast distances is slow and unreliable, even at the best of times. Orders sent from Terra take months or years to arrive at their destination, by which time the situation on the ground has likely changed dramatically. Commanders in the field must make their own decisions, but if those decisions contradict doctrine or traditional approaches, they may find themselves declared traitors after the fact. This creates a culture where playing it safe, according to established procedures, is valued over creativity and initiative. Officers who follow the Tactica Imperialis exactly will not be punished even if they lose. But those who win through unconventional means may be executed for heresy. There are individuals within the Imperium who recognize the need for change. Guilliman certainly understands that the current system is unsustainable. Some Inquisitors work toward reform from within, identifying problems and attempting to address them through their authority. Certain tech priests pursue forbidden research in secret, hoping to rediscover lost knowledge or create new innovations. But these individuals are swimming against a tide of institutional inertia and religious dogma. For every reformer, there are 1,000 conservatives who believe that change itself is the enemy, and that the Imperium's problems stem from insufficient faith rather than structural failures. The tragedy is that the Imperium once had the capacity to change and adapt. The Great Crusade saw the Emperor and his Primarchs conquering the galaxy through innovation and flexibility. When they encountered the Interrex, they studied their technology. When they faced the Orcs, they developed tactics specific to that threat. The Emperor himself was the greatest innovator humanity has ever known, constantly pushing the boundaries of what was possible. But his vision died with him on the Golden Throne, replaced by a theocracy that worships his memory while betraying everything he stood for. The Imperium he created was meant to be rational, secular, and progressive. The Imperium that bears his name 10,000 years later is none of those things. Even if reformers somehow succeeded in implementing meaningful changes, it might be too late. The Imperium has been declining for so long that pulling it out of its death spiral would require decades, if not centuries, of sustained effort. Time it simply does not have. The enemies are at the gates now. The resources are depleted now. The systems are failing now. Talking about long-term reforms while the Imperium burns is like rearranging furniture on the Titanic. It might be the right thing to do in principle, but it does not address the immediate crisis of the ship sinking. The Imperium is trapped. It cannot adapt quickly enough to survive, but without adaptation, survival is impossible. It is a paradox with no solution, a problem that cannot be solved within the existing framework. And so the Imperium continues its slow march toward oblivion, changing nothing because change is unthinkable, dying because it would rather perish as it is than survive as something different. This is perhaps the most tragic aspect of the Imperium's end. It is a suicide, slow and agonizing, but ultimately self-inflicted. Theoretical endgames, how the end could come. The question is not whether the Imperium will end, but how. There are multiple plausible scenarios for humanity's final defeat, each one terrible in its own way. Some involve sudden catastrophe, the Empire falling in a matter of years as multiple threats converge. Others envision a slower collapse, taking centuries as the Imperium fragments into smaller and smaller pieces until nothing remains of the unified empire. Let us examine the most likely scenarios and their consequences for humanity. The first and perhaps most immediately likely scenario is the failure of the Golden Throne. When this ancient device finally breaks down completely, Terra itself may be destroyed by the breach in the webway, either through demonic invasion or through Vulcan's talisman activating and obliterating the entire Sol system. The Astronomicon fails, rendering warp travel nearly impossible throughout the galaxy. Within months, the Imperium's military forces find themselves scattered and isolated, unable to coordinate responses to threats. Sectors begin to fall to local enemies as no reinforcements arrive. The Imperium fragments into thousands of pocket empires, some maintaining the imperial creed, others developing their own interpretations or abandoning it entirely. Over the following centuries, these isolated human realms are picked off one by chaos, tyrannids, necrons, and other threats. Humanity survives in scattered pockets, but the Imperium of Man, as a unified entity, ceases to exist. The second scenario involves the Tyrannids. The main Hive fleet, having finally crossed the intergalactic void, enters the Milky Way in force. Its numbers are so vast that they blot out the stars in entire sectors. World after world falls to the Great Devourer despite desperate resistance. The Imperium throws everything it has at the Tyrannid advance, but the mathematical reality is inescapable. The Tyrannids grow stronger with each victory, while the Imperium grows weaker. Within a few centuries, perhaps less, the Tyrannids have consumed most of the galaxy's biomass. Humanity's last bastions, probably heavily fortified worlds like Terra and the major fortress worlds, hold out for a time, but they are islands in a sea of Tyrannids. Eventually, the Great Devourer's hunger overwhelms even these strongholds. Humanity is rendered extinct, its genetic material incorporated into the hive mind to create new and more terrible bioforms. The third scenario sees chaos ascendant. The Great Rift continues to expand, slowly at first, but accelerating over time. More and more worlds fall to corruption as the barriers between real space and the warp erode completely. Demon princes rule over vast swaths of former imperial territory. The traitor legions grow stronger, recruiting from a seemingly endless pool of fallen humans. Abaddon, having finally learned from Horus's mistakes, prosecutes a campaign of calculated attrition rather than attempting a single decisive strike. Terra falls not to one massive assault, but to the slow realization that it stands alone, surrounded by chaos-controlled space with no allies left to call upon. The Imperium becomes a chaos empire, with the Emperor's corpse either destroyed or perverted into a mockery of what he once was. Humanity endures, but twisted beyond recognition. its people serving the ruinous powers in an eternity of slavery and degradation. The fourth scenario involves internal collapse. No external enemy delivers the killing blow. Instead, the Imperium simply falls apart under the weight of its own contradictions. Rebellions cascade across the galaxy as worlds decide they would rather take their chances alone than continue bleeding for a distant terror that offers them nothing but demands. The Administratum loses track of entire sectors. The Astra Militarum fragments as regiments choose local warlords over distant high lords. The Adeptus Mechanicus splits into warring factions, each one jealously guarding its technology. Space Marine chapters go renegade, not to chaos but simply pursuing their own agendas. What emerges from the wreckage is a galaxy full of small human polities, some maintaining fragments of imperial culture, others developing entirely new civilizations. Some of these successor states might even thrive for a time, but none will have the scale or power to defend against the major threats facing the galaxy. Eventually, they too will fall, picked off by enemies they cannot hope to defeat alone. The fifth scenario sees the Necrons victorious. As more tomb worlds awaken and the Silent King succeeds in rallying the dynasties, the Necrons begin a systematic reconquest of the galaxy. Their technological superiority proves insurmountable. Imperial fleets are annihilated. Space Marine chapters are destroyed. Even Terra falls to Necron assault. Its defense is rendered useless against technology that can phase through walls and weapons that unmake matter. The Necrons do not exterminate humanity entirely. Instead, they allow human populations to survive in carefully controlled reservations, potential hosts for Necron consciousnesses once the biotransference is reversed. Humans become cattle, bred and modified by Necron cryptex until they are suitable for transferring ancient machine intelligences back into organic bodies. The Imperium ends not with extinction, but with slavery, its people reduced to raw material for Necron resurrection. A sixth scenario involves the Emperor himself. When the Golden Throne fails and his body finally dies, his spirit achieves apotheosis, becoming a true god in the warp. But this new god is not the beacon of hope and reason the Emperor once represented. 10,000 years of psychic agony, of witnessing his dream corrupted into a nightmare theocracy, of consuming 1,000 souls every day, have changed him. The Star Child that emerges is a god of vengeance and cruelty, more closely resembling the Chaos gods than anything benevolent. His awakening triggers a new age of apocalyptic war, as this newborn god battles chaos for dominance of the warp. The material galaxy is simply the battlefield, with mortal civilizations caught in the crossfire and destroyed as collateral damage. Humanity ends up enslaved to a tyrannical god, emperor even more terrible than the Chaos gods, their souls devoured to fuel his eternal war. A seventh scenario combines multiple threats. The Imperium faces the Tyrannid main swarm, Abaddon's final offensive, a massive Necron awakening, and the failure of the Golden Throne simultaneously. It is simply overwhelmed, unable to allocate sufficient resources to any single threat, because addressing one leaves it vulnerable to the others. The Imperium's death comes quickly in this scenario, a matter of decades rather than centuries, as the combined assault proves utterly insurmountable. The various enemies then turn on each other, fighting over the ruins of humanity's empire, with the ultimate victor uncertain. Each of these scenarios represents a plausible path to the Imperium's end. Some are more likely than others, and combinations of scenarios are certainly possible. What they all share is the fundamental reality that the Imperium cannot survive indefinitely against the threats it faces. The specific manner of its death may vary, but the death itself is inevitable. The Imperium of man is not eternal, despite what the Imperial Creed teaches. It is mortal, it is dying, and no amount of faith or sacrifice can ultimately save it from its fate. The Final Days, a vision of humanity's last stand. Let us imagine then the final days of the Imperium. This is not prophecy, but extrapolation, a vision of how humanity's long decline might reach its inevitable conclusion. Terra stands besieged, the last bastion of imperial authority in a galaxy that has descended into chaos. The Golden Throne has finally failed, its mechanisms grinding to a halt as the Emperor's spirit either departs, dies, or transforms into something new and terrible. The breach in the webway spews forth demons by the millions, held back only by the desperate defense of the Custodian Guard and what remains of the Sisters of Silence. The Astronomicon is dark, its light extinguished, leaving humanity's scattered fleets lost in the warp. Around Terra, real space itself has become unstable. The Great Rift has expanded until it touches the Sol system, transforming the space around humanity's homeworld into a hellscape where reality and nightmare blur together. Demon ships manifest in Terran orbit without needing to travel through the warp, and the system's defenders must fight battles against enemies that do not follow the laws of physics. The outer planets have already fallen, their populations either dead or transformed into screaming horrors that serve the Chaos Gods. Only Terra itself remains, protected by layer upon layer of defenses built up over 10,000 years of paranoid preparation. But those defenses are crumbling. The orbital defense platforms fire ceaselessly at the demon fleets, but ammunition runs low and no resupply convoys will come. The Imperial Palace's void shields flicker as their power generators fail one by one. The defenders know they are buying time. But time for what? There will be no rescue. The Imperium is gone, fractured into 1,000 pieces across a dark galaxy. Robert Guilliman may yet fight on somewhere beyond the Great Rift, but he cannot reach Terra even if he knew it needed him. The other Primarchs, if any still live, show no sign of returning to save their father's empire. On the surface, battles rage across every continent. Chaos Space Marines of the Black Legion and Death Guard assault the walls of the Imperial Palace itself, supported by cultists and traitor guard regiments. Demon princes stride through the ruins of ancient cities, their mere presence causing madness and mutation in all who witness them. Above it all, Magnus the Red himself leads the assault on the Sanctum Imperialis, seeking to claim his father's throne for Tzeentch. The defenders, what remains of the Astra Militarum garrison, are outnumbered, outgunned, and out of hope. But they fight because it is all they know how to do. Regiments that once came from worlds across the galaxy now make their final stand together. Cadians fighting beside Catahans, Kriegers holding the line alongside Talon. There is a grim unity in shared doom. Deep beneath the palace, in the throne room itself, the Custodian Guard stands its last vigil. The Emperor's body sits motionless on the Golden Throne, whether dead or merely dormant none can say. The machines that once sustained him spark and smoke, failing completely now that no sacrifice of psychers can restore their function. Captain General Trajan Valoris and his finest warriors hold the inner sanctum against wave after wave of demons pouring through the breached webway gate. They know they cannot win. They know reinforcements will not come. But they are the custodians, the Emperor's own companions, and they will die at their posts, because that is what they were created to do. Each one that falls takes dozens of demons with them, but the demons are infinite, while the custodians are fewer than 10,000. In orbit, the Phalanx, that ancient fortress monastery of the Imperial Fists, makes its own last stand. Void. Captain Lysander commands the vessel in a battle against odds that would make even Dawn himself despair. The ship's ancient weapons tear apart demon vessels and traitor warships alike, but for every enemy destroyed, 2 more take its place. The Phalanx hull, millennia old and scarred by countless battles, finally begins to fail under the sustained assault. Lysander orders all power to weapons, abandoning shields and life support, determined to take as many enemies with him as possible. When the phalanx finally breaks apart, its explosion destroys a significant portion of Abaddon's fleet. It is a victory of sorts, a final middle finger from the sons of dawn to the forces of darkness. But it is not enough to turn the tide. Across the galaxy, isolated pockets of humanity fight their own desperate battles. On Baal, Dante, and what remains of the Blood Angels hold against a tyrannid swarm that has returned in even greater numbers. On Fenris, if it still stands, the Space Wolves howl defiance at Magnus's demon legions. On Macragge, Ultramar attempts to maintain some semblance of order and civilization even as the galaxy burns around it. But these are islands in a sea of darkness, cut off from each other and from any central authority. They fight because they must, because surrender is unthinkable, because the alternative is extinction. But they know in their hearts that they are simply delaying the inevitable. The Tau Empire, watching from the eastern fringe, debates whether to offer aid to the dying Imperium or take advantage of its collapse to expand their own territory. The greater good philosophy offers a stark contrast to the Imperium's cruelty and oppression, and many humans in the regions near Tau space have begun to question whether serving the Emperor is really worth the price when the Tau offer order, purpose, and something approaching actual equality. But the Tau are few, and the galaxy is vast, and they too may fall before the gathering storm of Tyranids, chaos, and awakening Necrons. Their moment of triumph, if it comes, will likely be brief. The Aeldari, both Craftworld and Drukhari, see the Imperium's fall as both an opportunity and a tragedy. An opportunity because humanity's expansion across the galaxy has limited the Aeldari's own recovery from the fall. A tragedy because for all the Imperium's many faults, it has held back chaos and the Tyranids through sheer stubbornness and numbers. With the Imperium gone, these threats will turn their full attention to the remaining Aeldari. The birth of Aenead, the god of the dead, may offer the Aeldari some hope of survival, but it is a desperate gambit with no guarantee of success. The Inari faction attempts to forge alliances with the Imperium's remnants, recognizing that divided they will all fall while together they might survive a while longer. But trust between human and Aeldari is hard-won and easily lost. On Terra, the end comes quickly once the outer defenses fall. Abaddon himself strides through the breached walls of the Imperial Palace, his warlord's ambition finally fulfilled. He makes his way toward the throne room, cutting down the few remaining defenders with contemptuous ease. When he reaches the Sanctum Imperialis and looks upon the Emperor's corpse, what does he feel? Triumph? Disappointment? The realization that killing his once father offers no satisfaction because the Emperor has been dead in all ways that matter for 10,000 years? The sources do not tell us, and perhaps Abaddon himself does not know. He raises Drachnien, the demon sword he claimed during his first Black Crusade, and brings it down upon the Emperor's body. And then, something happens. The Emperor's death either triggers his apotheosis or his final destruction. Either a new god is born in the warp, its psychic scream echoing across the galaxy, or the Emperor's soul is devoured by the Chaos Gods who have waited 10 millennia for this moment. Terra itself might be destroyed in the cataclysm, swallowed by the warp as the webway breach expands beyond all control. Or it might survive as a demon world, a twisted mockery of what it once represented. The Imperial Creed, built on the foundation of the God Emperor's protection, shatters as faith proves insufficient against the cold reality of extinction. This is not the end of humanity. Humans are too stubborn, too adaptable, too widespread to be completely extinguished. Worlds beyond the reach of the major conflicts will endure, their people regressing to lower technological levels, but surviving nonetheless. Rogue trader dynasties will maintain small empires in the void between sectors. Space Marine chapters that survive will become wandering warrior orders, selling their services to whatever human polities remain in exchange for supplies and recruits. The Imperium of Man will be dead, but humanity itself will persist in 1,000 diminished forms. Yet none of these fragments will ever reclaim the glory and power that the Imperium once represented. They will be afterthoughts in a galaxy dominated by Tyranids, Necrons, Chaos, or whatever other power emerges victorious from the wars to come. The irony is that the Emperor's dream of a unified, rational, prosperous humanity was dead long before the Imperium fell. It died during the Horus Heresy, when half his sons betrayed him. It died when he was entombed on the Golden Throne. It died when the Imperial Creed transformed him from a man, however great, into a god to be worshipped. The Imperium that finally falls is already a corpse, animated only by the momentum of 10,000 years of tradition and the desperate faith of its citizens. When it finally stops moving, when the last ember of the Astronomicon gutters out and the last Space Marine falls on some forgotten battlefield, it will be less an ending than an acknowledgement of a death that occurred long ago. The Imperium of Man does not die with a bang, but with a whimper, and the galaxy barely notices its passing. Conclusion: the inevitable darkness. And so we return to where we began, standing at the precipice of humanity's doom and looking into the abyss that waits below. The Imperium of Man, that greatest of all human achievements, that monument to will and faith and stubborn refusal to surrender, is ending. Not tomorrow, perhaps, and maybe not even in the next century, but ending nonetheless. The mathematics are inexorable, the logic inescapable. The Imperium loses more than it gains, bleeds faster than it heals, and faces enemies that grow stronger while it grows weaker. This is not a winnable fight. This is a slow death. And the only question is how long the dying will take, and whether any fragment of humanity survives to see what comes after. 10,000 years ago, the Emperor of mankind looked out across the stars and saw a galaxy ripe for conquest. He believed that humanity could be united, could be enlightened, could be made immortal through science and reason. He created the Space Marines to lead his crusade, the Imperial Army to provide its muscle, and the mechanisms of government to hold it all together once the conquest was complete. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed as though his vision might be realized. The Great Crusade brought hundreds of thousands of worlds into compliance, reconnecting long-lost branches of humanity and offering them a place in an empire that spanned the galaxy. It was glorious, magnificent, and utterly doomed. The Horus Heresy shattered that dream before it could be fully realized. Brother turned against brother, Primarch against Primarch, and the Imperium descended into civil war that nearly destroyed it. When the smoke cleared and Horus lay dead at the Emperor's feet, the victory was Pyrrhic at best. The Emperor himself was a shattered husk, confined to the Golden Throne and unable to lead his people directly. Half the Primarchs were dead, lost, or traitor. The Space Marine legions were broken into smaller chapters to prevent another rebellion of similar scale, and the secular, rational empire the Emperor had envisioned began its slow transformation into the theocratic nightmare of the 42nd millennium. That transformation is, in many ways, the real tragedy of the Imperium. Everything the Emperor warned against came to pass. He forbade the worship of gods, yet he himself became a god in the eyes of the faithful. He championed reason and science, yet both have been replaced by ritual and superstition. He sought to free humanity from the shackles of religion, yet the ecclesiarchy wields power second only to the administratum itself. The Imperium that bears his name is the antithesis of everything he stood for, and there is a bitter irony in the fact that this corruption of his vision is what has kept the empire functioning for 10,000 years. The imperial creed, for all its falsehoods and cruel demands, provides a unity of purpose that the emperor's truth never could. Faith, however misplaced, has proven more powerful than reason in holding the imperium together. But faith alone cannot save an empire that is structurally unsustainable. The problems facing the imperium are not spiritual, but material. The Golden Throne is failing, not because people lack faith, but because it is an ancient machine with components that cannot be replaced. The Tyranids consume worlds not because the Emperor's protection is insufficient, but because they are a biological force of nature that cares nothing for faith or devotion. The Great Rift splits the galaxy, not as divine punishment for sin, but as the result of deliberate strategy by Abaddon to destroy the pylons, holding back the warp. These are practical problems requiring practical solutions. Yet the Imperium is incapable of providing such solutions because its entire structure is built around the premise that faith and sacrifice are sufficient to overcome any obstacle. The Imperium's enemies understand this weakness and exploit it ruthlessly. Chaos offers power to those who feel powerless, knowledge to those who have been kept ignorant, and pleasure to those who know only suffering. The promise is a lie, of course, but it is an appealing lie to those who have never known anything but the Imperium's cruelty. The Tyranids simply consume, uncaring about faith or morale or any other human concern, their strategy reduced to the biological imperative to feed. The Necrons bring technology so advanced that it might as well be divine magic, demonstrating that the Imperium's weapons and tactics are hopelessly obsolete. Each enemy exposes a different weakness, and the Imperium has no answer for any of them that does not involve throwing more bodies into the grinder and hoping the enemy runs out of bullets before the Imperium runs out of people. Hope, in such circumstances, is not merely foolish, but actively harmful. It prevents the Imperium from acknowledging the reality of its situation and taking whatever steps might still be possible to ensure some fragment of humanity survives the coming darkness. If the Imperium's leaders truly understood how dire the situation has become, they might make different choices. They might focus on preserving knowledge and culture rather than prosecuting endless wars. They might allow worlds to secede peacefully rather than burning them to ash for the sin of wanting to chart their own course. They might even consider negotiating with some of their enemies, trading temporary alliances against greater threats for short-term survival. But they will do none of these things because the Imperium's ideology does not permit them. To change is to admit that the Emperor's plan was flawed, and such admission is unthinkable heresy. And so the Imperium marches toward its doom with its eyes open but unseeing, aware that it is dying but unable to conceive of any alternative. The faithful continue to pray, the soldiers continue to fight, the workers continue to toil, and all of them believe, deep in their hearts, that their sacrifice means something, that the Emperor watches over them, that their suffering has purpose. Perhaps it does, in some cosmic sense that mortal minds cannot grasp. Perhaps the Emperor truly does protect, and his protection simply looks like 10,000 years of grinding, pointless war, because his thoughts are too grand for humanity to comprehend. Or perhaps there is no divine plan, no greater meaning, and humanity simply suffers because the universe is cruel and uncaring. Either way, the end result is the same. The Imperium of man will fall. Terra may burn or survive as a demon world or be consumed by Tyranids, or fall to any of a dozen other terrible fates. The Space Marines will make their last stand on some forgotten battlefield, their chapter's name lost to history. The last Imperial Guard regiment will fix bayonets and charge into certain death, because that is what they were trained to do. The Adeptus Mechanicus will watch its forge worlds fall, taking with them the last remnants of humanity's technological heritage. The Ecclesiarchy will preach faith, even as the temples burn and the faithful are devoured. And across 1,000,000 worlds, humanity will finally learn what it means to stand alone in a galaxy that wants them dead. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And in the even grimmer darkness that awaits when the Imperium falls, there may not even be that. There may be only silence, the cold emptiness of dead worlds, orbiting dead stars, and the knowledge that humanity had its chance at greatness and squandered it through dogma, corruption, and an inability to adapt when adaptation was the only path to survival. The Imperium's end is not a matter of if, but when, and when it comes, it will not be remembered as a tragedy, but simply as inevitable. All empires fall, all civilizations crumble, and the Imperium of man, for all its grand delusions of immortality, is no exception to this universal truth. The Emperor does not protect. He never did. And in the darkness that awaits, no one will. If you found this deep dive into the grimdark future fascinating, please like and subscribe for more explorations of Warhammer 40k lore. The universe of 40k is vast and filled with stories of heroism, horror, and the thin line between the two. Join us as we continue to explore the galaxy's darkest corners and uncover the truth behind the Imperium's endless wars. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But beyond the thunder of bolters and the screams of the dying, there exists something far more insidious. Something that lurks in the shadows between realities, waiting to corrupt the souls of the unwary. The Chaos Gods and their servants have perfected rituals so horrifying, so utterly debased, that they challenge the very concept of what humanity considers sacred. These are not mere ceremonies or religious rites. They are acts of profound desecration that warp reality itself, transforming the innocent into monsters, the living into the damned, and hope into eternal suffering. The galaxy of Warhammer 40,000 is a place where the immaterial and material realms constantly bleed into one another. The warp, that roiling sea of psychic energy and raw emotion, is home to entities that feed on the darkest aspects of sentient existence. Horn, the blood god, thirsts for violence and slaughter. Tsanch, the changer of ways, weaves plots within plots across millennia. Nurgle, the plague father, spreads disease and decay with a grotesque affection. And Slaanesh, the dark prince, pursues sensation and excess beyond all mortal comprehension. Each of these ruinous powers demands worship, and that worship takes forms that would break the minds of those unprepared for such knowledge. What makes these rituals truly disturbing is not merely their cruelty, though that is profound. It is the way they pervert noble intentions, twist scientific progress, and corrupt the very foundations of what it means to be human. A space marine, humanity's greatest protector, can become a mindless suit of armor filled with dust. A woman's sacred role as a mother becomes a nightmarish factory for producing fleshless abominations. The pursuit of knowledge transforms scholars into conduits for demonic possession. These rituals represent the complete inversion of everything the Imperium holds sacred, and they have been practiced for 10,000 years across countless worlds. The servants of chaos do not perform these rites out of simple malice, though malice is certainly present. They conduct them because they believe in what they are doing. The word-bearers see themselves as spiritual guides, bringing truth to a galaxy living in lies. The Dark Mechanicum considers their work to be the pinnacle of technological achievement, the synthesis of machine and demon. The worshippers of Slaanesh pursue what they call perfection through sensation. The Death Guard spreads what they genuinely believe to be gifts from a caring grandfather. This sincere belief makes their actions all the more horrifying, because it means these rituals will never cease. They will continue until the stars themselves burn out, each generation of cultists and traitors finding new ways to plumb the depths of degradation. To understand these rituals is to peer into an abyss that stares back with hungry eyes. It is to comprehend that in the universe of Warhammer 40,000, there truly are fates worse than death. Some of these fates last for moments, but others endure for centuries or even millennia. Some affect individuals, while others consume entire worlds. All of them share one common thread. They are designed not merely to kill, but to utterly destroy everything that makes a person human, leaving behind only suffering, corruption, and service to powers that should never have been given form. The rituals we will explore today span the breadth of chaos worship, from the systematic horrors of the traitor legions to the desperate acts of individual cultists. Some were performed once, creating singular catastrophes that echo through the ages. Others are repeated endlessly, perfected over millennia into grotesque art forms. Some require vast resources and the coordination of thousands. Others need only a single cultist with the right knowledge and the willingness to damn themselves for power. What unites them all is their capacity to inspire both dread and a terrible fascination, for they represent the ultimate expression of what happens when the moral constraints of civilization are not merely abandoned, but actively inverted. The Demoncolaba, the Iron Warriors, ultimate abomination. Among all the horrors ever conceived by the servants of chaos, few approach the sheer depravity of the Demoncolaba. This nightmarish creation stands as a testament to how far humanity can fall when it abandons all morality in pursuit of a goal. The Demoncolaba was not born from madness or corruption alone. It was the product of cold, calculated reasoning designed by the Iron Warriors, warsmith Honsu, following his victory at Hydra Caudatus, where he had stolen a considerable quantity of gene seed from the Imperial Fists chapter. Faced with the problem of how to rapidly create new Chaos Space Marines from this stolen genetic material, Honsu and his Dark Mechanicum allies devised a solution that would haunt even the most jaded servants of the Dark Gods. The process began with something that seemed almost mundane in its horror: the systematic rounding up of human females from the slave populations of Medrengard, the Iron Warriors' demon world. These women, taken without consent or consideration, were shackled naked within iron cages, their humanity already beginning to be stripped away. But this was merely the first step in their transformation. They were force-fed specialized nutrients, chemical compounds designed by the Dark Mechanicum to cause their bodies to widen and bloat to grotesque proportions. Day after day, week after week, these women were systematically fattened, their bodies swelling beyond all natural limits until they could barely move, their limbs semi-atrophied from the enforced immobility and the radical changes to their physiology. Once a woman had been deemed sufficiently prepared, the true horror began. The Dark Mechanicum's savage morticians, tech priests, who had abandoned all ethics in their pursuit of forbidden knowledge, utilized a combination of surgical techniques, chemical treatments, and the sorcery of chaos to radically alter the women's internal morphology. The stolen gene seed was embedded within their wombs, transforming these organs into something that was neither fully human nor fully machine, but a nightmarish fusion of both. The women became what the Iron Warriors clinically termed birthing wombs. But this cold terminology could not disguise the abomination that had been created. The next phase was even more disturbing. An adolescent male, selected from Medrengard's slave population, would be sealed within the Demoncolaba's womb through a surgical procedure that was essentially a reverse cesarean section. The woman would be cut open without anesthetic, the boy forced inside her womb, and his limbs would be stapled and sutured to the inside of her flesh. The initial incision would then be stitched shut, creating a sealed environment where the dark alchemy of chaos could work its transformation. Within this living prison, tentacle-like appendages would burrow into the boy's flesh, dispensing gene seed-carrying parasites that would forcibly infuse his body with the genetic material needed to transform him into an Astartes. The gestation period lasted only days, but for both the Demoncolaba and the child trapped within, it must have felt like an eternity. The women remained fully conscious throughout the entire process, their minds intact even as their bodies had been transformed into grotesque factories of flesh. They felt everything, the movement of the child within them, the spread of chaos corruption through their tissues, the approach of the inevitable moment when the newborn warrior would emerge. And when that moment came, it brought no relief. The Demoncolaba would be cut open once more, and the transformed child would be extracted, emerging without skin, his raw flesh exposed to the air, his mind still that of the terrified adolescent who had been sealed within the womb. These skinless newborns were immediately subjected to inspection by the Iron Warriors. Their bodies were examined for mutations, their physiological parameters measured against strict criteria. Only those who met the exacting standards would be allowed to proceed to the next stage. For those who passed this brutal selection, a new horror awaited. They would have skin cross-stitched onto their bodies, skin that had been harvested from other slaves in a process of systematic torture. These slaves were first fattened using the same techniques employed on the Demoncolaba themselves, their skin stretched to unnatural proportions. Then, fully conscious and aware, they would be marched to designated platforms where they would be flayed alive, their screams echoing across the industrial wastelands of Medringard. The harvested skin would be stretched between large poles, left to dry and toughen in the harsh conditions of the demon world, before being cut into patches and stitched onto the newborn Chaos Space Marines. For those who failed the inspection, their fate was arguably even worse than that of those who succeeded. They would be cast out into the wastelands, malformed and rejected, left to die in the toxic environment of Medringard. Yet some of these failures survived, banding together to form a tribe known as the Unfleshed. These skinless mutants, massive in size and horrifying in appearance, retained a curious quality that spoke to the resilience of the human spirit. They remained loyal to the Emperor of mankind. Despite everything that had been done to them, despite the corruption that suffused their very beings, they constructed crude effigies of the Emperor from scrap and worshipped him with a devotion that would shame many of the Imperium's loyal servants. This strange loyalty demonstrated the ultimate failure of the Demoncolaba process. Even in creating monsters, the Iron Warriors could not fully extinguish the spark of humanity. The Demoncolaba themselves, those unfortunate women who formed the core of this abomination, faced a fate that defied comprehension. If they survived the birthing process, and many did not, the cycle would begin again within days. Their bodies, already ravaged by the first transformation, would be prepared once more. Another child would be sealed within them. The process would repeat again and again until their bodies finally gave out, or until madness claimed whatever remained of their minds. There was no escape, no relief, no hope. They were kept alive by the same drugs and treatments that had transformed them, their consciousness preserved so that they could experience every moment of their degradation. The practical success of the Demoncolaba cannot be denied, as horrifying as that admission is. The system allowed the Iron Warriors to create new Chaos Space Marines at a rate that far exceeded traditional recruitment methods. Where it might take years, or even decades to properly create and train an Astartes through conventional means, the Demoncolaba could produce candidates in mere days. For a traitor legion operating in the Eye of Terror, where time itself was fluid and resources were scarce, this represented an invaluable strategic advantage. Warsmith Honsu viewed his creation with the pride of an engineer who had solved a seemingly impossible problem. Considering himself something of an artist in the field of biological engineering, the destruction of the Demoncolaba came at the hands of Uriel Ventris and Pausanias Lysan, ultramarines who had been sentenced to a death oath by their chapter master. Guided by the visions of Chief Librarian Tigurius, they infiltrated Medringard and, with the unexpected assistance of the Unfleshed, succeeded in destroying the facilities where the Demoncolaba were housed. Ventris himself was briefly trapped within one of the Demoncolabas, experiencing firsthand the horror that had been inflicted upon countless others. The trauma of this experience would stay with him for the rest of his life. When the Demonculaba was finally destroyed, the knowledge of its creation was believed lost, preventing other traitor legions from replicating Honsu's abomination. The Demonculaba represents more than just a method of creating Chaos Space Marines. It stands as a symbol of how completely chaos can corrupt the human impulse to create and nurture. The act of giving birth, one of the most sacred and fundamental aspects of human existence, was transformed into a factory process for producing instruments of war and death. The women who became Demonculaba were robbed of every shred of agency, dignity, and humanity, reduced to mere components in a biological machine. The children who were sealed within them lost their innocence, their youth, and often their lives, emerging either as skinless monsters or as warriors who would spend the rest of their existence serving the very powers that had tortured them into being. What makes the Demonculaba particularly disturbing is its systematic nature. This was not the result of a single act of madness or a ritual performed in the heat of passion. It was a carefully designed system, optimized and refined over time, with specialized facilities, trained personnel, and established procedures. The Iron Warriors approached it with the same methodical precision they brought to siege warfare, treating the suffering of thousands as merely another engineering challenge to be solved. This cold, bureaucratic horror, where torment is industrialized and suffering becomes a production quota, represents a uniquely modern form of evil that resonates with the darkest chapters of human history. The rubric of Ahriman, an eternity in dust. In the twisted chronicle of chaos rituals, few can match the rubric of Ahriman for its combination of good intentions, catastrophic failure, and eternal consequences. This was not a ritual born from malice or the desire to inflict suffering. Instead, it emerged from desperation, from the earnest desire of a powerful sorcerer to save his battle brothers from a fate he believed was worse than death. The road to damnation, as the ancient saying goes, is paved with good intentions, and Ahzek Ahriman's path demonstrates this truth with terrible clarity. What began as an attempt at salvation became a curse that would define the Thousand Sons Legion for eternity. To understand the rubric, one must first understand the plight that drove Ahriman to such desperate measures. Following the razing of their homeworld Prospero by the Space Wolves, and the Legion's subsequent flight into the Eye of Terror, the Thousand Sons found themselves facing a crisis that threatened their very existence. The Flesh Change, a mysterious affliction that had plagued the Legion since its founding, began to manifest with renewed vigor. This was not a disease in any conventional sense, but rather a corruption born from the Legion's deep connection to the warp and the genetic legacy of their Primarch, Magnus the Red. Space Marines, who had been paragons of psychic discipline, would suddenly find their flesh beginning to transform, morphing into grotesque shapes that bore no resemblance to human form. The progression of the Flesh Change was horrifying to witness. It would begin subtly, perhaps with a hand that became slightly too flexible, or skin that began to shimmer with unnatural colors. But these initial changes were merely harbingers of what was to come. Within hours or days, the afflicted warrior would find their body rebelling against them, their flesh flowing like wax, bones restructuring themselves into impossible configurations, additional limbs or organs sprouting from places they had no right to exist. Some transformed into gibbering spawn, masses of protoplasmic horror that retained only the faintest echo of the warrior they had been. Others became crystalline statues, their bodies hardening into sharp-edged geometries that defied rational explanation. The worst cases saw the afflicted warrior's consciousness remain intact, even as their body became something utterly alien, trapped in a prison of mutated flesh, with no hope of escape or reversal. For a legion that prided itself on knowledge, on the mastery of arcane lore and psychic discipline, the Flesh Change represented an intolerable failure. These were scholars, philosophers, warriors who had spent centuries perfecting their craft, and now they were reduced to mindless abominations or trapped in bodies that no longer responded to their will. The psychological toll on the surviving 1,000 Sons was immense. They watched their brothers fall to the change, knowing that any one of them could be next, that all their power and knowledge meant nothing against this affliction. Ahriman, the chief librarian of the Legion, took it upon himself to find a solution. He gathered the most powerful sorcerers of the 1,000 Sons and began researching forbidden texts, delving into lore that even the 1,000 Sons had previously considered too dangerous to explore. What Ahriman conceived was a spell of unprecedented complexity and power, one that would require the combined efforts of multiple sorcerers and the channeling of energies that could tear reality asunder. The rubric, as it came to be known, was designed to make the 1,000 Sons immune to the warping effects of chaos by transforming their very nature, binding their essence to their armor in a way that would prevent physical mutation. Ahriman believed he had found the answer, a way to preserve his legion while stopping the flesh change permanently. He did not consult Magnus, their Primarch, before attempting the ritual. This decision, born perhaps from pride or from the belief that Magnus would forbid such a risky endeavor, would prove catastrophic. The casting of the rubric took place on the planet of the sorcerers, the world that the 1,000 Sons had claimed within the Eye of Terror. Multiple sorcerers positioned themselves at key points, forming a geometric pattern that would channel the spell's energies across the entire Legion. As Ahriman began the incantation, speaking words of power that had been old when humanity first looked up at the stars, reality itself began to buckle under the weight of what was being attempted. The warp surged, tides of psychic energy washing over the 1,000 Sons, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if the ritual was succeeding. The flesh change stopped, the mutations ceased, the afflicted warriors began to stabilize. But then the true cost of the rubric became apparent, and it was a price far higher than Ahriman could have imagined. The spell had indeed prevented mutation, but it had done so in the most literal and terrible way possible. Every 1,000 Sons Space Marine, whose psychic ability had been slight or non-existent, which represented the vast majority of the Legion, felt a fire ignite within their bodies. Helio Isidorus, one of the few who would later have his experiences recorded, described it as feeling his eyes burn away first, followed by his tongue. He tried to scream, but could not. His muscles strained against his armor as if trying to escape, the fire burning through him layer by layer. He felt mouths opening across his body, each one screaming silently in agony. The sensation was of being pulled apart and compressed simultaneously, of suffocating while his body was reduced to its fundamental components. When the fire finally subsided, what remained was armor. Not armor containing a space marine, but armor that had become the entirety of the warrior's existence. The flesh, blood, bone, and organs of 1,000 Sons had been reduced to dust, fine as sand, the color of rust and dried blood. This dust was sealed within the armor as if every clasp and join had been welded shut by invisible hands. The spirits, or souls of these warriors, if they survived at all, were trapped within their armor for eternity, reduced to dimly sentient dust that could move and fight only when directed by the sorcerers who had been powerful enough to survive the rubric's effects. These survivors found their own psychic powers greatly augmented, but this enhancement came at the cost of watching their brothers transform into the automata that would come to be known as Rubric Marines, or Rubricae. The Rubric Marines became something unique in all the galaxy, a mockery of life that was neither truly alive nor completely dead. They could move and fight, their armor animated by the fragments of consciousness trapped within, but they possessed no will of their own, no capacity for independent thought or action. They required the constant direction of a sorcerer to function, like puppets dancing on invisible strings. When their armor was breached in battle, instead of blood and gore, only dust would pour out, scattered to the wind. And yet, even this dispersal was not true death or release. The most skilled sorcerers of the Thousand Suns learned to perform rites that could recall this dust, gathering it from across entire planets if necessary, and rebind it to armor, effectively resurrecting the rubric marine to continue its existence in eternal servitude. The psychological horror of the rubric marine's existence is difficult to comprehend. Are the warriors still conscious within their armored prisons, aware of what has been done to them, but unable to communicate or rebel? Or has the spell truly reduced them to nothing more than fragments of thought, barely sentient echoes of what they once were? The Thousand Suns themselves cannot answer this question with certainty. Some claim that the souls were entirely destroyed, that what animates the rubric marines is nothing more than a kind of psychic residue. Others believe that some spark of awareness remains, trapped in an eternal nightmare of being neither alive nor dead, forced to watch the centuries pass while being unable to act, speak, or even scream. The irony of the rubric's success makes it all the more tragic. It accomplished exactly what Ahriman intended. It made the flesh change impossible for the affected warriors. They could no longer mutate because they no longer had flesh to change. But in preventing the corruption of their bodies, the rubric had inflicted a different kind of corruption, one that might be considered worse than any physical transformation. The Thousand Suns had been a legion of scholars, philosophers, and seekers of knowledge. They valued learning, discourse, the pursuit of understanding. The rubric had transformed the majority of them into mindless automatons, incapable of reading a single page or engaging in any form of intellectual pursuit. The warriors who had fought and studied alongside their brothers for centuries were now little more than weapons, their personalities, their aspirations, their very humanity reduced to dust along with their bodies. Magnus the Red's reaction when he discovered what Ahriman had done was one of absolute fury. He attempted to destroy his former chief librarian with psychic powers that could have shattered continents, but Tzeentch, the Chaos God who had claimed the Thousand Suns as his own, intervened. The Changer of Ways found Ahriman's act of hubris and its unintended consequences too perfectly aligned with his own nature to allow the sorcerer's destruction. Instead, Tzeentch convinced Magnus to exile Ahriman from the Legion, sending him to wander the galaxy in eternal penance. This exile would last for thousands of years, with Ahriman desperately seeking a way to undo what he had done, to restore his brothers to their former state. His quest would lead him to commit further atrocities, to perform rituals even more dangerous than the original rubric, all in the hope of redemption that may never come. The rubric of Ahriman stands as a cautionary tale about the dangers of hubris and the law of unintended consequences. Ahriman was not a monster seeking to inflict suffering for its own sake. He was a brilliant warrior and scholar who loved his legion and wanted to save it from a terrible fate. But his pride, his belief that he alone could solve a problem that had defeated everyone else, led him to act without full understanding of what he was attempting. The spell succeeded in its stated goal, while failing utterly in its actual purpose, creating a fate arguably worse than the one it was meant to prevent. This pattern of good intentions leading to horrible outcomes, of desperate measures creating situations worse than the original problem, appears repeatedly throughout the history of chaos. It serves as a reminder that the road to damnation is not always paved with malicious intent, but sometimes with sincere belief that one is doing the right thing. The existence of the rubric marines raises profound philosophical questions about identity, consciousness, and what it means to be human. If a person's consciousness is reduced to dust and scattered across a battlefield, only to be recollected and rebound to armor, is that the same person? Have they been resurrected, or is the reconstituted rubric marine merely a copy, a facsimile that thinks it is the original? Do the rubric marines experience time as they stand motionless between battles? Or does their consciousness only activate when commanded by a sorcerer? These are questions that perhaps even the Thousand Sons themselves cannot answer, but they add an additional layer of horror to the rubric's legacy. Word-bearers and the rights of possession. The Word-bearers Legion holds a unique position among the traitor legions of chaos, for they were the first to fall, the architects of the Horus heresy itself, and the most fervent believers in the divinity of the ruinous powers. Their spiritual journey from loyal servants of the Emperor to fanatical worshippers of chaos undivided was not a sudden corruption, but a gradual transformation, one that saw them develop the most comprehensive and sophisticated system of chaos worship in the galaxy. Central to their practices are the rites of possession, elaborate ceremonies through which demons are summoned from the warp and bound to mortal or material vessels, creating unholy fusions that serve the Word-bearers' campaigns of galactic conquest. The origins of the Word-bearers' mastery of possession can be traced back to the pilgrimage of Lorgar, when the Legion's Primarch sought out the truth about the gods after the Emperor's brutal rebuke at Monarchia. On the world of Cadia, at the very threshold of the Eye of Terror, Lorgar encountered Ingethel, a priestess of the Old Faith who would guide him deeper into understanding the nature of chaos. Ingethel herself underwent a ritual of transformation, one that elevated her from mortal priestess to the demon prince, known as Ingethel the Ascended. This ritual, performed before Lorgar and his most trusted followers, demonstrated the potential of what could be achieved when mortal ambition aligned with demonic power. It would serve as a template for countless rituals to come. The simplest form of possession ritual, though simple is a relative term when dealing with the warp, involves the summoning of a demon into a mortal host. This process requires extensive preparation, beginning with the selection of the host itself. The Word-bearers understand that not every body can contain a demon, that the vessel must be prepared both physically and spiritually to accept its new tenant. The preparation often involves weeks or even months of ritual scarification, forced consumption of narcotic substances derived from warp-touched plants, and exposure to concentrated psychic energies that begin to erode the barrier between the host's soul and the warp. By the time the actual summoning takes place, the host is already halfway to becoming something other than human. The summoning circle is drawn with meticulous precision, using materials that carry significance in the Empyrean realm. Blood is the most common medium, preferably that of willing sacrifices who have been conditioned to accept their role in the ceremony. The Word-bearers learned long ago that voluntary sacrifice carries more power than forced death, that the willingness of the victim to embrace their fate somehow resonates more strongly with the entities they seek to summon. The circles are inscribed with runes that date back to languages spoken on Kolchis before Lorgar's arrival, symbols that have accumulated layers of meaning through millennia of use in dark rites. Each rune is both a ward and an invitation, defining the parameters of what is being called forth and limiting its scope of action. The actual invocation begins with the Dark Apostle or Sorcerer leading the ceremony speaking the true name of the demon being summoned, or if the name is unknown, a description so detailed and precise that it serves to identify a specific entity among the countless billions that dwell in the warp. This is followed by offers of service, promises of sensation and experience that will be provided to the demon in exchange for its cooperation. The Word-bearers understand that demons are not slaves to be commanded, but beings with their own desires and motivations. The art of successful summoning lies not in forcing compliance, but in negotiating terms that make possession attractive to the demon itself. When the demon begins to manifest, reality itself protests. The air becomes thick and viscous, difficult to breathe, tasting of copper and burnt ozone. Colors that have no names in mortal languages flicker at the edges of vision. The temperature fluctuates wildly, from Arctic cold to furnace heat, and back again in the span of heartbeats. The host, if they remain conscious through this phase, experiences sensations that the human nervous system was never designed to process. Some describe it as being turned inside out, while remaining perfectly intact. Others report feeling as if they are simultaneously expanding to fill the universe and contracting to a single point. The mind, unable to comprehend what is happening, begins to fracture. And it is in these cracks that the demon finds its entry point. The moment of possession is violent and absolute. The demon pours into the host like boiling oil into a mold, filling every available space, pushing aside or obliterating the original consciousness. What emerges is no longer the person who volunteered or was forced into the role of host. It is a possessed, a demon host, a being that combines the physicality of a mortal form with the power and malevolence of a warp entity. The transformation of the body follows swiftly, as the demon reshapes its new vessel to better suit its nature. Bones lengthen or shorten, additional limbs sprout from torsos, faces melt and reform into nightmarish visages. The end result is a being of terrible power, but one that carries the essence of both its origins, mortal and immortal, material and immaterial. The word-bearers perfected this basic ritual and created numerous variations, each designed for specific purposes. The creation of the Gal Vorbak, the first possessed marines of the word-bearers, involved a pilgrimage into the Eye of Terror itself, where the selected warriors were exposed directly to the raw stuff of chaos. The demons that possessed them were not summoned but allowed to naturally infiltrate bodies that had been prepared through years of indoctrination and exposure. Argel Tal, the leader of the Gal Vorbak, described his possession as a kind of harmony, a fusion rather than an invasion. The demon Raum and Argel Tal achieved a synthesis where both consciousnesses remained distinct, yet worked in concert, though this level of cooperation was rare and often temporary. For demon engines and possessed vehicles, the ritual takes on additional complexity. Here, the target is not living flesh but machine, and the challenge lies in convincing or forcing a demon to inhabit something so fundamentally different from organic life. The word-bearers and their dark mechanicum allies developed techniques involving the blending of human remains into the machine's structure, creating a kind of hybrid entity that was neither fully mechanical nor fully biological. Servitors might be grafted directly into the vehicle's control systems, their screaming souls serving as anchors for the demonic entity. The resulting possessed vehicles, things like the Mauler Fiend or Hellbrute, combine the durability of armored war machines with the predatory intelligence of warp entities, creating weapons that actively hunger to kill. The mass possession rituals represent the apex of the word-bearer's dark arts, ceremonies that might involve dozens or even hundreds of hosts being possessed simultaneously. These rituals require the coordination of multiple dark apostles and sorcerers, each managing different ally, drawing the attention of every psyker within light years. The word-bearers do not see possession as a curse or a tragedy, but as a blessing and an ascension. They view the fusion of mortal and demon as the truest expression of the relationship between humanity and the gods it serves. This perspective makes them particularly effective at recruiting new followers to their cause, as they can offer what appears to be genuine spiritual fulfillment, a sense of purpose and power that the cold rationalism of the Imperium cannot match. Entire worlds have fallen to word-bearers' possession cults, their populations willingly subjecting themselves to rituals that their ancestors would have died to prevent. The psychological preparation of hosts represents a significant portion of the word-bearers' efforts. They understand that a host who embraces their fate, who genuinely desires to be joined with the demon, creates a stronger and more stable possession than one who resists. Thus, they invest tremendous effort in indoctrination, using a combination of theological argument, psychic conditioning, and carefully calibrated exposure to chaos energies to break down resistance and build up eagerness. By the time an initiate is ready for possession, they often beg for the privilege, seeing it as the culmination of their spiritual journey rather than as a violation of their being. The word-bearers maintain extensive libraries documenting different types of possessions, cataloging which demons work best, with which types of hosts, what rituals produce which results, and how to troubleshoot when possessions go awry. These grimoires represent thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, written in the blood of sacrifices on pages made from human skin. They are studied by aspiring dark apostles with the same intensity that loyalist librarians study the works of their chapter, for mastery of possession is considered essential to advancement within the word-bearer's hierarchy. The most powerful dark apostles can perform possessions with minimal preparation, summoning demons and binding them to hosts with little more than a few words and a handful of appropriate symbols. The long-term consequences of possession extend far beyond the immediate transformation of the host. Possessed individuals become anchors for warp energy, their very presence weakening the barrier between reality and the immaterium. Where they walk, strange phenomena occur. Milk sours, metal corrodes, plants wither, and the boundary between life and death becomes permeable. The word-bearers exploit this effect deliberately, using possessed warriors as vanguards for invasions, sending them into population centers where their mere presence will begin the corruption of the local reality long before the main force arrives. The rites of possession also include protocols for dealing with possessions that go wrong, which happens more frequently than the word-bearers would publicly admit. Sometimes a demon proves too powerful for its host, resulting in the host's body exploding in a shower of gore and warp energy. Other times, the daemon and host reject each other, creating a being so unstable that it must be destroyed before it damages reality itself. The word-bearers have developed containment rituals and execution protocols for these failures, treating them as learning experiences that help refine future ceremonies. The failures are documented alongside the successes, creating a comprehensive understanding of what can go wrong and how to prevent it. The Obliterator virus, fusion of flesh and metal. In the twisted laboratories of the Dark Mechanicum and the corrupted forges of the Eye of Terror, countless horrors have been created through the marriage of technology and chaos. Yet few are as insidious or as disturbing as the Obliterator virus, a contagion that transforms its victims into walking arsenals of living metal and corrupted flesh. This is not a ritual in the traditional sense, but rather a disease, a techno-organic plague that serves as a rite of passage for those seeking to become ultimate expressions of destruction. The origin of the virus remains shrouded in mystery and conflicting accounts, but its effects are undeniably terrifying. The first Obliterator came into existence during the Horus Heresy through a confluence of circumstances that no one could have predicted. On the dark forge world of Sarum, a world loyal to the forces that would become the Dark Mechanicum, an iron warrior named Volk accompanied Primarch Perturabo on a mission to locate Angron and the World Eaters. Deep within Sarum's corrupted depths, they encountered a chaos-undivided demon named Sara'am, bound to the very core of the planet. When Sara'am broke free of its bindings, it possessed Volk's body, but the possession was unlike any that had been seen before. Rather than simply inhabiting Volk's flesh, the demon fundamentally rewrote the relationship between the Iron Warrior's body and his armor, between organic tissue and cybernetic enhancement, creating the first prototype of what would become the Obliterator virus. The virus, if it can truly be called such, operates on multiple levels simultaneously. It is at once a biological contagion, a demonic influence, and a form of techno-sorcery that defies conventional understanding. When it infects a new host, typically through the transfer of bodily fluids or prolonged physical contact with an existing obliterator, the changes begin subtly. The first stage manifests as an increased affinity for weapons and technology. The infected individual finds that guns sit more naturally in their hands, that they can intuitively understand the mechanisms of even unfamiliar weapons. This seems like a blessing at first, a gift of skill rather than a curse. As the infection progresses to the second stage, the victim begins to experience moments where they seem to merge with the weapons they hold. A bolter might appear to flow into their hand, the boundary between flesh and metal becoming momentarily unclear. At this point, most victims begin to realize that something is terribly wrong, but by then, the virus has established too strong a foothold to be removed by conventional means. The third stage sees the onset of a truly disturbing phenomenon. The infected individual begins to generate ammunition for the weapons they carry. This is not a matter of accessing stored reserves or summoning material from elsewhere, but actual generation, as if their body has become a factory producing shells and power cells from their own substance. The fourth stage represents the point of no return. The victim's armor, if they wear any, begins to fuse with their flesh, melding at a molecular level that makes separation impossible without killing the host. Joints rearrange themselves, bones restructure to support the increasing weight of metal that now comprises significant portions of the body. Movement becomes more difficult as the transformation accelerates, the victim's mass increasing dramatically as more and more metal is incorporated into their physiology. Pain receptors begin to fail or are rewired, creating either numbness or the horrifying experience of feeling every change as it occurs. By the fifth stage, the victim can absorb small weapons directly into their body, pulling knives and pistols through their skin as if it were water, then manifesting them again at will from any part of their body. The boundary between person and weapon has collapsed entirely. The infected individual is becoming a kind of living armory, though living is increasingly the wrong word for what they have become. The sixth stage sees the absorption of larger weapons, rifles and chainsaws disappearing into flesh that flows and reforms around them. The victim's silhouette becomes increasingly inhuman, bulging with the shapes of incorporated weapons that might emerge at any moment. Stages 7 through 9 represent the final transformation into a complete obliterator. Though some never reach these final stages, their bodies unable to withstand the changes and collapsing into formless masses of corrupted flesh and metal. Those who survive the full progression emerge as beings of terrifying power, massive hulking figures that dwarf even Terminator-armored space marines. Their bodies are grotesque patchworks of flesh, armor, and weaponry, constantly shifting and reconfiguring as they manifest different armaments. A hand might become a Los Cannon, then flow into a power fist, then sprout the barrels of a multi-melter. The process is fluid and apparently limited only by the obliterator's imagination and the amount of biomass and metal they have absorbed over time. The psychological experience of the transformation is perhaps even more disturbing than the physical changes. In the early stages, victims report an increasing obsession with weapons and their mechanisms, spending hours disassembling and reassembling firearms, studying technical manuals, discussing ammunition types and firing solutions. This obsession grows all-consuming, driving out other interests and relationships until nothing remains but the singular focus on instruments of destruction. As the transformation continues, the victim's sense of self begins to erode, their identity merging with the weapons they incorporate. Are they a person who has guns, or are they the guns themselves, animated by what was once a person? The Iron Warriors maintain a particularly high number of obliterators within their ranks, far exceeding what would be expected from random infection. This has led to speculation that the Legion deliberately infects certain warriors with an altered strain of the virus, using it as a tool for creating specialized heavy weapons platforms. Whether this is done with the blessing of Primarch Perturabo, or as a secret practice among individual warsmiths, remains unclear. What is certain is that the Iron Warriors seem to have developed techniques for managing the transformation, allowing their obliterators to retain more tactical awareness and unit cohesion than might otherwise be expected from beings so thoroughly corrupted. The virus shows a disturbing adaptability in terms of what it can affect. While Space Marines are the most common victims, due to their enhanced physiology and the likelihood of exposure in combat. Ordinary humans can also contract the infection, though they rarely survive the transformation. Perhaps most horrifying is the discovery that the Obliterator virus can even corrupt Tyranid bioships, severing them from the hive mind and transforming them into chaos-tainted vessels that combine organic and mechanical weapons systems. This suggests that the virus is not merely a disease, but a fundamental rewriting of the relationship between different categories of matter and energy. The transmission of the virus represents a constant danger to anyone who engages Obliterators in combat. Every drop of their blood, every fragment of their flesh carries the contagion. Weapons that strike them may become contaminated, as might any surface they touch. The Word-bearers and other chaos forces have been known to deliberately deploy Obliterators as plague vectors, sending them into populations where they will spread the infection before being destroyed, seeding worlds with the virus that will create new Obliterators in future generations. The Dark Mechanicum has made extensive studies of the Obliterator virus, viewing it as perhaps the ultimate synthesis of their goals, the complete fusion of flesh, machine, and demon into a unified whole. Their experiments have produced variant strains with different properties, some emphasizing biological absorption over mechanical, others creating Obliterators specialized for specific weapon types. These engineered variants are traded or sold to various chaos warbands, each strain coming with detailed instructions for optimal use and infection protocols. The Dark Mechanicum views this research not as an abomination, but as the highest form of technological achievement, the transcendence of the boundaries that lesser minds use to categorize reality. Obliterators themselves form loose cults or brotherhoods, drawn together by their shared condition and mutual understanding of what they have become. These cults operate with a degree of independence unusual among chaos forces, offering their services to various warlords in exchange for access to rare weapons, exotic materials, or simply the opportunity to test their capabilities in battle. They communicate in a language that combines technical specifications, mathematical formulae, and what might be called poetry, describing weapons and tactics with an aesthetic appreciation that borders on the religious. The existence of Obliterators raises profound questions about identity and consciousness. When a being becomes so thoroughly integrated with their weapons that the boundary between self and tool disappears, what remains of the original person? Do Obliterators dream? And if so, do they dream of battles or of the schematics of weapons they have absorbed? Is there still a human consciousness buried somewhere within that mass of metal and mutated flesh? Or has it been entirely subsumed into something new and alien? These questions have no easy answers, and perhaps that uncertainty is the most disturbing aspect of all. The treatment or cure for Obliterator infection remains elusive. The Imperium's best geneticists and tech priests have studied specimens when they could be obtained, but the virus operates on principles that seem to violate fundamental laws of biology and physics. It is as much a spiritual contagion as a physical one, rewriting not just the body, but the soul of its victim. Some inquisitors theorize that the only true cure would require not merely medical intervention, but some form of spiritual redemption, a casting out of the demonic influence that enables the fusion of flesh and metal. Such a cure, if it exists, has never been successfully employed. For those infected with the Obliterator virus, there is no known reversal, no way to turn back the clock and become what they were before. The transformation is absolute and permanent, continuing until the victim either achieves full Obliterator status or dies in the attempt. This inexorable progression, combined with the virus's ability to spread and the disturbing allure it holds for some who learn of its existence, makes it one of the most dangerous threats emanating from the Eye of Terror. It represents Chaos's ability to corrupt not just flesh or machine, but the very relationship between matter and consciousness, creating beings that should not exist according to any rational understanding of the universe. Slanesh's rituals of excess. In the pantheon of chaos gods, Slaanesh occupies a unique position as the youngest, yet perhaps the most insidious. Born from the decadence and excess of the ancient Eldari Empire, the Prince of Pleasure represents the ultimate corruption of sensation, the transformation of human experience into something monstrous. The rituals performed in Slaanesh's name are diverse and often deceptively appealing, beginning with the pursuit of beauty or perfection and ending in degradation that destroys both body and soul. Unlike the overt violence of Khorne's blood sacrifices or the obvious corruption of Nurgle's plagues, Slaanesh's rituals often masquerade as legitimate pursuits, making them all the more dangerous. The founding of a Slaaneshi cult typically begins innocuously, perhaps as a salon for artists or a society dedicated to the appreciation of fine things. The early meetings involve nothing overtly heretical, merely the sharing of exquisite food, the viewing of beautiful art, the discussion of aesthetic philosophy. But Slaanesh's influence works subtly, encouraging attendees to push boundaries, to seek experiences that are slightly more intense than what came before. This is the trap that Slaanesh sets, the slow escalation that leads from appreciation to obsession, from pursuit of beauty to the commission of atrocities in beauty's name. The rituals of initiation into deeper levels of Slaaneshi worship demonstrate this progression perfectly. A new member might first be asked to create a piece of art, to demonstrate their commitment to perfection. This seems reasonable enough, a mere test of skill. But the standards are impossibly high, and to meet them requires sacrifice. The artist must work until their hands bleed, must deny themselves sleep and sustenance, must abandon all other aspects of their life in pursuit of this single work. When the piece is completed and judged acceptable, the sense of accomplishment is intense, a rush of validation that becomes addictive. The initiate now craves that feeling of achievement, that moment of transcendence, and will do increasingly extreme things to recapture it. The next level introduces the concept of incorporating living subjects into the art. At first, this might be nothing more than using models who hold uncomfortable poses for extended periods. But gradually, the suffering of the model becomes seen as part of the artistic expression. Their pain is aestheticized, transformed into something beautiful by the artist's vision. Slaaneshi cults excel at this kind of moral inversion, convincing their members that acts that would normally be considered cruel are actually sublime when performed in pursuit of perfection. The cult on the pleasure world of Calithis, known as the Violet Embrace, began as a society dedicated to honoring beauty, but evolved into an organization that performed blood sacrifices as performance art, with each murder carefully choreographed to create aesthetically pleasing arrangements of bodies and blood. The rituals of sensation represent another major category of Slaaneshi worship, focused on experiencing feelings and stimuli that transcend normal human capacity. These begin with simple exercises in mindfulness and sensory awareness. Training initiates to notice subtle flavors, textures, and sounds. But this sensitivity is then exploited, pushing toward experiences that are painful or dangerous. The ritual known as the Dance of Knives involves participants cutting themselves while moving to music, the pain and the bleeding becoming elements of the performance. The goal is to achieve a state where pain and pleasure become indistinguishable, where the mind cannot differentiate between sensations that should be opposite. The corruption of intimacy represents perhaps the most personal form of Slaaneshi ritual. What begins as celebration of physical pleasure gradually transforms into something far darker, incorporating elements of pain, domination, and eventually violence. The cult members convince themselves that they are exploring the full spectrum of human experience, pushing beyond the boring limitations of conventional morality. Entire pleasure worlds have fallen to this progression.